So say you found a skeleton. How would you tell people that dinosaurs? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
All right, hello everyone. I am here with David P. Neff, who is at least going to be a guest for this first part, because we're going to be going for a while. Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember the last one, but the last one ended up going somewhere around 5 hours and 12 minutes. And we got through 43 minutes worth of Genesis Apologetics in that time. So, yeah. And so, we are going to be just plowing ahead again with this, because as you guys know, Genesis Apologetics decided to take down a bunch of videos, including something like 14 of mine, several of Vice Rhino's, I think one of Godless Engineers, one of Professor Sticks, and a couple of Apologias videos. So, as a result, I'm just like, you know what? They do that, and I just decided to go on a ridiculous, like, just series of videos. I make as much content about them as I can. Because basically they reminded me that they exist, because I generally ignore them, because they're kind of low tier. But that's okay. Now, for some reason, this next bit that we're getting... Actually, first, David, say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Neff. I will be studying biology at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, starting in fall of 2021. And I want to thank Dapper Dino for inviting me on. I'm sure this will be a great time, and it's a privilege to be on your channel.
Well, make sure that at some point during this, you grab your channel link and put it in the chat for everybody, because you now have the power to do so.
Awesome, and I will do that right now.
Okay. Well, I want to let everyone know that what we have coming up here is a section of Ray Comfort that for some reason was uploaded essentially unedited from Ray Comfort's edit to Genesis Apologetics. I don't know why. It didn't make a whole lot of sense for that, but you know. Oh, apparently there was at least one creationist who also had videos removed, which I'm also not okay with. Actually, there's been a little bit of shenanigans going on against creationists that I'm not okay with lately. So we had Genesis Apologetics remove a few creationist videos that were using some of their things for what I think was fair use. So not okay with that. Also, we recently had Otangelo get porn bombed, and that's not okay. So I don't think anyone in my audience was doing that, but
yeah,
I just want to make it clear. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, sorry. I'm pretty sure I know who did that. If I want to guess, that's probably PMars, because he did that to me on one of my streams.
I just want to make it clear that while I do think, in fact, that the panel on that stream was ridiculous, and in a few cases, sometimes says things that might actually count as dangerous, especially when there's some anti-mask stuff going on, that doesn't make it okay. So if like I said, I don't think anyone in my audience did it, but if any of them did, please don't ever do that to anyone again, because it's really not okay. It's just malicious. It doesn't help anybody. Yeah. But anyway, we're gonna hit play on this video, and we're gonna get some more. Some Ray Comfort in here.
Do you really believe you're a primate?
All right, David, what's your answer to that question?
Yes, I really do believe I'm a primate, for the same reason I believe I'm a eukaryote, and I believe I'm a mammal. We are primates because we fit the classification that is necessary to be called primates. And if you are interested in a whole systematic classification of life and why we are classified as primates, I strongly recommend everyone go watch Aaron Ra's amazing series, The Systematic Classification of Life. It's interesting that every single creationist would accept that we are mammals, and that we are eukaryotes, but as soon as we dare suggest that we are animals or primates, or even apes, that's where they start to draw the line. So interesting standards that creationists have.
Yeah, it's very strange, and especially the bit about animals, because for one thing, the Bible does in fact say, I believe in Ecclesiastes, but I might have to double check, but it does say that humans are beasts, and only a vain person would believe otherwise. And also, if you accept that you're a mammal, which most creationists do, then you're already an animal, because mammal is a subcategory of animal. So,
Right.
very strange. I think what they really generally mean is that they're not brutes, which is a distinction that modern English has, or well, contemporary modern English has started to forget. Because I mentioned it last stream, but in slightly older varieties of English, you get the distinction between brute animals and thinking animals. Humans are thinking animals, and all of the other ones are brute animals.
Right, and a lot of research has overturned some of the old ideas of archaic hominins being brutish and stuff like that. And it's very interesting that we've started to learn how intelligent the other primates actually are.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see what this woman's answer is and what Ray Comfort has to say about it.
Talking primate?
Yeah, I do.
So we actually have 99.
What was the point? Okay, thanks. Just literally cutting. Yeah, I do. You know what I bet actually happened? She probably had actual good reasons, and Ray was like, no, we can't have that.
I know Ray Comfort is notorious for his dishonesty and his editing, so I completely agree that that's probably what happened. Notice that Ray Comfort didn't ask any follow-up questions like he usually does, so definitely a lot of edits. That.
Yeah.
Percent DNA shared with them.
How closely related we are to primates?
In what way?
Physical features.
Do you think man has a common ancestor with primates?
That's just amazing. He just cuts it off.
For sure.
Do you believe in evolution?
Yes.
In the beginning, God made...
What's up?
By the way, real quick, I do want to point out that the word belief really is not the right terminology. We don't believe we're primates or anything like that, or it's not a belief, it's something that we can know, and it's something that we can actually prove.
But I'm going to counter with knowledge is a subset of belief.
Perhaps, but that's...
Oh, that's like a basic, like Epistemology 101. Beliefs are the things that you accept as true, for whatever reason. Knowledge are the things which are true and are justified or which you can justify and that you believe.
All right. Fair enough, but let's move on.
Let's see.
Let's see what we have.
Vandelli 1998 for $5 says, the only time I've ever flagged a video was when someone copied my top 20 SNES vid frame for frame with no edits, and it was my co-star in that vid. Or sorry, and it wasn't my co-star in that vid. Yeah, that's definitely a perfectly fair time to flag a video. I have flagged a video for harassment and threatening. And I don't think have I flagged any other videos ever? I don't think so.
I cannot recall I cannot recall the last time I've actually flagged a video.
Let's see. Oh, and apparently Josiah Hansen and Intrigued Feline, I believe, are on my side with knowledge as a subset of belief. It is a standard philosophical definition, is that belief is just anything that you think is true. And then... Now, that's why when we say things like accept or believe on faith, the on faith is an important bit in there. But either way, we're going to...
The male and female. That kills evolution in one sentence.
Yeah.
Even if it contradicts evolution, it doesn't kill it, it contradicts it. There's a difference. If I say, hey, Ray, the only ingredient you need to make chocolate chip cookies is the chocolate chips. That doesn't kill baking. It just means I'm an idiot. And I'm wrong.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not saying that the authors of the Bible were an idiot. What I'm saying is that when something contradicts something else that we know to be true, that doesn't negate the thing we know to be true. It doesn't even offer evidence against it. It's just a statement.
I think there's a lot of gray area there, like I said.
There's a gray area.
I'm not sure what the gray
you made
area
the
is.
male and female. That's Adam and Eve. It's not a couple of primates.
And Now, if we are getting comments that your audio is a little bit low, unfortunately, I can't manually raise you. Maybe if you bring the microphone a little closer or something. I'm not sure exactly what your setup is.
Look,
Okay, hold
fill
on
me
one
in here.
second.
Help me out. How did the heart evolve, and why did the heart evolve when there was no blood?
Blood came first. So blood is essentially any fluid that carries oxygen via heme molecules of various kinds to body tissues. And in the first organisms with blood, so first organisms evolved that were so small and thin they didn't need a dedicated tissue to carry oxygen. Because believe it or not, blood is a tissue. So they could simply diffuse oxygen through themselves because they're very small. In fact, many creatures are still this way today. For instance, sponges and tardigrades and rotifers and things. These are all things that are so small that they don't really need a dedicated circulatory system. But when things started becoming larger, they started to have a open body cavity. This is called a coelom. This is where you get coelomates, which is most animals that you can think of that aren't flatworms or things even more basal than that. And so the coelom gets filled with this fluid that tends to move around just based on muscle action of the various parts of the body, right? So you contract a segment or you move a limb or something, and that pushes fluid around. And it's not terribly efficient, but if you're small enough, that's enough to get oxygen around. But as things become a little bit more complicated and a little bit larger, usually what happens is they develop a few sequential rings that pump, right? There's just a little bit of muscle that pumps. And it just sets up a little bit of regular circulation throughout the coelom. And then you can start to develop things like blood vessels, where you actually are pumping into particular vessels to actually oxygenate particular areas of the body. And we still have organisms with all of these different stages, right? So we have organisms with open circulatory systems that don't really pump anything. Then we have organisms with open circulatory systems where they have some of these simple pumps, like a lot of earthworms have a system like that. Then we get things a little bit more complicated, like some insects, where the heart isn't just a series of simple circular muscles, a little bit more complicated. Then we get into things like, vertebrates, which have complicated multi-chambered hearts in some cases that, pump fluid around in particular orders and stuff. So, yeah, it's actually not that hard to figure out how the heart evolved, and it wasn't before blood, but we'll see what this guy has to say.
Why did the blood evolve? Why did the veins evolve to carry the blood when there was no blood? Evolution has grey areas.
Evolution does have gray areas, but that's not one of them, Ray. You could pick an actual gray area. You could pick something like, hey, why did bats evolve flight? Because we don't actually have a good reason. We don't have a good answer for that because we don't have any great fossils. And
I do want to point out that a gap of knowledge, gray areas exist in all fields of science.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty clear that they're just randomly picking college students that don't necessarily have the knowledge to address those points. They're going after these young, impressionable students who probably don't know much about what they're actually talking about instead of the actual professors who do.
Yeah, and also I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't even the part of the campus that houses like the STEM field buildings, right? Because most campuses. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. For all we know, we don't even know what he's studying. He could be an art major for all we know.
Right. And the thing is, you can usually tell what kind of student you're going to get based on where you are on a campus, and by kind of student, I mean like what their major is likely to be, because a lot of campuses are arranged so that the buildings where they teach like chemistry and astronomy and engineering and stuff are in one section, and then the places where they do stuff like art and literature and history will be in another section of the campus. And so if you're on the section of the campus where most of the history classrooms are, you're not likely to find biology majors.
Yeah, and my community college is one of those campuses that pretty much have that same layout, and I'm guessing that is what is happening here. He's probably not seeking after the actual science majors.
Yeah. All right, let's see what else we get.
Actually crazy. Tell me, what was in the beginning according to evolution?
The Big Bang?
Okay, every Big Bang I
Oh,
know
God.
create.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is definitely not a science major because evolution has to do with the biodiversity of life, and it's not have anything to do with the Big Bang. These are unrelated theories dealing with two completely different branches of science. So, this guy is definitely not a science major and definitely does not know what he's talking about.
Yeah, and that is one of the things. If you were to answer the question, what does evolution say was in the beginning? The answer is the first organisms that reproduced with, genetic variability and inheritance. There you go. So however those come about, wherever those come about, that's the beginning for the theory of evolution, because evolution has nothing to say before that. Other theories take over before that.
Right. And I don't think creationists understand that basic points, that these are completely independent fields of study. The Big Bang could be false and evolution could be true.
Right.
So they're not dependent on one another.
Or vice versa. I mean, I know of plenty of old Earth creationists who don't accept evolution, but who do think that the Big Bang or something like it does reasonably well explain the, the origin and then later, course of history of the universe. Yeah.
Right. And I've met people the other way who says that the Big Bang theory probably is not the case, but evolution is true. So within the old Earth creationist camp, you have various views within that camp. Now, I know that this is a religiously neutral channel, so I'll respect that. And
I mean, you're allowed to give your own opinion. You're just not allowed to be bigoted towards others who don't share it.
Right, and I agree with 100% with that. There's a whole bunch of different types of creationists out there.
Yep. All right, we'll hit play again.
It's chaos, not order. You got the seasons coming every year. You've got fruit trees bringing forth fruits. You've got dogs having dogs, cats having cats, horses having horses. Nothing changes kinds.
Okay, so
hey, look, a bunch of observations that don't contradict evolution.
Yeah, exactly. Basic law of monophyly 101. You don't become a new type of organism. You're always going to be what your ancestors were. I don't know why this is such a difficult concept to grasp. Birds never stopped being dinosaurs, and humans never stopped being apes, nor will we. I just don't see why that. I just, for the life of me, do not understand why creationists cannot understand that basic point. If cats gave birth to dogs and vice versa, then everything we would know about evolution would be falsified. And if there were some created kinds, well, what are they?
Right. Could you name one, please, and then tell me how you know?
Right. Exactly. The basic phylogeny challenge. Are orangutans and chimpanzees related? How do you know? Are they related to possibly the lemurs? Again, how do you know? And if they can all be related, why can't humans?
Yeah. All right. Let's see what else we get.
Think that an eye made itself? Why do we have two eyes? How did man see before his eye evolved and take millions of years for eyes to evolve? How did he find food? And
holy crap. The eye is basal to, I mean, obviously humans, but it's basal to, like, look, I'm slightly on the complex bilaterian side, but even if we don't say it's basal to bilateria, it's at least basal to deuterostomes. So, yeah, there is no reason to ask this question. It is beyond stupid. It betrays absurd ignorance of how evolution works. And I don't know what you have to add at. David, go for it.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly my thoughts. And I guess that's one way we know. I guess since all deuterostomes pretty much have eyes, that obviously that would mean from an evolutionary standpoint that eyes probably evolved much earlier in the evolutionary history of life.
Yeah. So there was never a time when humans were going around blind because their eyes hadn't evolved, trying to find food on the savannas. Right.
And exactly. And humans are, and all of your ancestors had well-developed eyes long before they came on the scene. Much ink has been spilled within the scientific literature. One, the evolution of eyes. Go to any peer-reviewed journal, search in evolution of eyes, and you can see what the scientists actually have to say on that subject.
All right. Here we go.
A wife, if he didn't have eyes that were evolved, because they only work when they're fully formed.
Many people have asked, where did dinosaurs fit into the biblical timeline? And what does the Bible say about dinosaurs? Yes.
And yeah, we're on to the next one.
The Bible does mention dinosaurs, even specific.
What's up?
Just wanted to point out that this is a very interesting, okay, that's it. They just put that clip and then jump to somewhere else just out of the sudden with no real transition. Kind of confused about that there.
Oh, no. That's my cut. So this is just a giant super cut of all the stuff that I found that I thought was kind of worth talking about. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought there was all one big video from
No.
Genesis. That I do apologize.
Yeah, so I cut down I think if I were to go with the uncut versions of all this, it would be somewhere close to like 3.5 hours. And I cut out a lot of stuff that I thought wasn't important or was irrelevant. Like in the first video on this, last week, there was a whole big interview with Dan Biddle, the founder and whatever CEO or something of Genesis Apologetics, and I cut out almost all of it because almost all of it was just stupid stuff like, "Oh, hey, what are you doing with your app?" or giving anecdotes from the host, and I was like, I don't care about any of that. So, yeah, this is my sort of super cut of their nonsense.
Specifically. But before we get there, let's take a quick look at the big picture. Evolution holds that dinosaurs evolved 220 million years ago and died about 65 million years ago from any of a number of possible extinction events. But the Bible...
Almost. Most of the dinosaurs went extinct about 66 million years ago, which given when I think this was made, he probably should know that we've refined our estimate a little bit to 66. 65 was only ever sort of like the average of like the error bar. And we're now pretty sure it's much closer to 66 than it is 65. Not that it's a huge deal. I wouldn't normally correct people, but these people are supposed to be teaching us science, so.
Right. Exactly. So you're a little bit out of date there. And it's also important to note that dinosaurs never went extinct because birds are just still dinosaurs and dinosaurs, technically speaking, still exist.
Dinosaurs are doing quite well.
Yep. So it's just certain dinosaurs that went extinct.
Yeah.
And if you're interested in a whole discussion on why birds are dinosaurs, I actually did an interview with Dapper Dino on my channel where we actually went over quite in detail why birds are in fact dinosaurs.
Yep. So here we go.
Teaches that all land animals, including dinosaurs, were created on the sixth day of creation, just thousands of years ago, and they were all named by Adam just before God handed over his completed creation to Adam and Eve, charging them to take dominion over his completed creation. Then, about 4,400 years ago, the entire world was deluged by Noah's flood, and the dinosaurs, along with billions of other creatures, were wiped out. Let's take a quick look at some evidences that show that the biblical account might actually be true. First, dinosaurs are cleverly designed. Consider this Triceratops. Its 2,000-pound head is mounted in a way that allows it to turn every which way.
So it has a flexible joint between the head and the atlas, being, the C1 vertebra. I don't get why that's supposed to be special.
Yeah, isn't that pretty common?
Yeah.
I actually do want to address a comment in the site or chat. TC, the unbeliever, are bats dinosaurs? Then the answer is no, because bats are mammals; they are not birds, and hence more. Okay, I'm sorry. You said you were being facetious. I do apologize.
No worries. All right, here we go.
Still be strong enough to ram something, even while running. What about massive sauropods with weight-bearing systems from...
Did you say sauropods? I'm pretty sure I heard sauropods.
Uh, you heard correctly. I'm hearing the Sauropods.
Okay, well, we'll have to find Sarah and ask her why her feet are stuck on a whole bunch of dinosaurs.
Yeah. Sauropods.
Who is this woman, Sarah, and is she just a giant or something? Why did this whole group of dinosaurs get named for her?
Yeah, sauropod dinosaurs.
But she found.
I just got to. Yes. I think what they meant to say was sauropoda, or sauropods.
Yeah, sauropods is almost certainly. Well, I mean, they're showing sauropods, but it's just like,
Yeah, sauropod.
guys, you could do a little bit of research into the basics of how to pronounce things. Like, I don't get super up on people. Like, if you say Deinonychus instead of Deinonychus, which is the correct way, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, because, like, you gave every vowel a reasonable value and you said all the consonants and you did them in the right order. That's my minimum.
Yeah.
But this doesn't even mean
and
my
here's-
minimum.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm pretty bad at pronunciation, especially with Latin and Greek words and stuff like that. So, but here's the thing: if you're making a science educational video, especially if you're trying to overturn the scientific consensus and you can't pronounce the word correctly, maybe that's a sign that you need to educate yourself a little bit more.
Yeah.
You do have a super sat in the cyborg, by the way.
So I want to say we have a $5 super chat from Carrie Bronson, who says, "I'm aware that pterosaurs aren't dinosaurs, but how far off are they? Cladistics hurts my brains, so Wikipedia is unhelpful." So here's what I'm going to say. So let's exclude for now all the things that are like almost dinosaurs and whatnot, such as things like Dinosauriformes and Lagurpitids and things like this, right? So if we're just looking at dinosaurs and pterosaurs, they're essentially sister groups. There are some minor groups that you find in the Triassic. They're a little bit closer to dinosaurs than they are to pterosaurs. Like, okay, yeah. But as far as major groups that everyone knows the names of, pterosaurs and dinosaurs, those two are essentially sister groups. They are within the Ornithodyra group, which is itself the sister group to Crotalsalia, which is not Crotalsalia anymore, sorry, because that got changed recently with the reanalysis of Phytosaurs. So, not Crotalsalia, Pseudotsuchia, which basically, Phytosaurs used to be considered to be sort of crocodile, like stem crocodiles, but they got recently moved to just basal to Archosauria, which meant that the previous definition of Crotalsalia meant that all Archosaurs are Crotarsalians, which meant now we can't use it to refer to stem line to crocodile line Archosaurs. So the old Pseudotsuchia name was revived to mean those organisms that are closer to crocodiles than they are to dinosaurs or pterosaurs. So yeah, after Archosaurs, you get on one side Pseudotsuchians, and the other side you get Ornithodyrans. Ornithodyrans include dinosaurs and pterosaurs, and you can basically think of them as the next branch in that, even though there are some sub-branches before you actually get to dinosaurs. And given a recent paper, Lagurpitids might actually be closer to pterosaurs than dinosaurs. So they're pretty close. You go back to like the early Triassic, and they would be very, very, the lines leading to those two organisms would be very similar, largely indistinguishable.
Hip to toe that allow its 200,000-pound body to even walk, and neck vertebrae that are 90% filled with air so it can lift up its head. Next,
So all of that whole previous bit was just what R.J. Downer calls the gee whiz argument, which basically you point to something that's kind of cool about an organism, you say, gee whiz, that's neat, therefore, what? Evolution? I also want to point out that this cladistic tree is already badly wrong because it says Thecodonts. And that's not a category that should be listed anymore, because that is an old term that has been superseded by many, many other terms that are much more accurate. And as you can see, it's not even listed as a monophyletic group.
Right, and that just shows you how out of date Genesis Apologetics actually is. Just out of curiosity, when was this video actually made? Do you know?
So I know that Genesis Apologetics is actually only about, I think they're only about like 8 years old or something.
Yeah.
And this was not made at the beginning of that. So I think this one was made in like, I'm not positive, but I think it's sometime around like 2017 or something.
Yeah, so they have absolutely no excuse for getting this information so out of date.
Right.
But again, this is supposed to be a topic about evidence for the flood, and they still haven't cited a single piece of evidence for the flood, just a bunch of interesting characteristics.
Actually, I think this one is about dinosaurs in the Bible.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Was the absence of dinosaur ancestors and transitions. Even the Chicago Field Museum sign admits there have been 0 transitions between dinosaur kinds.
What would it even mean for there to be a transition between dinosaur kinds? Plus,
yeah, and what's a kind and what's a dinosaur kind? How do you know if 2 fossil dinosaurs are the same kind or not? And there's been plenty of transitional fossils found. Transitional dinosaur.
and so another thing is we do in fact have basal dinosaurs that show the transition between later groups, right? So we have things like Pterosaurs, which is an extremely basal carnivorous dinosaur, and it's so basal that it basically represents the transitional form linking theropods and sauropods. There's still debate as to whether it's closer to sauropods or theropods, and it still has more fingers than is typical for later theropods, meaning it's still having all these transitions that are, leading towards what we think of as sort of the more derived dinosaurs. We also have things like Scutellosaurus, which is a great, very basal thyreophorans. Thyreophorans being the ankylosaurids and the stegosaurids. And it has features that are common to both, as well as more ancestral features, like both of those later groups became quadrupeds. But Scutellosaurus was at most a facultative quadruped. It could definitely run on 2 legs, and it's probable that it spent most of its time walking on 2 legs. So it's actually not the case that we don't have transitional forms. And if you go inside some of these other groups, like you go to, say, ceratopsians, we have amazing transitional forms showing links between most of the later Neoceratopsians. Extremely smooth transitions. And we go for like birdline dinosaurs. I've shown it on this channel many times. We have, really detailed information about organisms going from essentially basal Maniraptorans, or heck, even basal Coelurosaurs, all the way to birds going through, Maniraptorans, Eumaniraptorans, getting into things like Panada, which are the dinosaurs that actually have pennaceous feathers, getting into things like Picostalia, and just going all the way down in all these tiny little steps. We have all of this stuff. Now, what they're complaining about with this chart is that we don't put animals at these nodes. But the thing is, that's a result of how charts are constructed, because the chances that the transitional form you found is actually the real direct ancestor is fairly low. So whenever you put any group of organisms into any program that's going to generate a phylogenetic or a cladistic chart, right? All of the organisms that are put in that are going to end up as tips. The nodes are literally precluded from being an organism, because that's not how the charts are derived. So even if it were the case that the one you found is going to be the common ancestor of a later group, it's still in one of these charts going to be represented as branching off before that common ancestor. Because we don't actually produce charts that can show given taxa that are included in the analysis at the nodes. So basically, what Genesis Apologetics is complaining about here is, I don't like the way that you do the science, therefore you don't have the evidence. But that's not how it works. You can say, I would prefer that you put known ancestors at nodes, and then I'll say, well, I don't know for certain which ones are ancestors, but I could put representative forms, but that's still not how we actually do the math. So the chart that I derive wouldn't actually be based on the data, it would be based on my particular and unlikely interpretation of the data. So it would be fundamentally dishonest to do that, even if we had the actual ancestors. Let me see what else they got here.
Shows question marks regarding where they came from. It's almost like someone just put each basic kind on Earth right at the same time. There are even dinosaur design features that show they lived in the ideal pre-flood world. Pterodactyls may have been too heavy to fly in today's atmosphere.
No, they really weren't. So one of the things was that we didn't always have a whole lot of information about pterosaurs. One of the problems with pterosaurs is they don't preserve well. Even the largest ones had essentially paper-thin bones. And after death, these bones have a tendency to get crushed up and just destroyed. Pterosaurs are underrepresented in basically every fossil-bearing stratum where they occur. But we now know that they were exceptionally light, exceptionally efficient breathers, flyers. They had all sorts of very complex structures in their wing membranes to give them fine, really highly granular information about their pitch, yaw, and roll, their airspeed, their balance, all of this stuff. And they had a huge section of their brain devoted just to balance. These were animals that were extremely well adapted to flight. In fact, probably more adapted in many cases than birds. And there is no question that if you took a pterosaur from, say, the Jurassic, and you dumped it into modern day, that it would be able to fly. It absolutely would be able to fly. There's just no question about it. In fact, flight was so important to pterosaurs that we don't know of any flightless pterosaurs. As far as we can tell, no pterosaur ever actually became flightless, even on islands. So, yeah. And he's going to talk about big insects. Now, big insects probably did require higher oxygen content than we have today. That's because insect respiration is, in fact, less efficient than like a tetrapod-style respiration. As a result, they need a higher partial pressure of oxygen to effectively oxygenate large bodies. So that is probably the case, that the reason that we have larger insects primarily in the Carboniferous, or the Pennsylvanian and Mississippian if you're in North America, because North America has to be special. But yeah, the main reason for that is probably because of the higher oxygen content. But we also don't see these gigantic insects around with dinosaurs. Because if you remember, they said that, evolution says that these dinosaurs evolved 270 million years ago. Well, that's a long time after these guys.
Same with huge pre-flood dragonflies. The fossil record is filled with giant creatures and plants. We know this because there are billions of dead things buried in rock.
Oh, and Prototaxis also from the Paleozoic, not around when dinosaurs were here. So Genesis Apologetics has this problem of thinking that scientists think that there was like the age of prehistory, where all of these ancient extinct things were all just kind of alive together. But no, that's not the mainstream view. That's taking a weird interpretation of the Bible and sticking it onto mainstream, and then for some reason criticizing a horrible, horrible straw man of mainstream science.
Right. And it goes without saying that many of the dinosaurs that we see in popular media, such as Jurassic Park and other movies such as that, did not live together at the same time.
No, they did not. For instance, this is one that I like to point out. The time between Stegosaurus going extinct and Tyrannosaurus rex evolving is bigger than the time frame between Tyrannosaurus rex going extinct and humans evolving.
So that and that just puts the whole time scale into view. And we're talking about time scales of billions of years. We know there's been at least 5 mass extinctions in history. And so again, there's never been one just massive global extinction event like the flood or anything like that could explain all of these fossils all at the same time.
Right.
Rock layers laid down by water all over the earth. And when we look at the dinosaur fossil record, we see that they were buried furiously, rapidly, and simultaneously.
No, we do not see that. So what we see is occasional flooding events, but we also see flooding events that we know were not the direct cause of the death of organisms. So for instance, sometimes we'll get things like where we have a bone bed where the bones are individually graded. And what that means is that these animals had to decay to the point that the bones were separated from most of the soft tissue, or at least that the connections with the soft tissue were already very weak. And then some event caused them to flood into a new area, and that disrupted the bones, causing them to be graded. So that's at least 2 catastrophes. We also have instances where organisms are laid down in things that we know weren't watery. So for instance, we have Aeolian sandstone, and that is not in fact a kind of sauce that you might have on your pasta. Aeolian, in this case, means windborne. So if wind is depositing sandstone, and you get a fossil in it, well, that wasn't laid down in a watery disaster. And some fossils aren't even laid down in disasters. So, for instance, if you go to like the Solnhofen Lagerstätte, those were not laid down catastrophically. Those were laid down at the bottom of an anoxic lagoon. And the reason they're so well preserved isn't because of the rapidity of the burial. It's because of the slowness of the decay process, because it was anaerobic. So, what anaerobic bacteria lived down there couldn't rot these creatures faster than they were covered by the slow sedimentation. And as a result, they were exquisitely preserved. We know all of these things. And the thing is, you can say, oh, well, those sediments could have been laid down rapidly, but they couldn't. Because as a general rule of thumb, and you can actually look into specifics on this with each kind of rock, but fine-grained things like siltstone or shale, if they're laid down rapidly, they have what's called flocculation, in which there are various events that can cause this, but basically what ends up happening is some of the sediments start clumping together and precipitating out more rapidly. But you can detect that in the rock, and in many of these cases, we know that there aren't floccules in the rock, which means they had to be laid down slowly, because without flocculation, those fine-grained sediments only move down very slowly, because Brownian motion is often enough to overcome gravity for a long time. It's sort of like here's one thing: if you get some lime juice, right, and you put it in a glass. At first, it'll look like it's just cloudy, right? Or put it in some water, right? So take like 3 parts water, 1 part lime juice. Mix it in there, it'll be cloudy. Wait a while, and you'll notice that some little particles in the lime juice have started to clump together. And then if you wait long enough, they'll settle to the bottom of the glass. And you can start back up, and you'll redissolve the little particles that were suspended in the lime juice. But those little particles are like the floccules, and you can actually see them at the bottom of your glass as tiny little clumps, right? You can do the same thing with rocks. If there's these little tiny clumps, then you can see floccules, and you can know that it was deposited fairly rapidly. And I don't know why I got into lime juice, but now you guys have an experiment to perform to look at floccules. Or, well, something that's analogous to floccules. They're not actually floccules, but, here we go.
Oftentimes found fleeing in groups. Take this massive bone bed in Hilda, Canada. Thousands of centrosaurs were catastrophically buried over an entire square mile. Or this one in China, where thousands of different kinds of dinosaurs were simultaneously buried in a single 980-foot long ravine. There are hundreds of dinosaur bone beds all over the world, including...
The fact that you had to find these in ravines and they're not just everywhere itself indicates that maybe this wasn't a global catastrophe. Maybe it was a series of, non-simultaneous local catastrophes.
Right, exactly. And the type of evidence that you were pointing out conclusively demonstrates that this cannot all be explained by a global flood event.
Right.
We know what a flood deposit looks like. We know what a fossil should look like if it was found as a result of a flood. And we just do not see that throughout all of the geological column as we would expect if a global flood actually happened.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to hit play.
Including the U.S., where the Morrison Formation covers 13 states and 700,000 square miles. Thousands of torn-apart dinosaurs are buried here in hundreds of mass graves, with many found in the classic death pose with their necks arched back, choking as they died.
So we've already covered this last time, but I'm going to point out that some of the things that Genesis Apologetics likes to use as this evidence of the dinosaur arching its neck back also includes significant tail arching back, which isn't going to help you breathe. But also, the spine is arched to the point that it's actually disarticulating to some degree the rib cage. I'm sorry, I don't care how much you're arching back to breathe. You're not going to start distending your rib cage. It's just that's not going to help you breathe. And we also know that modern dinosaurs, when you kill them and then put them in cold water, their spines naturally start to arch in the same way. So we already have a perfectly ordinary explanation, and we also know that just drowning dinosaurs doesn't do this. If you drown a chicken, it doesn't arch its neck and tail all the way back. I'm not saying that you should go drown chickens. I'm just saying it's just not consistent with what we know of modern animals. But what is consistent is that this is a post-mortem effect of decay in water. And it is in fact true that most sedimentary deposits are in fact water. But interestingly, if you look at, say, some not sedimentary deposits, like, say, if you look at the alien sandstone that resulted in the fighting dinosaurs, which is a Protoceratops and a Velociraptor locked in combat, no death pose. Funny that.
Museum signs everywhere even admit they died in a watery catastrophe. Some dinosaurs were even found mummified, with tree leaves, flowers, ferns, shrubs, and algae still in their stomach. Dinosaurs are,
permineralized and impressions, permineralized examples and impressions of these things. This is actually Leonardo, and I talked about this on Apologia's channel, actually, with our fairly recent collaboration. And Leonardo is not actually a mummy in the sense of like an Egyptian mummy, right? So if you find like an Egyptian mummy or like one of the mummies in the Atacama Desert in South America, that body there is primarily composed of the original tissues and chemicals. It's just that they've been desiccated so that bacteria and other decomposers essentially can't grow on them because there's no water for them to use as a solvent for their biological activities. It's the same reason that honey doesn't rot, right? There's no water, nothing can grow on it. Okay. And so you're still getting the original material, minus the water, of course. In this case, these are stone impressions left in the shape of the soft tissue. This is not actually the original muscle tissue or skin or anything like that. These are impressions left in the rock, and it is exceptionally well preserved, but it's not some kind of mummy in the same sense as you normally think of. Like, this is, if you were to touch this, it would be rock hard because it is rock. It's not going to be leathery like if you were to, say, touch an Egyptian mummy.
even found buried with marine creatures. Isn't a global flood the best explanation for this?
Well, no. And there's a number of reasons, but one that's one of my favorites is just that evaporites exist throughout the geological column. So at various points, you'll get these deposits of things like salts. And the way that salts deposit in a layer is that water has to slowly evaporate from a large standing body, right? Let's say you have a sea transgression where a large section of North America is now covered in salt water from the ocean. Well, if that were to get cut off, which it sometimes will, eventually it'll start to evaporate away. And you'll get a big, thick salt deposit. Not the kind of thing you can get under a global flood, because that's doing the opposite of what allows salt to deposit, which is to say, evaporating. So just that proves that there couldn't be a global flood. But also, like I said earlier, there are certain kinds of stone, like limestone or non-flocculated shale, that occur again throughout the whole of the geological column that cannot be laid down in a flood. And so we know that no one flood could possibly be responsible for any of the geological column, never mind all of it.
Exactly, and never mind the past effects of radioelectric dating, which completely undermine their entire arguments.
Oh, and you know what? Rodent No Last Name just said that he got the Johnson & Johnson single-dose COVID vaccination. He guesses he's autistic now. Yeah, I hope I get to see too. I'm gonna be looking in this week into exactly who in the area. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually have a vaccine appointment on Tuesday. My friend on Facebook just called it the Fauci ouchie.
Nice. Yeah, I'm hoping that around here it opens up a little bit more, because where I live, they've been very slow to move through vaccine like candidate pools, and I get it. You know, it's not the easiest thing to coordinate and whatnot, but it's been like, come on, guys. So I'm hoping that that'll be open soon, because I would like to stop feeling like grocery shopping is an existential threat. Carrie Bronson for $5 says, I thought honey didn't rot because bees made a deal with bee Satan. Shows how much I know. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you got that entirely wrong. That is, bee Satan has nothing to do with that. Bee Satan is what prevents wasps from making honey. There you go.
Scientists have been discovering soft tissue in dinosaur bones.
Drink for Mark Armitage if you're drinking. I have a beverage, but there's no alcohol in it. I'm still going to take a sip, though.
Yeah, drink.
Because that's
Mary Schweitzer.
Yeah,
by the way, Mary Schweitzer, you know, every time creationists bring up dinosaurs, they're inevitably going to bring up Mary Schweitzer, who, by the way, is an old Earth creationist who has spoken vigorously against non-Earth creationists abusing and misusing her work.
Yeah.
And she's pretty much is on the record with Biologos and other organizations saying, hey, creationists are misrepresenting my work. They need to stop.
And for $4.49 reduce, Ian Chen says, all hail to the void, master of darkness. So do you? I think you get that one, right, David?
Yeah, from the Void stream from a few days ago.
Yeah. So actually, it was a week ago. Because it happened after my, if I remember correctly, it happened after my marathon stream. And what happened was I forgot to hit stop streaming on OBS, and a few hours later, YouTube just decided that meant that I was live, and they created a blank stream. And my OBS, like, it was still streaming, but it was streaming a black screen because it wasn't capturing anything. And since all the audio inputs were muted, it was literally zero content. And I didn't find out until like 5.5 hours later.
Yeah, but we still had a good time chatting with each other in the sidebar chats and giving you super chats. So
Yes, I actually got a fairly decent amount of super chats. So thank you everyone who super chatted during my nonsense stream of nothing. So yeah, I appreciate that. So we're gonna get another bit in, and then we're gonna take a quick break because we're about the hour, and I want to take a break every hour to hour and a half or so.
They describe blood cells, blood vessels, connective tissue, and even collagen, which has a maximum shelf life of about 900,000 years at 40 degrees.
Nope, as we've already discussed, there are in fact known preservation mechanisms which can extend that shelf life considerably. One of which being buried in iron-rich soil, which actually doesn't preserve the collagen perfectly. It actually creates molecular fossils of the collagen in some cases, where iron actually infiltrates and replaces some of the original material. So Rodin, no last name, asks how many super chats did the Void get? I don't remember the number of them, but I remember that it totaled over $70 in super chats. So
yep, and that's interesting. $70 for super chats, and all what you did was sleep.
Yeah. Apparently, technically the internet was paying me to sleep. So thank you guys. I really do appreciate that. I'm always floored that anyone bothers to super chat at all, or like join the Patreon or become a channel member. It's always great. And actually, we just recently passed the threshold to get another Patreon, or not Patreon, for channel members. So we now have a new sticker. So if any of you are channel members, which I know some of you are, you can check out the stickers, and there's a new one.
With a maximum shelf life of less than 1 million years, what's collagen doing in dinosaur bones that are supposedly 65 million years old? Many dinosaur bones are even found unfossilized in places like Madagascar, Alaska, and Montana.
So this is a curious bit. Oh, and we have a $5 from Carrie Bronson that says, the Void is gone now, but it shall return. It always returns. Well, you know, usually after I do a break, there's a little bit of Void. Like after I come back from one of my breaks. Yeah, so yes, it almost certainly will return. Let's see. So this claim here is basically just to point out that the calcium... Look, you know what? I always get it wrong because I can't chemistry. This calcium, mostly calcium, structure of the bone is basically just a rock, right? And so in some finds, the original bone is still there, but usually it's been infilled by various minerals and things like that. Not always. But the thing is, that doesn't really make it not a rock or not a fossil, because a fossil is evidence of ancient life. So a footprint is a fossil. Is it fossilized? I mean, it's lithified. Or if you have, say, the calcite lens of a trilobite eye, that's going to be the original calcite, because calcite doesn't really rot, right? So it's not quote-unquote fossilized in the sense that it's been replaced by some other material. It's still a fossil because it's evidence of ancient life. So this is really a non-objection. It's just that the public thinks of fossilization purely in terms of permineralization, and that's just not an accurate view of how fossils work. It's the popular one, and I get why they say it, but all this means is that Genesis Apologetics doesn't actually know what a fossil is. And with that, we are going to take a quick break. Please enjoy the the intermission video, and I will be back in a few minutes.
I want to take a moment to talk about something serious. There is a problem facing late surviving non-avian dinosaurs in modern America. hunting is very strictly regulated, and only allowed at certain times of the year. This means that for much of the year we have to rely on farm-raised food, which means money. If you want to help a starving dinosaur, please consider donating on Patreon, or buying from my merch store. Links are in the description. Please help. Dinosaurs all over YouTube are depending on you to help them through the hunting off-season.
Oh, Nani? Dare? Oh, Gojira desu ka? Hai, Gojira-san. Hai. Muted. So we are muted. So, yep. That was me being bad at this. Sorry about that. Oh, come on. Okay, so now we're unmuted. And basically what I was saying is you can have a accurate but non-exhaustive history. And I'll just leave it at that and keep going, because now I'm embarrassed.
Well, the term dinosaur wasn't even invented until 1841, and Bible translations before this time used the term dragon over 35 times.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Bible translations before the invention of the word dinosaur obviously didn't use the word dinosaur. The void has eaten my audio. There's audio now. Well, I don't know how far back you guys are, so my bad. But anyway, if the Bible really did talk about, say, dinosaurs, it would be very easy to find those areas where it's talking about dinosaurs and then just translate it as dinosaur right now. We don't. You know why? Because none of the animals mentioned in the Bible are obviously dinosaurs, except for the birds. Vandalia 1988 says, you ever think about labeling the fossils in the commercial? Basically, that requires effort that I don't ever... I would like for it to be done, but at no point have I felt like that is the best use of my time, is basically what that comes down to. Also, I love this version of Draco Rex where it's like intentionally, exaggeratedly dragon-like, and they don't even put the lower beak on it. Because here's an interesting thing about, well, it's actually Pachycephalosaurus, but, you know, the Draco Rex morph or ontological step. Like all ornithischians, it has a predentary bone, which is actually one of the biggest clues that you're looking at in ornithischian is the predentary bone. And it supports the lower beak. This guy doesn't even have one. Again, just to make it look more like a dragon. And what were you going to say, David?
No. Go on.
Oh, okay. Bless you.
Excuse me.
Many contexts describing dinosaur-like creatures. Job chapter 40 describes a majestic creature using the name behemoth, which means colossal beast. In context, Job and his philosopher friends just finished over 30...
Also, here's one quick thing. I hate that English takes the emphatic consonants from Hebrew, and then because the tradition has been to transliterate them into Latin with an H, then just uses a th sound. If you listen to a Hebrew speaker pronounce that word, there's not going to be a th at the end. In fact, I'm not even sure that modern Hebrew even preserves a phonemic distinction between the emphatic and non-emphatic consonants. But then again, I don't know about the language. Maybe if Karen is here, he can let me know. But yeah, it's just one of my little pet peeves, and I don't know why it doesn't bother me with like the J sound that English uses for words like Joshua or Jesus, which is just as silly. But I don't know.
And the actual Hebrew, it would have been pronounced behemoth. Not behemoth.
Yeah,
behemoth.
That T at the end is what's called emphatic. And while it's not exactly clear what the realization of emphatic consonants was in every ancient Hebrew or Semitic language, yeah, it's definitely not a th sound. And yeah, Smitty says Bahamut, and yeah, there's an actual etymological connection between Bahamut and behemoth.
Chapters of dialogue trying to explain God and why he would allow such hardships into Job's life. Then God shows up in a whirlwind, tells Job to brace himself like a man, and says that he would be the one asking Job the questions for a while. Then, for 4 chapters straight, God asks Job 77 rhetorical questions that all have to do with creation. After explaining to Job that he is the master designer of space and earth, God describes 13 of his created animals, such as an ostrich, horse, and deer, then caps off the discussion by telling Job about his 2 grandest creations, Behemoth and Leviathan. God calls Behemoth the first of all his ways, meaning the first in rank, the chief, the most supreme of his creative works. In context, God is saying to Job, sit down, brace yourself, and now I will tell you of the chief of all...
I gotta say, I like that person putting on some kind of like a corset or something, and they're like tightening it up as their visual for brace yourself. I actually think that works pretty well.
Yeah, by the way, it should be worth pointing out that most scholars would agree that the behemoth and the Leviathan and the Book of Job were basically the Nile crocodile and the elephant. Job is very much speaking in a poetic language, and should not be taken literally.
Yeah. Or another big option is that there might be mythologized versions of those animals. And
Right, exactly.
Tesla Ranger asked if it was body armor. I think it might have been, or at least costume armor or something like that. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it was.
All my works. The biggest, most amazing land creature I ever made. When we...
F in the chat for those sauropod 4 feet. Those are terrible. Taking a drink of my non-alcoholic beverage. I don't even know why I bother. Ugh, gross.
Scan through all land-dwelling creatures, both living and extinct.
I want to point out that this is not Genesis Apologetics original footage. This is one of those... there's a channel that does these sort of like size comparisons of groups of extinct organisms. This is one of them. I am very confident that if asked for permission to use this, that this copyright owner would have said no, which means they're relying on fair use for this. The kind of thing that they've been taking down videos for. I just want to point out that whole thing, because the entire reason I'm here doing this, wouldn't have been doing it otherwise, is that I had something over a dozen of my videos taken down because they contain Genesis Apologetics copyrighted material that I was using under fair use.
Yeah. And I highly doubt Genesis Apologetics actually went out to pay Ray Comfort and all of these people the money necessary to have these copyrights. So it's just Genesis Apologetics being hypocritical.
Yep.
Which one comes up as the first in rank, the most colossal, or the chief? Clearly the sauropod dinosaur. Pairing God's word that Behemoth is the grandest creature he ever made with the fact that sauropods are the largest land creatures we've ever found should give us a clue to Behemoth's identity.
No, because the thing is, in order to make the argument that because this book says it's the biggest thing, you would have to already have evidence that they knew that the biggest thing was the sauropod, right?
Right, and the biggest thing they knew about could have been the elephant.
It probably was, because at the time, it was the largest land animal that we know they knew about.
Exactly.
We know they knew about them. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it seems more probable that they're talking about an elephant and not an actual dinosaur.
Right. And we know they knew about elephants because war elephants were traded from India all throughout the Mesopotamia and even into parts of the Mediterranean. Elephants were held in menageries of ancient kings. And so we know that the elephant wasn't an unknown animal. We have explicit references to it. What we don't have are explicit references to sauropods.
Sauropods were huge. The largest one found to date was over 120 feet long. That's 10 freeway lanes across. At a weight of 76 tons, it's a wonder these creatures could even walk. In fact, Dr. Waddell was granted an international award for discovering one of the secrets behind how their mobility was even possible. Their bones were pneumatic. They were charged with air.
An interesting similarity to birds, who along with sauropods are Saurischian dinosaurs. So it's interesting that on the one hand, you have pneumaticity, which actually goes back almost certainly to Archosauria, because we have similar pneumaticity in many pseudoseuchians. But pneumaticity in sauropods is accepted to allow them to reach larger sizes by lightening while not significantly weakening the bones. And in birds, it's used to help with flight by making birds exceptionally light given their body size. Weird. It's almost like an ancestral trait evolved in different directions in different but still related lines. Man.
Dr. Waddell notes they were marvels of biological engineering, and that efficiency of design is especially evident in their vertebrae. The bone...
I hate this reconstruction. So, okay. There's this big hollowed out area at the nares, and the thing is that at one point, we actually did think that the external nostrils on macronarian sauropods were somewhere around the actual nares in the skull. But based on more detailed skulls, because sauropod skulls are the hardest part of sauropods to find because they're basically just a series of little tiny bone struts and a brain case. But with better skulls, we actually now have scarring and stuff on the snouts of these animals, and so we know the external opening of in the flesh dinosaur would actually have been near the tip of the snout, and that there was a fleshy tube connecting it to the actual nares in the skull. And also, this thing is shrink wrapped all to heck. You can see every single little bone in there, and no modern animals do that, and so it's very unlikely that any ancient animals did that either, that you could just count the bones by looking at the animal in the flesh, in the skull. So yeah, I hate this cursed sauropod that they're showing us. The feet were bad, the head is bad. It's just bad, man.
That make up the backbone. It turns out their vertebrae was increasingly lighter, higher up the spinal column, and were filled with air, some up to 90%.
This is just another gee whiz, though. That's the thing, is that, first of all, ligaments across the vertebrae are common to tetrapods, because tetrapods have necks. And if you want to support the head, it helps to have ligaments. And of course, there are ligaments between all of the vertebrae, right? So all that happens is that as, ancient Sarcopterygians start separating the head from the shoulders, you start strengthening the ligaments in what is now emerging as a neck. And as you get bigger and bigger necks, you strengthen it more and more. And one of the things we know is that even in modern dinosaurs, there's extensive ligaments helping support the neck. If you were to dissect an ostrich neck or something, one of the things that you would find is that all the cervical vertebrae are crisscrossed by these really big ligaments. This isn't something that is unique to sauropods that couldn't have evolved. This is, again, an ancestral trait being used to support a highly derived condition. And the entire way through, there's nothing exceptional about strengthening these ligaments. And even in cases where they start to ossify, ossification of ligaments is a common thing that happens all over the place because it's very easy to get the chemical signals for ligaments to start depositing, actual bone material. You have a lot of the same kinds of cells there, and cells can migrate to there. So yeah, in fact, it's such an easy thing that there are genetic diseases that result in ligaments that shouldn't be ossifying. It's the simplest kind of thing to have happen for ligaments to ossify.
Matt puts sauropod backbones through a CT scanner. He finds a real surprise. The X-ray slices from the CT scans reveal not marrow, but a honeycomb pattern inside the dinosaur's back and neck bones.
Marrow is primarily from the long bones, which is things like, the humerus and the femur and things like that. But, there's a reason that when you decide to go eat some marrow in the modern world, you usually buy a cow femur. And you roast it in the oven so it cracks open, and you can open up, and you can scoop out the marrow. Now, I recognize most people don't eat marrow nowadays, but still, there's a reason that you don't go buy a vertebra. It's because there's not going to be a whole lot of marrow in there. So you shouldn't expect to see extensive marrow. And where you have a bone that is already has a high degree of pneumaticity, it's not exactly a stretch for, as the animal gets larger, you reduce the space for marrow, in some cases all the way down to 0, and you increase pneumaticity. These aren't exactly radical changes. They're just variations on the same basic anatomy that you're getting. And we just lost David. David, feel free to come back.
Filled only with air. Matt's work shows that the bigger dinosaurs got, the more air they had in
Welcome back.
Their vertebrae.
This is one neck vertebra from Supersaurus.
A neck bone like this would have been light enough for one man to lift. The same size mammal bone would require a forklift.
Yeah, hence why mammals have trouble getting to those sizes. Also, mammals have much higher metabolisms, most likely, than sauropods did, which can also limit how big they can get. But yeah, and Pterodactyl Hunter says, marrow. Yeah, man, hey. Marrow can be some good stuff. Spread it on some toast. I want some toast now. I don't have any marrow.
Now, we found that the biggest of these sauropods, the vertebrae were about 90% air. So that's comparable to styrofoam.
So the bigger the dinosaurs got, the more air sac-like structures running into the bone.
Absolutely.
While this may solve the puzzle of how they could lift and move their massive heads and necks, it doesn't solve the challenge of how they could possibly inhale enough oxygen through their tiny nostrils, which were only about twice the size of those on a living horse.
Well, one thing is, while they're not eating, the mouth is also an option. So it's really not that big of a deal. Another thing is that doesn't really restrict airflow all that much. I mean, if you inflate the lung you're not going to have so much head loss at the nostril that it's going to seriously reduce how much air you're getting. Now, that being said, also, sauropods didn't actually inflate the lung. Like other dinosaurs, they had a one-way respiratory system, which was highly efficient because it had minimal mixing of used or oxygenated and deoxygenated air, and it was assisted in being powered by various air sacs throughout the body, including in the limbs. So all this combines to say that dinosaurs, sauropods included, had, compared to mammals, hyper-efficient respiratory systems. It's really not a big deal. They could get by with less volume of air per volume of flesh than mammals, a lot less. And still, it's even not that big a deal because unless your nostrils are really, really tiny, you're not going to be causing that much extra head loss at the opening that it's going to be troublesome to get the fresh air into the lungs. Yeah, weird, right?
Perhaps they thrived better in a world before Noah's flood when the oxygen levels were likely higher.
By the way, one of the reasons you can tell this was produced by creationists is it has sauropods hanging out underwater. While we know the sauropods could swim to some extent, they could not actually survive very long with their entire torso submerged because they were so big that the high pressure that would be caused from being under that much water would actually have caused problems for breathing.
Their long necks and tails resembled living suspension bridges. For this creature to eat, breathe, and move its long neck, the series of over 12 neck vertebrae had to be interlocking and twistable. They also had...
But that's just how vertebrae work. Vertebrae typically interlock and can twist. This isn't a special feature, it's just that it was very specialized in sauropods for support. Right? Like, all you're pointing out, all of this is just like, hey, sauropods do this thing that everything does, but they do it really well in this one specific way because they're big. And the thing is that that's just the kind of thing that evolution is like, well, yeah. Evolution predicts that when you make some creature extreme in some way, it adapts pre-existing parts of its anatomy in certain ways to allow it to physically exist. Like, this isn't exactly some kind of surprise. And it's not like it gained entirely new structures. They're all just different shapes and sizes of pre-existing structures that you would find in modest size ancestors like prosauropods, like Plateosaurus. So how did Noah's flood affect oxygen levels from spinning? Yeah, I don't know. They just kind of assert that after the flood there was less oxygen, I guess because it killed all the plants or something. I don't actually have a good answer for that. I've never really seen a good explanation as to why the flood lowered oxygen levels. Just flat statements that it did. So...
had to have anchoring points in just the right places for muscles and ligaments to connect in such a way to prevent the neck from pinching veins and nerves and to brace the trachea and esophagus.
Again, that's true for all organisms. So, and it's also not the case that these locations were hyper-specific, because we know that different sauropods had different shaped vertebrae, which meant that animals of similar size could accommodate differences in the attachment points for ligaments and muscles. And yes, they're precluded from having these attachment places in areas that would cause excessive pinching of the, the spinal cord. But that's just true for all organisms. It's just that for sauropods, some of the things that had to be taken under consideration are the extreme effects of gravity. And for $5 from Van Nally in 1998, we have, oh yeah, if you lived in the 80s, they had sauropods in water in the books all the time. Yeah, they did. The idea was that, they were so big that how could they support their own weight? So they must have had... they must have lived underwater. But later analysis showed that if you actually submerged a sauropod like that, it almost certainly couldn't actually expand its air sacs sufficiently to draw in water from the surface, which is actually a problem for that limits like how long a snorkel can be. So a snorkel is great for swimming near the surface, but there's a reason that they usually only extend a few inches above your head. If you were trying to breathe through a 6-foot-long snorkel under 6 feet of water, you would have trouble actually pushing your diaphragm down far enough to actually expand against that pressure and draw actual water through the snorkel. So there's only so far down that you can snorkel, and sauropods were too big to essentially snorkel with their whole head.
Right, and we just don't know if you just saw the $5 chip tax we just got.
Oh, we did do that $5 super chat, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up again, was the underwater sauropods.
Okay, yeah. But again, it just shows you how out of date the creationists actually are.
Yep. And actually, Ratchet Freak points out you need an air pump to help you breathe. Yeah. So the whole so when you get a scuba tank, right? It's highly pressurized air in there, but then you have a regulator valve in the mouthpiece, right? And that sets the pressure that comes out of the mouthpiece such that it's sufficiently high to allow you to breathe at different depths. So it actually is sensing not only the pressure in the tank, but also the pressure outside. And it's regulating the pressure that you're breathing in to be similar to the pressure outside of you. And that's one of the reasons why you can actually use scuba at high depths, is because it's pumping in high pressure air into your lungs to counteract the fact that you're in an extremely high pressure environment underwater. Again, that's why snorkeling, you can't snorkel down 10 feet. It's not going to work, even if you have a tube going 10 feet up. So, and for $5.99 dollar dues, Ian Chen says for $5.99, reduced echo, more nefs and depths. Wait, are we getting echo?
I don't know. Do we do? I don't know. Are we echoing?
Oh no, he was making us echo by putting in that super chat. Got it.
Okay. Yeah, and he wants more of us doing streams together, I guess.
Well, I mean, hey, that's fine. Let's see. Krellbaugh is discredited by other creationists. Yeah, that's true. Even other creationists don't take Krellbaugh very seriously.
God even describes Behemoth's diet, eating grass like an ox. In 2005, researchers found grass and sauropod coprolites in India, and some paleobotanists are even saying that this will cause a rewrite in our understanding of dinosaur evolution, because...
No, grass evolution. But here's the thing. We also know that only some sauropods could effectively graze, which means eating low-lying plants. And it's still only fairly late sauropods that are having this option, right? But things like titanosaurs were high browsers. So only certain sauropods were eating grass. Most of them weren't. And so I guess we could say that this doesn't preclude the sauropod interpretation. But it's not the typical sauropod diet. And it's also not an unusual diet for many animals. Now, it's not also the typical elephant diet, which might push this towards an identification of something like a hippopotamus or something. I don't know. I'm not here to tell you what behemoth definitely is. I'm just here to tell you that so far, nothing about the description has specified sauropod. And for $2.99 dollar dues, Ian Chen said it meant Neff. Love you guys. Yeah, he did spell your name with a PH, which is a no-no. I wasn't going to bring it up, but, you know.
Yeah. I just pretended it didn't happen. I love you too, Ian. You're a good guy, good friend of mine. Thank you for your support.
Which actually, Ian sent me a video the other day that I'm going to be uploading to my channel. I'll put my intro and whatnot in a little intro explaining what the video is. But basically, it's his opening statement from what was supposed to be his debate with Neffy.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I debated Neffy. I debated Neff a few weeks ago on the flood.
Yep. So here we go.
Evolution holds that grass didn't evolve until millions of years after the dinosaurs had gone extinct.
No. Even before this discovery, the end Cretaceous was still when grass was thought to have evolved. So there would have been some period of time before the extinction of the dinosaurs, well, the non-avian dinosaurs, where there would have been grass around, even under previous ideas.
God describes Behemoth's strength in his hips and power in his stomach muscles. Again, we have a strong clue that Behemoth was a sauropod dinosaur because, while many animals have strong hips and stomach muscles, none were as strong as the sauropod.
Okay. But again, this doesn't actually specify the sauropod, because in order to make this say sauropod, you have to have other evidence that they even knew what that was. Now, we have evidence that people at the time knew what hippos were and elephants were, and they knew what rhinoceroses were. And so all of these still are more parsimonious explanations than sauropod. Does this preclude sauropod? No. Does it require it? Again, no. Now, if Job had said, like, oh, it has an exceedingly long neck like the giraffe, and a tail as long as the River Jordan, and it stands as tall as the tallest towers, then maybe at that point I'd be like, okay, well, that's pretty sauropod-y. But it doesn't say any of those things. In fact, it doesn't, as far as I know, even mention behemoth's neck. Which, I mean, let's be honest. What's one of the first things that you see when you see a sauropod? It's a ridiculous neck. It's one of the reasons why in Land Before Time they were called long necks, because that's what everyone knows about sauropods. So it's a little bit suspicious that the Bible is just kind of silent on the neck of behemoth. Just saying.
The muscle structure around the hips and stomach that were necessary for sauropods to move, walk, turn, and eat would be incredible. In fact, for some sauropods, like the Diplodocus, its highest point of its core body was the hips, and its whole body balanced on the hips, front to back. Diplodocus was able to...
I'm actually going to point out that balancing around the hips or the knees is basically where almost every dinosaur balanced. It's actually not very surprising. It's almost like they're related. And balancing it around that point is a sign of ancestral bipedal locomotion, which we happen to know that the basemost dinosaurs, all bipeds. In fact, obligate bipeds, including the basalmost sauropodomorphs. So, again, we're just being given things that are completely in line with what we would expect from evolution.
To rear up on its back legs and balance on its tail like a tripod, making use of the hips to support not just the back half of its body, but the front half too.
No, probably not actually putting much weight on the tail. Tails weren't built for bearing weight like a kangaroo. I guess it's possible that the tail touched the ground. In fact, it's not very hard to believe. But yeah, this is simply shifting the rest of the weight of the body farther back and countering that with the tail, not supporting it like a tripod.
This required enormous strength in the hip and stomach muscles, considering they lifted tons of its own body into the air. Below the hips was an incredible weight distribution system that went from a massive femur, which in some cases was about 8 feet long, to 2 shin bones, then to 5 toes. Behemoth's tail...
Why is that remarkable? That's literally the anatomical arrangement. That's just like, you're a tetrapod, Harry. What do you want from sauropods? It would be more exceptional if they did something else like frogs, right? Where the tibia and the fibula are actually fused. That would be remarkable. Well, that would be cool. It wouldn't disprove evolution, and it also wouldn't make Behemoth a sauropod, but at least it would give you a reason to bring it up. Like, pointing out that sauropods have stock standard but beefy legs doesn't... What point are you even making? I don't get it.
Also closely matches those of sauropods. God describes that he moves his tail like a cedar tree, and follows this by...
Or it stiffens his tail like a cedar tree. And of course, tail, in not just Hebrew, but in other languages, including Latin, was also either the word for or a euphemism for penis. So, and even if we go with it's actually the tail, moving its tail like a Middle Eastern cedar tree is actually kind of what it already does if you're an elephant or a hippo or a rhino.
Yeah, and that is actually an excellent point. Jeb 40, I'm going to try and pull up a commentary real quick.
I'm going to hit play while you're doing that. Let me know when you do it.
Stating the sinews of his thighs are tightly knit. Paleontologists have learned from muscle attachment locations in their bones that the tightly knit structure of Behemoth's thighs and hips actually made his tail sway from side to side with each step, much as...
Okay, well, let's see where he goes with this.
As a cedar tree does when it sways in the wind.
Okay, so you know that when it says its tail moves like a cedar tree, it's talking about swishing around side to side, which means you also know that that doesn't actually help your argument that it was a gigantic tail. It just means that it was swishing around side to side. And also, the strength of its sinews are in its belly. That was almost certainly a reference to its testicles. Yeah. Because it also mentions stone, which doesn't actually get translated in a lot of modern translations as stones. But yeah, probably talking about the animal's genitalia in that whole section.
Tail drag marks are only rarely found behind sauropod footprints, indicating their tails were raised while they walked.
But again, that's just a typical dinosaur thing. And it's also true for all the other purported animals that could be behemoth, that none of them drag their tails on the ground. Because actually, tail dragging basically doesn't occur unless you're like a snake or something. Animals just don't tend to drag their tails on the ground.
It's difficult to think of a creature that fits this biblical description better than a sauropod dinosaur. God describes his bones like beams of bronze. Most Bible versions translate this phrase as tubes of bronze, conduits of bronze, or pipes of brass, which conveys both strength and being hollow like a channel or a tube.
The thing is, long bones in organisms just tend to be hollow or tube-like. Why is that? Well, we already discussed it. Marrow. You can't just put marrow inside solid bone. So dinosaurs, and sauropods included, aren't actually unusual in having hollow long bones, right? Crack open a human femur, you're going to find a hollow in the middle. Crack open a cow femur, you're going to find a hollow in the middle. Crack open a crocodile femur, you're going to find a hollow in the middle. And the reference to bronze or brass just means it's strong. I mean, you take a baseball bat to an elephant bone, and it's going to take a while before you actually break it, especially if it's underneath all the tissue that's normally there in life. So, while all of this is at least consistent with a sauropod, right? I can't say any of these descriptions couldn't apply to a sauropod. They don't exclusively apply to a sauropod. And if you want to say that behemoth is a sauropod, you're going to have a pretty specific definition in order to convince me that the animal you're talking about is an animal that we don't have any other evidence of being known of or existing at the time and place that it's likely for the authorship of Job. Like, it is much simpler to go with almost any other animal, because a lot of other animals fit this description.
This matches the fact that sauropods had the largest leg bones of any animal, and they are in fact, just like tubes of metal, have...
No, it doesn't, because nothing about being like a tube of bronze implies size in the first place. It implies strength, but lots of animals have strong bones.
Having a hard outer casing and spongy marrow and veins on the inside. Then God says that its ribs are like bars of iron. Unlike much of sauropod's skeleton that was spongy and filled with air for weight savings, its ribs were fully ossified.
But that's also, again, a pretty much just standard animal thing. Like, from fish to, like, I can't say frogs because they don't really have ribs, but like from fish to snakes to mammals, ribs are solid bits of bone. Like, this isn't anything. This is a nothing. All that this is telling me is sauropods were like animals. Okay.
They were made out of solid bone. Again, we have a perfect match. God even describes Behemoth's habitat. He lies under the lotus trees, in a covert of reeds and marsh. The lotus trees cover him with their shade, and the willows by the brook surround him.
And actually, this is an area where we can say that probably makes it not a sauropod. Because like we've already discussed, sauropods were actually too big to really fully submerge themselves and be able to breathe. So we know that they did occasionally cross streams and whatnot, but they did not spend their time hanging out in swamps or rivers or lakes.
This was a creature that had to be near lots of green food, living in a lush, tropical environment. Large sauropods...
Wrong, actually. We know many of sauropods, especially from the Jurassic, from the Morrison Formation that they themselves were talking about earlier, that lived in very arid environments. The Morrison Formation was basically one big desert. The closest analog you can find today to that might be like, maybe like the Namibian desert, right? Because it's not like the Sahara, which is a bunch of sand. And it's not. It probably was about as hot as the Sonoran Desert, but it probably wasn't as dry as the Sonoran Desert. So yeah, like, if you want to get similar to where these sauropods were living, and you're in, say, North America, the closest you can get is like, northwestern Mexico, southwestern USA. Yeah, this was not a lush swamp environment. And they had to travel a long time to get to, trees and whatnot. But yeah, they did not need to be around, swamps or lakes. It's just not true.
Sauropods had to eat half a ton of vegetation every day, and they likely had to eat all day long to consume this amount of food.
So, yes and no. They definitely needed to have a lot of food overall, but not nearly as much as you would expect based on their size if you're saying comparing it to like an elephant or something. Sauropods, by the time they were adults, probably had fairly slow metabolisms. And we know that mammals have exceptionally high metabolisms. So it's probably not going to be as much as you would get from, say, scaling up an elephant to that size. But it is still the case that, generally speaking, yes, sauropods would need to eat enormous amounts of food.
Next, God says that indeed the river may rage, yet he is not disturbed. He is confident, though the Jordan gushes into his mouth. Why would God point out that this animal can stand in a rushing river? Lots of animals can do this, depending on the size of the rushing river.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Why would he? I'm curious to see what point is going to be made here. Got any predictions, David?
I'm going to predict somehow it has to do with therefore magic somehow.
Okay, that's fair.
Who knows?
In this case, God said the river may rage, yet he is not disturbed, and that Behemoth is confident even though this raging river should gush into his mouth. The Jordan River is the largest river in Palestine, and it currently flows at only 15% of the rate it flowed in the past. Even so, in the winter, this river would be incredibly difficult to cross, and it would take a very sizable animal to stand undisturbed in this rushing current, and even more, let the current gush into its mouth. Some of the larger sauropods stood over 20 feet at the shoulders and weighed over 70 tons. Creatures of this size and mass could withstand a raging river better than any others.
Okay, but so? I mean, first of all, the whole Jordan gushes into its mouth, for me, conjures up the image of the entire volume of the Jordan River going into the mouth of an animal, which clearly takes it outside the realm of actual real organisms. Because even today, and I'm not going to dispute the 15% current flow, right? Sure, I'll just give you that, because it doesn't really help your case. Yeah, this is just a description of a mythologized version of some animal. And at that point, it doesn't matter how big the actual animal is, because that's not a description that really makes sense for anything. And just the fact that we actually do have sauropods that get swept away by floods, we know it's actually not the case that they were just immune to getting swept away by raging rivers. Which is also kind of a point they were trying to make earlier with talking about dinosaur beds in the Morrison Formation formed by flooding. You want to know what one of the most common kinds of animals in Morrison Formation deposits are? Sauropods. So I don't know what to tell you. This doesn't really help the sauropod case.
Yep. And I know I'm just going to go off on a little tangent here, but with the way that the geological column is and the fossils are sorted, it's interesting that some of these arguments from creationists to have their rescue devices is that these dinosaurs or whatever were running to the higher ground. These sauropods here probably wouldn't have been able to even make it to these the mythical higher grounds within these.
All right.
So.
Oh.
Even with all this evidence, some say that Behemoth was just a mythical creature. But why would God try to display his awesome creative power by describing something that never existed? Anyone can do that. And why would God say that Behemoth...
Because the entire point is rhetoric, and what actually matters to the author of Job is describing the power of God. It doesn't really matter that much if this creature is actual or mythological, as long as it expresses the power of God. Because the book of Job isn't about trying to convert people to believing in the God of the Hebrews. The point of it is to make an explanation as to why people suffer when there is a God out there. Why doesn't God fix everything? And it offers some various answers, one of which is simply that you don't get to question God because he's far more powerful than you, and you're essentially sort of an ant. Now, is it the most fun lesson to learn? No. Does it really cohere really well with later ideas about God being all-loving and all-caring? Well, maybe, maybe not. I'll leave that up to your own theological interpretation, if you care. But yeah, you're misunderstanding the whole point of Job if you think that it's trying to convince you that God is real. Job is not a book to convince you God is real. Job is a book that assumes that you already believe in God.
And keep in mind, Job is using very much poetic, hyperbolic language in his overall text. In fact, the Jewish rabbis actually understood the entire, and the Talmud, there's a whole discussion as to whether or not Job actually existed, or whether or not the whole thing is a parable, a poetic parable. And the conclusion from some of the rabbis in the Talmud is that this whole thing is basically an allegorical parable. So again, something that we cannot take to be literal on face value.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Behemoth was the chief of all his creations after describing 13 real, still living animals in the same passage. Why go through all the trouble to describe Behemoth as a grass-eating animal that lies peacefully in the shadow of the river plants along with his physical description, diet, and habitat, all of which happen to fit a known creature?
They actually don't all fit the sauropod, and they fit other organisms better, but we'll let you finish your sentence.
Sauropod dinosaur. Certain Bible footnotes state that Behemoth was a hippo or an elephant, but
Okay, let's see. Made along with man? It's actually no for all of them, whatever. Eats grass like an ox? It's actually a not typical for... Well, let's let him finish this.
neither comes close to matching all 13 characters.
Okay, here we go. So, made along with man. It's actually a no for all of them. Eats grass like an ox. It's kind of a maybe for some sauropods. It's a yes for hippos. Kind of a no for elephants. Strengthens hip, stomachs, muscles. It's yes for all of them. Moves tail like a cedar. I'm actually going to go ahead and say yes for all of them. Let's see. Sinews of his thighs are tightly knit. I'm going to go with yes for all of them, which, to be fair, they do too. Bones are like beams of bronze. I'm going to go with yes for all of them. Okay. Ribs like bars of iron. Yes for all of them. Mountains yield foot for him, and all the beasts of the field play there. I'm actually going to go with no for all of them. Lies under lotus trees and reads a march. That's actually a no for the sauropod. Probably actually a yes for the hippo, even though they have it as a no. And usually, maybe is fine for elephants. Lotus trees cover him with their shade. Willows by the brook surround him. So that's going to probably be a no for sauropods. But probably a yes for the other two. The river may rage, yet he is not disturbed. That's actually going to be a no for all of them. He is confident, though the Jordan gushes into his mouth. I'm going to go with no for all of them also. But I actually don't think the sauropod fits particularly well. What do you think? Do you have a different assessment?
It's hard to actually see what they're... it's hard to see this image on my end. But I would pretty much agree with your analysis. But again, as I was mentioning earlier, this is all very much hyperbolic, poetic language.
Yeah.
So we have to understand this to be poetic. It cannot be used to be understood as a literal, okay, this is the actual plain meaning of the text, because, again, this is an allegory.
Right. All right, well, let's keep going here.
Characteristics God used to describe Behemoth. Certainly hippos and elephants aren't the first in rank or chief of God's creations. Would
only if you know about the sauropods.
God tell Job to gird up his loins, to behold the chief of his creations, just to show off a hippo?
I mean, given how horrifyingly dangerous hippos are, yeah, maybe. Look, hippos are basically river monsters. They should make you soil your pants and run the other way.
Yeah, and hippopotamuses and elephants, they would have been the largest animals that the ancient Israelites would have probably known about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to do a quick search. People killed by hippos. This is see what comes up. Hippopotamus is the world's steadiest large mammal, killing an estimated 500 people per year in Africa, from the BBC News. So they're definitely not something to be messed around with.
Yeah. And for $5 from Vandalia 1998, do they still confuse Middle East cedars and North American cedars? Actually, in this one, they go into the swaying like a cedar. So I think they actually managed to fix that. Now, that might just be me being a bit generous to them, but I'm going to give them some charity here and say that, yeah, it does seem like they are no longer doing that in this video. Nestle 20 says, even if grass were present in the Cretaceous, we know that sauropods tend to eat from trees. So it does depend a little bit on exactly which sauropods we're talking about. So diplodocids tended to be more grazers than other sauropod groups, which tended to be high browsers. So there is a little bit of variety there. There were some grazer sauropods. Now, throughout most of the Mesozoic, we know they would have been eating things like ferns and cycads rather than grass. But towards the end of the later Cretaceous, there was some grass around and grazing sauropods, which we do know they did exist. It does seem like we found some grass in likely sauropod coprolites. So there were some sauropods who did eat some grass.
An elephant? These creatures were plentiful. They also don't have tails that sway like cedar trees.
I mean, they were plentiful, but they weren't exactly roaming around every village, right? Like, they're still the kind of thing that is alarming to see in your everyday life, right? So if Job is described as a rich man who has, a big farm and lots of animals and a big storehouse and whatnot, so he probably wasn't living out as a hunter-gatherer in the wilderness. So this wasn't the kind of guy who was just wandering across elephants or hippos. This would be an alarming thing for him to encounter. In fact, even if he were a hunter-gatherer, those are both big, dangerous animals that you should be alarmed to encounter and treat carefully.
And both of these animals have been captured and killed by man throughout history. But God says that only Behemoth's creator can approach him, that he cannot be captured by humans when he is on watch, and that no one can use barbs to pierce his nose. These
Actually, it says that his nose pierceth snares, so I don't know what translation they're going with. They didn't tell us. But anyway, yeah, again, just like his river, the river, Jordan rushes into his mouth and he's not alarmed by this. This is an exaggerated, ridiculous claim. It's actually not crazy to think that humans could have killed a sauropod. I mean, relatively modestly sized dinosaurs like Allosaurus managed to kill a sauropod. And humans would probably accomplish the same thing. Would it be dangerous? Yes, but we know that humans killed mastodons. And mastodons are dangerous. But they had techniques. So for instance, one of the techniques that humans used to kill mastodons and mammoths was to panic a herd such that some of the animals in the herd fell off a cliff. Right? So you start a stampede near a cliff, directed towards the cliff, some of the animals fall off. And really big animals take falls really poorly. So would it be possible to kill a sauropod as a group of humans? Absolutely it would. Would it be dangerous? Also absolutely. Are humans known to take down dangerous prey? Yes. So if we're going to take this as a literal thing, then it doesn't apply to sauropods either, because there's no reason to think that humans couldn't take down a sauropod.
abilities fit sauropod dinosaurs better than any other animals because of their towering heads and huge size. With a head that reached over 40 feet high, it could also see people coming from far away. Its massive tail also makes him unapproachable. Based on what we know from fossils, some sauropods could cover a 200-foot circle with deadly force using their tails, which could be over...
No, not a circle, an arc. There are approaches to a sauropod, which in fact, you can go towards safely. Now, I do want to point out also that this is being used under fair use from the Walking with Dinosaurs special Big Al, which is copyright BBC and was later, I believe, licensed to the Discovery Channel, which I think still holds that license. So, yeah, this again is fair use on the part of Genesis Apologetics, who are using someone else's copyrighted footage to make a point that is not even in accordance with the point trying to be made by the original. So, yet more use of fair use by Genesis Apologetics. The same kind of thing. They decided to take down 17 or 14. So I think it was closer to 14ish in my videos for.
It just shows the utter hypocrisy from Genesis Apologetics and how dishonest they actually are. And the only way that they want to be hypocrites is if they actually went through and paid for the rights for each of the videos that they were using, which I don't think they did, and I don't think they have the money for it anyway. So it just shows you what a bunch of hypocrite liars they are.
Yep. And I also want to say, now, let's be fair. The copyright takedowns did in fact come from a management company that I'm sure they hired to manage their copyright claims. But here's the thing. When you hire someone to do something, you're responsible for them doing the things that you hired them to do. Right? It's one of the reasons why you can't just hire an assassin and then be declared free of all murdery charges. Because, no, you were paying the guy to do that. And here's the thing. Unless they acted against your express wishes, you're responsible for that. So until Genesis Apologetics can produce some kind of contract telling their management company not to do this, they're responsible for all the acts of their management company. And so, yeah, I'm blaming Genesis Apologetics. Even if it wasn't their decision. Now, if they came out and said, look, we know this happened, they went overboard, they were overzealous in enforcement, we've given them more specific directive, then maybe I would say, you know what, fair enough. They also haven't done that. So until something like that happens, the buck stops at Genesis Apologetics. They're the ones who hired the company to do this. So,
exactly.
Genesis Apologetics, you seem to rely a whole lot on fair use. Maybe it would be nice if you let other creators do the same thing without harassing them.
Were 50 feet long and weigh over 13,000 pounds. Recent studies have shown that some sauropods could probably create sonic booms with their tails, just like a whip. It's not by chance that God says to Job that Behemoth can only be approached by his creator. Good luck even getting near this creature to put a snare in its nose.
So are we going to pretend that sauropods didn't have natural predators? Here's the thing, even if we go with humans can't kill sauropods, which I'm very skeptical that a human couldn't, or a group of humans couldn't kill a sauropod. We know of other dinosaurs that killed sauropods. We know that sauropods were the main diet for things like Allosaurus and its close relatives in the Jurassic, and that even in the Cretaceous, Carcharodontosaurs in South America specialized in many cases in eating titanosaurs. Giganotosaurus was a predator of sauropods. So it's simply not true that nothing besides the creator of the sauropods, and by this we're going with God, could approach a sauropod. We know of things that definitely killed sauropods. So
Exactly. Exactly. And I'm just going off on a little tangent here. I would love to know how Genesis Apologetics thinks that these unapproachable animals possibly got on the ark and stayed on there the whole year.
Yeah. Oh, and Ratchet Freak says that this isn't even fair use of that footage. To be fair use, they would have to be discussing the footage itself. They're probably going to argue, and I think they might argue successfully, that they were doing it for purposes of education, and they were providing this education freely to the internet. And that is one of the options for fair use, is purposes of education. So I think they might actually be able to convince a judge of that argument. Do I agree? Honestly, I would tend to err on the side of fair use in that case. Now, I tend to err on the side of fair use pretty broadly, partly because of, my YouTube channel. I tend to want a broad interpretation of fair use. But also, I do actually think that education is an important reason. And even if you're wrong, I don't think that should preclude you from using it as a reason for fair use. So I do think that their use of this footage is definitely on shakier ground than my use of theirs, in which I'm actually critiquing the things they're talking about in the footage. And yeah, even education isn't that strong of an argument. So yeah, they're definitely doing something that's a way iffier than what I'm doing. This is very, very obviously fair use, because I'm actually critiquing the content of the video I'm showing. They're not. They're just using this to illustrate this because, well, unsurprisingly, they can't afford their own CGI artists. Although, hey, if you want to hire me, Genesis Apologetics, I'll do whatever CGI you want. I don't care. Yes, I know, Tesla Ranger and Maya, that neither of you would consider this educational, but that is their intent. And in terms of getting it like the mens rea of the accused or the defendant, their intent matters. Intent does matter for the law.
To this day, elephants and hippos are surrounded by hunters and killed, but sauropods better fit this passage because they are simply unapproachable. God says that he made Behemoth along with man, like during the same creation week, not millions of years ago. God made Adam.
But that's the thing. The author of Job certainly didn't have any kind of concept of evolution and deep time, because those ideas hadn't really been formulated yet. So I'm glad that the author of Job got it wrong, but it also still doesn't point towards sauropods, because this argument presupposes that there was some kind of deep time to go into. I don't even know. I don't even know what the point of this argument is.
As the last of his creations and gave him dominion over all the animals that had just been created during creation week, not just some of the creatures. Why else would God tell Job to consider or behold a creature which no human had ever seen? Just in the last 20 years, over 50 articles have been published in scientific journals that have documented 14 bioorganic materials in dinosaur bones that simply cannot be millions of years old.
do want to point out that not all of this is representing dinosaur bones. In fact, the lower right is certainly not a dinosaur. That looks like that's some kind of Lepidosaur, almost certainly. It's definitely not a dinosaur, but...
These include blood vessels, red blood cells, hemoglobin, bone cells, ovalbumin, chitin, unmineralized bone.
Chitin? You mean keratin? Either they mean keratin or that's not coming from dinosaurs.
Collagen, limited DNA, skin pigments, FEX proteins, histones, keratin, and elastin.
Okay. We have preservation methods. Like, the thing is, it was surprising, but now that we know where to look for it, in particular places, now we can find it more reliably.
20 years ago, most scientists simply assumed dinosaur bones were solid mineralized impressions of bones. But modern science has now revealed that many of the dinosaur bones are original, even at the molecular level.
Hello, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your host for Nova Science Now.
For the last decade, the African island has offered Ray and Christy Rogers a...
The African island? Are we talking about Madagascar? Did you cut out that important piece of context? I'm going to go ahead and say probably.
Spectacular excavation site. They work in an area of remote grasslands where dinosaur bones literally cover the ground. An ancient graveyard where an unusually large number of dinosaurs died and were entombed by mud flows that preserve their bones.
The preservation is unbelievable. The quality of the material is exceptional. This is a piece of bone from the Madagascar locality.
Oh, it is Madagascar.
It, in many regards, doesn't even look like a fossil. This is typical of the Madagascar material. It is not heavily stained. It's not been invested with iron, with manganese. It doesn't look like a typical fossil. If you didn't know, you might think you're picking up a cow bone today, a bleached cow bone.
I was looking at this thing thinking, this is really interesting.
It was the inside of the...
Okay, so here's a little tricky bit here. So we've switched from looking at Madagascar fossils, which in some cases are only lightly, if at all, permineralized, but do not tend to preserve soft tissue, to Mary Schweitzer talking about a Tyrannosaurus femur, which was heavily permineralized and heavily stained, and from North America, not Madagascar. The only reason to make this little edit is to deceive you into thinking that we're looking at the same phenomenon, when we're looking at what is essentially an opposite phenomenon, right? Like if you have a bleached, dry bone, you're unlikely to find, which doesn't have much permineralization in it, you're unlikely to find any soft tissue because that rots away pretty fast in those kind of conditions. But here we have a heavy permineralization in iron-rich deposits. That's the kind of thing where we can get some soft tissue preservation. So we're looking at almost completely opposite preservation situations here. And Genesis Apologetics is deceptively editing together two different sections. I'm not even sure if it's the same documentary. But certainly not talking about the same topic. And we're just stitching them together here without any kind of transition. So to try and make you think that Mary Schweitzer is talking about the same types of phenomena that you were just seeing from the Madagascar fossils.
T-Rex bone that fascinated Schweitzer, who made thin sections out of it. And in these cross-sections of fossilized bone, she saw something that she and everyone else had thought was impossible. Round structures that looked like red blood cells. Dinosaur.
But which she herself has not declared to be red blood cells, because Mary Schweitzer says that she herself doesn't have sufficient evidence to conclude that that's definitely what they are.
Blood cells.
Inside those channels where the blood vessels would have run were these little round red structures that were all kind of lined up like a train, and they were bright red and translucent. Nobody else had seen anything like that before.
The very idea of blood cells in a 70 million year old bone was more than unconventional. It was radical.
Nobody was imagining that dinosaurs might have had preserved soft tissues.
Derek Briggs is curator of invertebrate paleontology at the Peabody Museum at Yale University.
So along comes Mary Schweitzer, and she's starting to look inside dinosaur bones and has made this startling discovery about the presence of red blood cells. What was your initial reaction to that?
Oh, I think the same reaction as everybody's, that this was totally improbable. She'd perhaps misinterpreted the evidence or was exaggerating the potential for what she was seeing.
So skeptical at first.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Why do you think it didn't occur to anybody?
Because we have this clear understanding that part of all biological cycles involves decay. I mean, nature is set up to break down that material and recycle it. So it's just improbable that those kinds of very delicate structures would survive, particularly for millions of years.
When you think about it, the laws of chemistry and biology and everything else that we know say that it should be gone. It should be degraded completely. This is not possible.
Oh, look, they cut to another interview. You think that's because in the original interview she then went on to explain why it isn't impossible? Kind of like when creationists cherry-picked that bit about the eye, the evolution of the eye being absurd from Origin of Species, even though the next whole chapter is Darwin describing why it's not absurd?
Yeah, exactly. And this is probably just cherry picked quote mined videos. And again, it's especially interesting, as I mentioned, Dr. Schweitzer herself is an older Earth creationist. She is a Christian, an evangelical Christian, and she basically says, look, stop misusing my work.
Yep. And by older Earth creationist, I want to point out specifically, she's a theistic evolutionist. She accepts evolution.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's what she said, and I'm quoting Dr. Schweitzer verbatim. They treat you really badly. They twist your words and they manipulate your data. If you have all this evidence and proof that positive that God exists, you don't need faith. I think he kind of designed it so that we'd never be able to prove his existence. And I think that's really cool. So that's from Dr. Mary Schweitzer, basically saying that the young creationists completely misuse her work.
Yep.
Yep.
Do it again. We got another piece of bone. We put it in the solution. We waited 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. Looked again. More blood vessels. We must have repeated that with probably 17 or 18 different fragments of bone.
Several ancient cultures have drawings and carvings of sauropod-like creatures. Look.
Drake.
Yeah. Oh. You want to go back and take a look at any of them? Okay, so let's see. On the roller, as well as the stela to the right, we have the long-necked lion, which has clearly mammalian features and is a typical motif in especially Old Kingdom Egyptian art. Those are definitely not sauropods or dinosaurs of any kind. I mean, look at them. They have lion faces. They have ears like a lion. They have paws like a lion. The tail doesn't have a nice taper to it like most reptile tails do, including most dinosaur tails. It's a long tube like most mammal tails. The enhanced version, I mean, thanks for upping the contrast, but here's the thing. It's not one drawing. You're enhancing it into one drawing, but we actually know that that's several drawings, and one of which is probably a snake, and then there are some lower figures below the figure of the snake that you're interpreting as the feet there. And also, remember how just a little bit ago, in this same video, they were telling us how sauropods don't drag their tails on the ground? Well, look what's happening right here. If that's a sauropod, it sure is dragging its tail on the ground. So why is it that this is such a clear depiction of a sauropod, but it's so inaccurate? Then in the top, like middle, I guess? I don't even know what that is. It certainly doesn't look like a sauropod. It's got sprawling legs like a lizard. It's squat. I don't know how long the tail is. It's depicted, I think, as being underwater. It's clearly some kind of a sea monster and not a sauropod. And it also looks like it has a mammal face. So if it's supposed to be depicting a sauropod, why is it depicting it so badly? And in the bottom, I want to point out, one of those has 2 heads. I'm not aware of any 2-headed sauropods.
Yep. To me, it just shows how humans have been making up stuff for thousands of years, making up mythical animals, just like the centaurs, half human, half horses, and all that. Just pure mythology from the pure imagination. And humans are just good at making stuff up.
And another point that I'd like to point out is, like, if you look at the stela on the right, there's a clearly identifiable buffalo at the bottom. Like, that's clearly identifiable as an actual species that exists in Africa. if the Egyptians can that accurately record a buffalo, why couldn't they similarly accurately record a sauropod if they saw one? And as Ugly German Truth points out, no sauropod had necks that flexible. Yeah, in all but one of these cases, we're seeing a neck that is flexed in a way that a sauropod certainly couldn't have done. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, you can identify specific animals. You can also identify, I believe on that stela, I'm not sure if it's easily done in this shot, but I'm thinking of the other side. On the other side of the stela, which granted is not visible here, but you can also clearly make out an Egyptian falcon. And it's not a question as to what it is. We know what species it is. So we have two clearly identifiable species that are so accurately portrayed that we know exactly what they are. But then we get to the quote-unquote sauropod, and it's a lion with a long neck, and we're going to say that that's an identifiably sauropod animal? No, it's not. And the fact that you even think that it is either shows that you Genesis Apologetics are complete idiots, or that you're dishonest. And I'm going to leave it up to the viewer to decide which one is more likely.
Several ancient cultures have drawings and carvings of sauropod-like creatures.
Then you should have shown one.
Look at this one from the Amazon rainforest that shows 9 warriors hunting what appears to be a sauropod dinosaur.
Yeah, actually, we went into this with Erica last time. She's actually looked into this. That's a bird? Yeah, like it's just a bird. Like elsewhere on this rock are other more easily identifiably bird animals, also surrounded in some cases by hunters.
Yeah, well, to be fair, at least birds are dinosaurs, so at least
True,
they got that right.
But he's claiming it's a sauropod, and birds are not sauropods.
Right.
Oh, crap, I just clicked the wrong thing. Okay. Where were we? That's the thing there. Talking about... Nope, I went too far. Here we go. This should be where we're talking about it. Sorry about that, everybody. Here we go.
And you can see these amazing pictographs here, allegedly over 5,000 years old. They definitely look authentic. I've seen pictographs all over the world. And
someone asks, RGM Truth asks, a rhea? So I actually don't know enough about the historical range of the rhea to say if that's a realistic option. But one of the things to remember about cave art and rock art in general is that they tended to use what's called hieratic scale, where the importance of the figure determines how big it's drawn, rather than a realistic scale. You also can see that in the previous stela, where from Egypt, which is the Narmer palette. It's famous because it's the oldest known example of Egyptian hieroglyphics. It's in the beginning of like every text on hieroglyphics. And in that, you can see people near each other in proximity, where some of them are much, much bigger. It's because the ones who are doing the conquering are the big ones, and the conquered people are small because of hieratic scale. So while you might think, oh, it's a big bird, therefore it might be a rhea, which is itself a big bird, it actually doesn't really matter to the artists of things like this how big the things are in reality. It matters how important they are to the scene. But yes, I do know that rheas are from South America. That's why I'm not, saying, or maybe it's an ostrich or an emu, because yes, rheas are in fact essentially the emus of South America.
we have a hunting scene here with a very large animal in the center. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hunters. And you can see this hunter here is raising his spear.
So if this is a sauropod, doesn't that make it approachable by humans for hunting? Which is the whole point of previously saying that the behemoth was unapproachable, therefore it's a sauropod? So is Genesis Apologetics contradicting themselves here? Like, I'm not hallucinating that they said that sauropods were unhuntable earlier, right?
They clearly said that they were unapproachable and unhuntable, and that only God himself could approach them. So they must have short-term memory loss or something.
Yeah, like, imagine writing the script and including this clip in here that contradicts a previous part of your script.
Yeah, can we play that back just for just to be certain that's actually what they said?
I would if this were if I had finer control over this, but every time I click back, it's like
just this one clip, not the all the way back to the.
Well, I'll have to play because he just described hunters, so maybe he's not going for their hunting the sauropod. We'll see.
Getting ready to spear this animal. Obviously, these people saw this animal alive. They didn't dig up the bones. They saw it living, breathing. They were hunting this animal. Well, what is it? Well, there's a lot of people that aren't sure what it is, but it sure looks like a dinosaur. It's got the long neck, the small head, the big body, and the large tail.
I will actually say it does look like a dinosaur, but what I'm actually going to say is that tail and hind legs actually kind of looks like another bird facing the other direction. But this is such a fuzzy thing, and it's it's monochromatic, and it just kind of blends into itself that it's hard for me to tell exactly what's going on there no matter what. But like I said, when Erica looked into it, she found that in fact there were similar but more easily identifiable birds drawn around there.
Some have suggested maybe this is a camelid like a llama, but llamas don't
Also a
have
good
big,
option.
large tails like that. Many reptiles do. But according to the theory of evolution, dinosaurs went extinct at least 65 million years ago. What in the world were people just over 5,000 years ago doing hunting them?
The local
By the way,
secular-
real quick, I do want to point out that the theory of evolution, if it could be shown that dinosaurs did somehow live with mankind, if they actually did survive to 6,000 years ago or so, that in itself would not contradict evolution. We know all the time of Lazarus species where you don't see any evidence of them in the fossil record, and then millions of years later you see them in the fossil record. So even if we concede that this is actually a dinosaur, this would not overturn the theory of evolution.
Yeah.
What would overturn the theory of evolution is if we find a human in the Jurassic. That would be quite damning for the overall theory of evolution.
Yeah, I bother to counter these late surviving dinosaur things, not because it contradicts evolution for there to be late surviving dinosaurs, but because there's just no evidence of it, and it's so stupid.
Exactly, and I agree.
Yeah, so it is in fact not a good argument, but it's so dumb that it's just kind of fun to poke holes at it. And to be fair, I mean, look, I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again now. There is no serious scientific debate about creation versus evolution. There hasn't been for like a century. There is no actual possibility of young Earth creationism even being remotely true. It is on the same level as the flat Earth. It is simply absolutely precluded by nearly every aspect of reality. However, there are people who accept it, which is why I like to debunk it in a way that isn't, not terribly mean, because I'm trying to, actually get people out of young Earth creationism, or at least weaken their belief in it. Yeah, ultimately, the reason that is left to people like me, or people who do it as a hobby like Dr. Dan, is because real academics don't have time for this crap. No one's actually going to spend their real academic career doing this. So it's mostly just for fun, and only people like me can try to do this as a big part of their time, where it's like, I'm not actually someone who's going to be going and doing real research.
Exactly. It's like for the same reason that the astronauts and the big wigs at NASA, they're not going around debunking flat earthers because they don't have time to, nor do they even have the patience to deal with morons like them.
Yeah.
Sorry. You know who you are, Nathan.
Yeah, actually, there's a debate with Nathan that I need to watch, because do you know who Science Side Up is?
No, I do not know who he is.
Oh, it's a she, but Science Side Up is, she has a channel that mostly talks about physics and I think meteorology, because she's a meteorologist. But she was also an instructor in the nuclear pipeline for the United States Navy. And but she recently filled in last minute in a debate with Nathan Thompson. And I didn't find out about that until after the debate was over. So I asked her, I was like, so how are you feeling after that Nathan Thompson debate? And she was like, that was exhausting. And I was like, yeah, it's because Nathan Thompson is kind of a terrible human. He's the worst. So
Yeah, and honestly, I love James, I love modern day debate, but I question why he gets him in such a big platform. Like almost every other debate is a flat earth debate, a flat Earth Nathan Thompson debate, it gets kind of boring after a while.
And look who just showed up in the chat. It's Science Side Up. Hey, Science Side Up. By the way, I sent you a link to this if you want to hop in. And if you don't because you're tired of debunking creationism, more than understandable. But so here's what I'm going to say about James and the debates that he chooses to have. I happen to know for a fact, because he's told me, that James, to a large extent, chooses which debates he's going to have on primarily based on which ones he thinks will actually get views. Now, or at least that's a big factor. I can't say primarily, that's not fair. But it is in large part based on that. For instance, he's turned down a couple debates that I've offered simply because he said that creationist debates aren't getting as many views, and so he would rather not do them.
Yeah.
So I'm very confident the reason that he has Nathan Thompson on is because he draws viewers. And to be fair, I don't blame him. Like, there are things that I've tried to do with this channel that I would like to do again, but no one watched it. For instance, I was sent some review copies of some board games, and when I put up my reviews, I mean, neither review has broken 200 views yet. Like, no one watched that. So I'm not going to do it again, because, I mean, it's not like the only thing I care about on the channel is views, but I do care about it.
Yep, exactly. And I know James told me privately as well that he's not having creationist one for a while just because they're not getting that many views, and people are just getting tired of it. And and I think my favorite, I'm going off a little bit real quick, and then I'll get right back on topic. My absolute favorite debate was the R.N. Raw versus Nathan Thompson debate. That was just so beautiful on R.N. Raw's part.
Yeah.
He just totally annihilated him.
And Don Giovanni says, "What? I watched those." So here's the thing. I did too. In fact, they're some of the only debates that I watch on Modern Day Debate. I haven't watched any of the socialism versus capitalism. I haven't watched any of the Trump versus Biden. Like, none of those. I just don't really care. So we're gonna add in Science Side Up. What's going on?
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm doing well.
Because I am still in my pajamas today.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm also in my pajamas.
Well, to be fair, all I have on is a monocle, a top hat, and a tie. I don't even have pants on, so.
Ooh, baby.
Well, I mean, I'm right there on camera.
Yeah. It took me hours to wind down after last night's debate, but
oh yeah.
I had a debate last night as well, and it took a lot out of me. So
yeah, those debates they can be rough. Oh, and Don Giovanni said that it was the board game reviews that he watched. I mean, fair enough. Like I said, they did get 120 something views, so they did technically get watched. But like, I consider it to be sort of like a failing if a video gets under a certain amount of views, and it tells me not to really make much more of that stuff. And when those things couldn't even break 200 views, it was like, all right, well, I'm done with that unless my audience gets way bigger. So, yeah, sorry about that. But so Science Side Up, or we going with Maddie because you got Maddie up there, and it's certainly
yeah, you can just call me Maddie.
Right, certainly shorter. Yeah. So you want to continue with debunking some creationism? I know you've been getting into that lately.
I love it.
All right.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Your archaeologist would not tell us what he believed the animal was on film.
So an archaeologist is being intellectually honest and not taking a stance when he isn't sure about something. Okay. Not sure why that's a problem, but sure. Also, I love it. This little tail thing, look at it. It goes up and comes back around, and there's what looks like another head. I am tired of creationists pointing to two-headed animals and saying it looks like a dinosaur. Until you find a two-headed dinosaur, don't talk to me about that.
Yeah. Well, and like, I wouldn't be comfortable. I mean, because I'm an archaeologist. I do study meteorology, is what my PhD is going to be in. But like, I am barely comfortable doing like looking at a weather map and giving a basic forecast, right? because I'm like, oh, but what if I'm wrong? And because I understand all the consequences of it, right? And like the idea that intellectual honesty is somehow means is a bad thing is very confusing to me.
Yeah. And actually, I find that the better someone is at a field, the more likely they are to be circumspect about it. Because you just know how many variables there could be, how many ways you could be wrong because of something that you can't determine right now. Whereas the people who know almost nothing about a field, people like young Earth creationists or flat earthers, they're the ones who proclaim with ridiculous levels of confidence, oh, we know this is a dinosaur, or we know the Earth is only 6,000 years old. And it's just like, you couldn't possibly justify any of those positions. You can barely even comprehend what types of evidence you would need in order to justify those positions.
Yeah, Raw Matt, with the dumb fuck of the year.
We just dropped our first F-bomb. That's it. That's all we get.
Okay, sorry, I forgot about the F-bomb roll. I do apologize. So Raw Matt is one of the most egregious offenders of that.
Oh yeah, Raw Matt he's comically incompetent in everything he tries. Maddie, do you know who Raw Matt is?
I've seen some of Erica Gusset Gibbons' videos replying to him. I haven't interacted I have not interacted with this human, and I feel like I'm lucky because of that.
Yeah. Well, there's an award which is a DFOTY, which it's just a joke, right? But he was my nomination this year for DFOTY because he was just laughably incompetent. And this is the guy who decided to seriously try out breatharianism. This is a guy who's so dumb.
No.
Yeah, this guy is so dumb. He thought that maybe eating being optional was a plausible thing. Like, maybe I actually don't have to eat at all. Maybe that's a realistic possibility for my life.
Oh, honey, no.
Yeah. But for some reason, he's taken seriously by a weird subsect of YouTube creationists, and then just into the sort of like making relatively high like cost videos, because Matt Powell, who makes some relatively expensive quote unquote documentaries, also likes to seriously interview Raw Matt for some reason.
Yeah, and he loves to call him Dr. Raw Matt.
Yeah.
And never mind the fact that Raw Matt, who I like to call Fraud Matt, is also the person who dishonestly edited videos to make Dr. Dan look like a liar. And he also put his name, or put the logo of PLOS Biology on top of one of his poorly formatted papers.
Yeah.
So that happened.
Yeah, and apparently... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's such like... Okay, as a person in graduate school, like, trying to get my first paper published, it's so hard, right? You have to have such good work. So many people... It goes through so many people's hands, you know? And it should be hard to get published. It should... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because... I want quality control of my work, right? I presented at a conference, and one of the speakers was like, hey, when you publish this, I'm probably going to be one of the reviewers. This is going to be my comment. So you probably want to go ahead and fix that, right?
Nice to get a heads
and
up.
So I know. So it was like 6 months later when I've reprocessed all of my data, right? It's better. It's way better. And it took me 6 months to fix it.
Yeah.
Right. To, by the way, not fundamentally change my results, just to make my method slightly better to get the same answer.
Now,
right?
What would you expect to happen if you had, before any of this, simply put up what was basically a rough draft with bad formatting, but you had put the header of the journal you were submitting it to, and then put that out as just a PDF for people to download? How do you think that would have gone over in the academic community?
I think I'd get kicked out of my university.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think I'd get kicked out of my program. And I think I'd get sued by the journal.
Yeah. Because you would have committed academic fraud, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And for some reason, the creationist, when I called Raw Matt on out on this for being an example of academic fraud. For some reason, they were like, "No, that's crazy. That's not academic fraud. Dapper doesn't know what he's talking about." Yeah.
And also, just to show how horribly formatted it was, the entire paper was center aligned. The entire thing was center aligned.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I judge things that aren't, I judge anything that's not written in LaTeX. Like if you write something in Word, I don't take it seriously. But that might be a physical sciences thing, because we do happen to use a lot of equations, and so it's standard to use LaTeX, which if anybody listening doesn't know what that is, it's a great document editor. It's just not it's a couple steps removed. You're kind of typing, like you type quote unquote code, right? So what you type isn't what comes out, like with Word, when you just type words, what you see is what you get. And LaTeX is a couple steps removed from that, but it's a really powerful tool for science.
Okay. Well, we gotta get. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Go on. No. Let's watch more.
Yeah, I was gonna say we gotta get away from Raw Matt, because he is not the one who copyright struck any of my videos. Props to him.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say if we say his name one more time, he's gonna appear.
He might.
Like Bloody Mary.
Actually, he usually doesn't show up in my chat, but some of his little fanboys do occasionally.
Standing for truth if you're out there.
Off camera, he admitted that it was a dinosaur that survived extinction and lived alongside people.
Convenient. Off camera, where we have no evidence, our expert totally said it was a dinosaur. Okay, yeah, I'm going to press X to doubt on that one.
Look, and that's also like, maybe that's your personal headcanon, right?
Right.
That's like the only other debate I've done on Modern Day Debate was Bigfoot, right? And that was a delight. And I have to say, I would be super happy if Bigfoot was real. That would be delightful, right? But without evidence suggesting that, right? Like, so like off camera, oh, it'd be so cool if Bigfoot's real. On camera, right? There's insufficient evidence,
right.
So like these things, the reason you say things like on record or off record is because to differentiate between professional opinion and personal headcanon,
Oh, so I said Smitty here says that he's never copyright struck my video either. Give him some props. I'm going to only give people whose content I've used props for not having tried to claim copyright on my video. Unless
also,
I've used.
Smitty.
Yeah, hi Smitty. Smitty shows up for most of my live streams. Smitty's a very reliable viewer. Props to Smitty for that. So here we go.
Why did so many different cultures draw and paint the same type of creature? As a land-dwelling creature that breathed to its nose, Noah was...
I know, it's just so bad. Yeah.
Commanded to bring these types of creatures onto the ark, as juveniles, of course, and many likely survived for some centuries after the flood. When it comes to human history, to bridge the gap...
I don't even know what to say. It's just... That whole idea that, they're going to be on the ark that didn't exist and survive the flood that didn't happen and then survive for a few centuries when there's no evidence of any humans ever coming into contact with sauropods. It's just like,
right.
Why do I even have to respond to it? I mean...
Right, because it's... Well, what blows my mind here is that the thing that he chooses to, like, explain, right, is not... The thing he chooses to explain is, well, they were juveniles, of course, right? That line about I got about choked in my drink, because it's like, right, that's the problem.
Right.
That the fundamental problem was, were they adults or were the animals on the ark adults or juveniles, not how did plate tectonics work?
Right, exactly. It's like, I'm glad that you feel like you've solved this space on the ark problem. Now, here's a nearly infinite list of other things that physically preclude this story from being a literal account of history. Could you address some of those, please?
So I guess it's like we gave our rusted out, non-functioning car a new paint job and like called it ready to go.
Yeah.
Or
maybe to be generous, you fixed the AC, but the engine is still a pile of scrap, and it's like, I guess I fixed the car. It's like,
Right. Like there's no tires on it.
Right. No tires. The axles are snapped in half. The engine is a pile of scrap metal. I mean,
right. The floorboard's rusted out.
But hey, I'm glad it's comfy inside the car. That's great for you.
Great.
Brian Stevens says that Nathan Thompson wrecked Maddie last night. How's that feel, Maddie, to have been wrecked by Nathan Thompson?
So wrecked.
I'm surprised that you're basically even able to show your. I guess you're not showing your face, so that explains it. You're not even able to show your face on the internet afterwards.
I'm not. I'm so embarrassed. Clearly, that whole debate was just an exercise in responding without reacting.
Like I said, I haven't seen it yet. It's on my to watch list, so don't spoil too much of it for me.
All right.
But if you do want to put a link to it, you may put a link to it because I did give you the power to post links.
Gotcha. I might. I don't know.
I'll link to your
I'm
channel
still recovering. Yeah, link my channel.
Yeah, link that too. And everybody go check out Maddie's channel. Like I said, she does a lot of cool science stuff. There's some even some very, very cool, like just sort of getting a grasp on the basics of how some more advanced physics works. Like you want to talk about things like how an atom is put together or something like that. Maddie's got you covered. And also recently you've been doing some young Earth creationist busting for fun. So
I have been. Those are super fun videos because I just get mad at a camera for an hour.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hit play now.
Between 4,000 to 5,000 years ago and the distant past.
I just noticed Genesis Apologetics managed to actually get a little 3D break apart for that cliff, which is better than Eric Hovind did on our last Eric with Erica, where he just pulled apart a word in 2D, and it was terrible.
On this time, we each have two choices. Rely on God who was there and told us what happened, or trust in carbon-14 dating and other types of radiometric dating beyond 100,000 years.
I'm going to trust the thing that actually has verifiable and repeatable results over your interpretation of one book. I feel like that's reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Also, I'm pretty sure this is from the Grand Canyon because they have a trail of time like that where they have little samples up on little pedestals. It's really cool. I know they have it on the South Rim. I don't know about the North Rim. But get to the South Rim of the Grand Canyon and go do cool stuff there.
Yeah, and for the record, since you just mentioned carbon-14, how much do you guys want to bet that the next thing they're going to try to say that carbon-14 is used to date rocks or something stupid like that?
I actually
I'm so here for carbon-14 dating.
Well, I actually don't think he's going to say that because he's then said, and other radiometric dating methods that can take us past, and I think he said like 50,000 or 100,000 years or something. So I think by saying that, it's strongly implying that they're not going to go and say that radiometric dating, or carbon-14 dating, I mean, can get you back to 1 million years or something.
Yeah, well, let's see what they say.
Yeah.
Choosing between these two histories is no small matter. You see, people won't allow God's word to shape their daily lives or guide them in their eternal choices if they don't believe it's historically or scientifically credible.
I mean, tell that to all of the Christians who accept evolution and the great age of the universe and the earth, which is most of them. Like, this is one of the things that really bugs me, is it's this dismissing of other Christians as if they don't even exist. And it's like, you don't get to just sweep under the rug huge sections of your co-religionists.
Right. So it's important to note that the majority of scientists practice a faith, right? And the majority of Christians accept evolution.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just not atheists versus Christians. That's not true on either side.
Right. Right. It's a very false dichotomy.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I really, really hate it when creationists title their videos as if it were atheists versus Christians. And it happens a lot. He's like, especially Matt Powell's especially bad at this. He barely even bothers to talk about, secular scientists or anything. He just defaults to the word atheist, and he uses that as a blanket term for anyone who disagrees with his theology. Because in Matt Powell's weird little world, there are independent fundamentalist Baptists on one side, and then a morass of atheists going around and having drug orgies or something while believing in evolution.
But to be clear, I'm pretty sure Matt Powell thinks that the sun is on fire.
Yes, he does.
As in undergoing combustion reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So I have low expectations for how he understands the world.
Yep. And he talked about the air in space. He's like, well, I know the air is different in space, but for the sun to stay on fire, there needs to be oxygen. And it was just like, oh my goodness, dude. How bad could you possibly get at just basics of science? Like this is like what, like 5th grade level material here?
Yeah. It's
Oh, man. All right. Well, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Okay.
I'll just hold my peace.
God's timeless word lays out Earth's initially perfect creation, the fall, the flood, and life afterwards. The New Testament describes Christ as the only way to be reconciled to God and live with Him in eternity.
I normally would have cut this out because I don't really care about preaching, so we're going to skip ahead a little bit. That's just a summary of what came before. I guess I didn't edit it as well as I thought, because one of my rules of thumb is once I get to preaching, I just cut it out because I don't care. Believe, as far as Dapper Dino is concerned, believe whatever you want about Jesus. Except, I guess, don't believe that he was a crazy murder man and then go emulate that.
Yeah, fair.
And to be fair, not too many people think he was a crazy murder man because it's pretty hard to get that out of the New Testament.
Yeah.
Or Google Play stores for answers to these questions and more.
A copyright notice. Oh, wait, hold up. What is that? What did that just say? It was just a fair use notice. Hold up a second.
Google Play stores for answers to these questions and
I'm
more.
gonna check this out. Okay, copyright notice. Wait a minute. We believe this constitutes a fair use of any such copyrighted material as provided for in Section 107 of the U.S. Copyright Law. In accordance with Section 107, Title 17 U.S.C., the material in this video is distributed for research and educational purposes. Interesting. If you wish to use this copyrighted material use copyrighted material from this manual for purposes of your own that go beyond fair use, you must obtain permission from the copyright owner. Interesting. So what I'm hearing is that for purposes of education and research, they were able to pull things from the BBC and the Discovery Channel and just use them in what I would consider a barely, if at all, transformative manner. And yet I, who am doing a pretty heavy amount of transformative content, where I'm using this for essentially the opposite purpose that they were, and I'm directly criticizing the work, they bothered to copyright claim a whole bunch of my videos. Isn't that weird how they're relying on copyright, on fair use copyright law, but apparently I'm not supposed to?
It's almost like they have a double standard, but that can't be right.
Weird. That's literally the only reason I included these frames, is because it has a copyright notice from the minute.
The Bible has God miraculously creating the world and everything in it in just 6 days about 6,000 years ago. But the theory of evolution has a much different timescale, taking millions of years to go from goo to me and you by way of the zoo. Which view is correct? Stay with us a few minutes to find out.
I gotta say, the whole goo to me and you by way of the zoo, it's clever and catchy, but it's also kind of stupid.
Yeah, but
it's also very childish.
Yeah, but I get it. It's a mnemonic device and it works because I remember it.
It rhymes, so it has to be true.
There you go. Maya Agason says, that video made me dumber. I shall flag it under a violation of fair use.
There you go.
Awesome. Although, actually, technically, you're not allowed to complain about copyright violations unless you're the copyright holder or their agent. Because you don't actually have standing. So, yeah, it's one of those things about the law is, generally speaking, if you're an uninterested third party, and by uninterested, it means you don't have a material stake, you can't really do anything, right? Like, if you see a crime, you can report the crime, but if the victim chooses not to press charges, you don't get to press charges on their behalf. And similarly, if you see an actionable violation, like that could be something like that you could file suit for and win. Like if you see someone just maliciously enter someone's yard and cut down their tree, which, by the way, trees are worth a lot. Don't do that because you can get sued for a huge amount of money. you can't sue or initiate proceedings on behalf of the person whose tree that was. They have to do it. You might alert them and say, hey, I know who did this, you should sue. But if they don't, you can't do anything about it. So if you're trying to flag a video because you know that it's using someone else's copyrighted material inappropriately, can't really do much. I actually had that come up for me. There was a channel that basically copied verbatim a smaller YouTuber's paleontology video about Velociraptor. And they were citing him almost word for word with a different voiceover, and they were using most of the same images that he had used. And it wasn't transformative. It was just blatantly a word for word ripoff for the same purpose, to tell people about Velociraptor. And there was no credit to him. And so all I could do was let him know that this had happened. And I don't know if that YouTuber ever did anything about it. I hope he did. But yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it was a pretty big channel too. For that reason, I kind of stopped watching that channel. Because I'm like, if they do it once, how do I know they haven't done this for a lot of the other videos that they put up?
And that's the thing. If you caught them once, they've done it a dozen other times.
Right.
You know.
And the thing is, I only caught it because I follow a fair few paleontology channels, being me.
Okay.
Like I don't watch a lot of channels that have to do with haunted houses, which is another thing they've done. They've done like the history of the most haunted whatever in the place. So yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, well, fortunately, really, because you really shouldn't be able to get people on copyright on other people's behalf. But yeah, there's not much you can do if you find someone else violating another person's copyright other than alert the copyright holder.
Yeah.
The very first chapter of the Bible states that God created the universe, earth, land, and sea, and everything in them in just 6 solar days. We know this.
Well, people disagree with your interpretation there, but you know what? I'll just say sure it does.
6 days of creation were ordinary days because the Bible frames each of the days using evening and morning, and then assigns a number to each. God himself wrote that the days were real days when he scribed the 10 Commandments with his own hand, stating that we should work and rest in a cycle that matches God's creation week.
See, so here's the thing. Because the whole point of the creation story is to be a myth, no matter how true it might be literally, that allows it, whether or not even in the story itself the days are supposed to be literal, to be then used as a pattern for a week, right? Because the whole point of a myth is to give you an origin for an idea, not a historical account.
Exactly. And Genesis, the first chapter of Genesis is written in the style of a poem, right? It has some, so I groaned earlier because he said that it is after every creation event, it says it was evening and then it was morning the first day, it was evening and then it was morning the second day, right? It's a literary device and it's a lovely poem, but just let it be what it is. Let the text be what the text is.
Yeah.
And it's even more literary, right? Because it's the first 3 days are about separating things, and the second 3 days are about filling the things that were separated.
Right.
Right. Anyway, literary devices are great. I love Terry Pratchett, right? I get a lot of like truth and philosophy. Yep, from Terry Pratchett. Sorry, I started saying the word philosophy and I got distracted in the middle of saying it. And I was like, oh God, did I end it correctly? Yes. Good job. Good job, me. You know, but like, that's so like, okay, I'll stop.
Fair enough. Actually, so it's been almost 2 hours since our last break, and I'm out of my beverage. So I think after this next section that we stop at, once we finish our comments, we're going to take another quick break. I'm going to refill my drink, and we'll be back. Because, I don't know if you guys know, but talking this much makes my mouth kind of dry. So.
Of 6 days, followed by a day of rest. We can look back in Scripture and ask, when did God make the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them? Well, the obvious answer is that God was referring to the creation account in Genesis, where the days are even defined in the text itself as normal solar days.
Normal solar days, some of which existed before the sun, which makes them hard to figure out. And also, some of them existed before the stars, which means you couldn't even figure out what a sidereal day or sidereal, I don't know how to say it. How do you say it, Maddie?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't. It's not a word I use.
That's one of those words that, like, I read it occasionally, and I have never heard people give a firm, like, how do you pronounce it? And I've heard, like, actual astronomers pronounce it differently. So it's one of those words where I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to pronounce it sidereal, because whatever. But But anyway, that's the length of time that it takes the Earth to actually rotate once on its axis in reference to like the background stars in the sky. And so before you even get stars, you can't even define that kind of day. So
right, and so sun, moon, and stars are all made on the fourth day, right?
Yeah. So we've got
so the first.
Yeah. So our first 3 days can't possibly be solar days because you literally can't define it.
Right. So how do you have evening and morning? Right. So how do you literally have the literary device before? How do you have evening and morning before you have a sun? Right. That doesn't. So it's just even if you step into their worldview and their beliefs, like it doesn't work.
And by the way, I've now gotten 3 pronunciation guides in the chat for sidereal, but all of them are different.
Oh.
So it doesn't help. Thanks, guys. I love it.
Excellent.
This must be like a tomato, potato.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with it's one of those words. This is more than one way to say it. But all right. So I think we're gonna switch to our intermission video, and I will try not to keep myself muted after we switch back. But please enjoy another quick commercial while I refill my beverage, and my guests here can do whatever they need to. By the way, in case you haven't been here before, the intermission lasts about 3.5-ish minutes. So
3.5. All right.
Okay.
On your mark, get set.
All right, here we go.
I want to take a moment to talk about something serious. There is a problem facing late surviving non-avian dinosaurs in modern America. Hunting is very strictly regulated, and only allowed at certain times of the year. This means that for much of the year we have to rely on farm-raised food, which means money. If you want to help a starving dinosaur, please consider donating on Patreon, or buying from my merch store. Links are in the description. Please help. Dinosaurs all over YouTube are depending on you to help them through the hunting off-season.
Oh, Nani? Dare? Oh, Gojira desu ka? Hi, Gojira-san. All right, we are back, and this time I'm unmuted, and so should everyone else be. So, let's see. Okay, so we're gonna go back, and as I was talking about off air, we, this is one of those things where guests can filter in and out. So, I think David will probably be heading out pretty soon, and I think Maddie might be here for another hour or so, which is fine. I will almost certainly be here for a bit over 2 hours. So, you guys have plenty more time with this marathon stream, and there might be a third one, although it won't be next week. It might be the week after. So here we go.
Also, we know that Creation Week happened just thousands, not millions of years ago, because the Bible traces back human genealogy to Adam, who was created on the 6th day as the last of God's creations.
Maddie, I feel like you have something to say, based just on your facial expression.
We know it can't possibly be millions of years. So human recorded history is not as reliable a source for science land as you might imagine.
It's not even as reliable a source for history land as you might imagine. And I say that as someone with a history degree.
Yeah, I just finished filming a review of Genesis Apologetics talking about radiocarbon dating.
Sorry.
And they use, oh God, it was painful. But they keep using these how could we possibly have a good record of things that change carbon rates before humans existed? And I'm like, you think that we use some monk in Poland writing that in 1518 there was a forest fire as a source, right? That might be very interesting for local human history, but I don't care what he had to say in terms of the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, right? He wasn't taking measurements. He wasn't recording, right? So they have this, I think it's a thing here or with our friends in Genesis Apologetics, where nope, what people wrote down is the absolute most reliable thing you could possibly have for any field. And that thought has never occurred to me before, apparently today, and it's just blowing my mind.
Yeah, and it reminds me. There's actually a specific example of creationists doing this. It's Kent Hovind, and while he's trying to convince you that dragons are dinosaurs and that dinosaurs extended well into historical times, he points out that in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles it talks about dragons coming into the land with great hunger, and I mean. I went and I checked, and you might not know this, but I did get an A in Old English. I can actually read a fair bit of Old English. And while he usually reports Old English sources incorrectly, like when he says that Grendel is described as a T-Rex, which it is absolutely not. Yup. In this case, the Old English was accurate, but all that means is some old guy in the 10th century was like, oh yeah, there were totally dragons. That's why the crops failed this year. Sure.
I also love I forgot where I read this. This is not a good source and it's not my field, so do not take this as truth. But I love the theory that unicorns came into existence in mythology because someone who had seen a rhinoceros was trying to describe a rhinoceros to someone who had never seen a rhinoceros.
Yeah.
They're so it's like a horse, but with a horn. Got it.
Well, Rhinoceros unicornis is the genus and species name of a rhino species. And another one is Rhinoceros bicornis, because guess how many horns it has?
I'm gonna guess 2.
Yeah, amazing.
So good.
Yeah, and actually the word that the King James version of the Bible translates as unicorn is typically translated as rhinoceros in most modern translations because we know it was a one-horned big animal based on the Hebrew. And there are, in fact, one-horned big animals that would have been known to the Hebrews. They were just rhinoceroses.
Mm-hmm.
So it is entirely likely that kind of thing happened. And also, if you look at medieval bestiaries, they'll a lot of times describe real animals, but they'll have illustrations that indicate that this person writing clearly never actually saw a living example of this animal. This was described to him.
One of my favorite things about medieval times, medieval England, is when they would try to cook mythological beasts. So they would like take a pig and a chicken and cut them both in half and sew them together and roast it all together. And like, look, we made a cockatrice.
Hey, now to be fair, they would usually use capon because that's much fancier.
Excuse me, you're right. They would use, what is that, a neutered rooster or something?
Yes, it is a neutered male chicken. They actually end up growing bigger than hens usually do, but because they're neutered, they don't tend to have the hormones spoiling the meat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just proud of myself for knowing what a capon was.
Hey, good job.
If you're wondering what my quarantine activity has been, it's been a lot of, I've become obsessed with historic baking.
Nice. Let's see. We're going to hit play here.
This is how the Bible explains that the earth and everything in it was created just about 6,000 years ago. The evolutionary view, on the other hand, is built on the foundation of deep time, with almost every pillar of the theory depending on millions of years. We see this idea promoted in books, even starting from children's books, museums around the world, state parks across the US.
Now, they have this almost completely backwards, right? So there's this idea that people only accepted the deep time and ancient age of the earth in order to accept evolution. But the thing is, if you actually look back historically at what like the arguments were back in, say, like the 19th century, when evolution is starting to come into its own as a reasonable hypothesis about biodiversity, most of the physicists who at the time didn't know about things like radioactive decay or nuclear fission or things like that, right? They were saying, well, the Earth is probably, like 40, 50,000 years old based on our thermodynamic calculations on assuming it starts as a molten thing, and now we know this much of it is solidish. And biologists were saying... biologists were saying...
Lord Kelvin.
Oh, yeah, Lord Kelvin. Yeah, he famously calculated the age of the Earth. But the thing is, biologists who were accepting evolution were like, hey, that's not really old enough. We're pretty sure it's going to be a lot older. And the physicists were like, okay, tough. Like, what do you want from us? We're not going to change the conclusions that we have, which are the only ones we can come to, because it's inconvenient for your pet theory.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. One of the things he said, like, he had the cause and effect wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was most of these theories need or depend on it's billions of years, guys. The Earth is 4.5672 billion years old. Wow, that's a number I carry around in my head. So it's not that these things need billions of years, right? It's that these processes indicate that the Earth is billions of years old. So it's not, we assume that the Earth is 4.5672 billion years old, and then, great, now everything works. Right? It's not that. It's that, like, plate tectonics. It's that every geologic process, everything we know about, like, universe and solar system formation, all of these things corroborate each other and all support that date of 4.5 billion years.
Right. And it just so happens that that isn't a problem for evolution, almost as if both of them are true at the same time. It's kind of weird. When lots of different areas of science all converge on the same answer, that's usually a really good reason to take that answer seriously.
Right. And another thing I think that a lot of our, again, with creationist friends forget is that, like, biologists and physicists don't normally talk, right? Those are such different fields, or like a geologist and an astrophysicist, right? Like, they don't go to the same conferences. I guess maybe unless they go to, like, AGU, American Geophysical Union would be the only place I can think of where even an astrophysicist and a geologist would end up at the same building, and even then they would be going to different sessions. And a biologist isn't going to show up there, right? So it's like these are such different fields. So this idea that there's this, like, global cabal of people going, how can we trick the children out of their faith?
Right.
Is just nonsensical.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I don't.
And again, the majority of these people practice faith. I think globally, I think it's like 2/3 ish. It's in the 60% wise of, like, practicing scientists who also practice a faith of some sort.
Yeah. And hold on, I'm going to send the link out to one person. So I'm going to stop sharing this window for just a second. So you can still talk. People will still be able to hear you if you want.
Okay. Hi, people. I'm trying to keep an eye on chat, but I'm being a little like ADD with it.
Oh, look, I'm trying to keep track too, but I can't catch everything. Which is
I'm seeing chat talk about Townsend's and Tasting History with Max Miller. Yes, Smitty, I've been watching so much of both of those.
I watch both of those too. Those are both. I don't talk about cooking a lot on this channel, although last time we did get into some of the stuff I've been cooking lately, so that was fun. But I've been watching a lot of those, and there's actually a few recipes in there that I've been like, maybe I do want to try that. And
I've tried the Anglo-Saxon oat cakes.
Okay.
They were quite from Tasting History. Those were quite delicious.
I did do some baked beans based on the recommendations of James Townsend and Son, which I think that was still the name of the channel. Now I think the name has changed to just Townsend or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess Son went away.
Yeah. That's still the name of like the company.
Okay.
And it's still like on their print magazine, but their YouTube channel is just Townsend's.
Okay. And by the way, the baked beans were delicious.
Sounds good. Oh, I tried the Townsend's. The name is like rye and Indian bread, but it would have been a bread made with rye flour and ground corn and some wheat flour, like white flour all together. It was okay. It wasn't great, but it was interesting to try.
I feel like just go for cornbread at that point. Just make cornbread.
Right. Yeah. I should have just made cornbread. It would have been better.
Yeah. Or beer bread, which is also amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But I was interested because it was ways people made flour go further by substituting in cheaper grains.
The thing is, the very fact that was the point of it should have clued you off that maybe it wasn't the kind of recipe that you needed to make yourself.
Well, okay, I hear that, but like sometimes, right? Like I also made the what's it called? Election cake.
Okay, it's sort of like I'm never going to make hardtack, even though I was in the Navy and it's naval rations. I'm still never going to make hardtack.
Oh, I'm never going to make hardtack. I'm sorry, I know we've talked before because you were a nuke, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I'm not misremembering that. I haven't lost my mind. Good job, me.
We were on what was it?
We were on
Steve's. What is the name of that show? It's Science, DEFCON Science or something like that. I think.
Something like that.
Yeah.
We just nerded out about
nuclear physics.
Nuclear physics. It was so much fun.
Yep. I believe the link to that is in my playlist of Dapper on other channels. And we've got Nestle 20 in. What's up, Nestle?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I can.
Hello.
Just fine.
It's a bit late to the party, but still.
Hey, you say that, but there's still like 2+ hours left, so you've got plenty of time to be here. And Maddie is almost certainly not going to be here for that long.
I'm not. We ordered hamburgers, so when my hamburger arrives, I'm going to sign off and eat it.
All right. I don't blame you. If I had a hamburger, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to hit play, though, because we got to get through some of this.
Yeah, right. We should definitely do young Earth creationism and not cooking.
We're trying to avoid the young Earth creationism, let's be honest. It happens with Erica all the time.
Yeah.
And in several movies and TV shows. Even high school biology.
The Croods and Planet of the Apes is where we're going for Hollywood showing us science.
Science. And what they're complaining about is like textbooks having correct information.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how dare they teach our children about how the world works? I don't
know.
Forbidden knowledge.
Yeah. Forbidden. Oh, man. Ooh, pemmican? So Smitty mentions pemmican. I might make pemmican. If I want to get that much lard, which takes a lot of lard to make pemmican. Which isn't the easiest thing to find in modern grocery stores, by the way.
Oh, dude, just go to the supermercado.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, very easy to get lard there. And if your regular grocery store has a solid, Hispanic aisle, lard is there.
Despite living in Arizona, the Hispanic aisle at the closest not ethnically designated grocery store, not super great. They didn't even carry beef tongue, which I asked for last time I was there. Yeah, I actually went up to the butcher and I was like, hey, I get you might not have it out up front, but like, you have any beef tongue in the back or anything? I was like, no, we got nothing. I was like, fine. So
yeah, go to the find your local supermercado.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get some good stuff.
Yeah, well,
But, I mean, if you can't find large, use Crisco. We should definitely be going with creationism and not talk about food.
So here's one quick thing though, and I'm going to say it and I'm going to play it. I've heard from people who have made pemmican that Crisco does not work nearly as well, and it melts too easily because lard has a much higher melting temperature, and so Crisco pemmican will actually like melt in your hands, which you don't want.
Huh. Okay. Never mind.
Textbooks state that deep time is the foundation of evolution theory, stating geologists now use radioactivity to establish the age of certain rocks and fossils. This kind of data could have shown that the Earth is young. If that had happened, Darwin's ideas would have been refuted and abandoned.
Exactly, but then it didn't. That was a realistic possibility at one point. People were like, hey, this could falsify Darwin's ideas. And then it
So wait a
didn't.
minute. Evolution made a risky prediction and it came out accurate?
Yeah, evolution against the physicists of the day.
Conspiracy.
Yeah, against the physicists that were around at the time when it was proposed, evolution was saying, no, guys, the Earth is probably a whole lot older. And the physicists were like, I mean, prove it. But then later, it was like, okay, here you go. Here's evidence of an even older Earth. And the physicists were like, yeah. And then evolution was like, I guess this is okay then. But it could have gone the other way. And at the time, there was no way to know beforehand what was going to happen. The ancient age of the Earth itself is a successful prediction of evolution. And it's not like there weren't people at the time who didn't have any particularly strong religious reason to, weren't rejecting the ancient age of the Earth because they didn't have evidence for it. Again,
it reminds me of the meme with the Earth and the two astronauts, and the one guy, the physicist, saying, "Wait, the Earth is old," and the evolutionist behind him, "It always has been."
Oh yeah, RGM Truth pointed out that pemmican is made of tallow, and I think that is right. Like a beef tallow at the supermercado. I mean, they might.
I don't know.
Even if they don't, an actual butcher shop, which is going to get like whole halves of a cow, they'll have tallow.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, even if they don't normally sell it, it's not like it isn't part of the cow. They're going to have it whenever they get a cow. And I can just like, hey guys, could you save the tallow? But,
yeah.
Look, I'm probably not going to make pemmican anytime soon. For one thing, I don't have a dehydrator, so.
But another thing that's also a big problem for the creationists is not just the radiometric clock, it's just the heat of the decay rate. Like in order for the Earth to be young, you need to accelerate somehow.
Yeah.
Thermodynamics.
And then that causes its own heat problems, which is separate from the heat problems caused by ridiculously rapid plate tectonics. It's like a double whammy on the heat. It's just like, guys, there's a serious problem there.
Which is also separate from the heat problem you get if you have to compress 4 billion years of impact crater events into 6,000.
Yeah. It just keeps, like all of this energy has to go somewhere, guys. What is your answer for this? Because Noah wouldn't have had the problem of having to stay, dry and on land. He would have had the problem of being vaporized and turned into I'm not even sure that plasma accounts for it. We're talking about levels of heat that you might get degenerate matter out of that kind of event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When push comes to shove, they will often just appeal to oh God, change the laws of physics just to fix it.
Yeah.
And at that point, here's the thing. At that point, if at some point when you're talking about younger creationism, you're going to have to, if you're being honest, right, or even marginally honest, at some point you're going to have to defer to it must have been a miracle, right? At some point you're going to have to rely on magic, right? And so I don't understand if you're going to end up with this. I understand that this is what things look like, but I believe this, so therefore it must have been a miracle or magic or supernatural or whatever you want to call it to get us there. Just start from that point, right? That's at least that's. Because then at least what we're dealing with is a claim of belief, right? Because if I wouldn't bother debunking a video that was just there wouldn't be anything to debunk really if they're I believe X, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
right? There's evidence that suggests that that's not true, right? But that would be, but you can't debunk a belief, right? So the only reason we are having this conversation, in my mind, is because they're trying to say that, like, no, but science says X, Y, Z, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
This isn't just false, it's not even wrong.
Right.
Yeah, that is the thing. When someone goes off on their, like, whatever their metaphysical position is, I'm just like, okay, that's great. I'm not here to really discuss that. But if you're going to say the science says X when it actually says Y, well, now I have something to discuss with you. So.
Right, exactly.
Instead, radioactive dating indicates that Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. Plenty of time for evolution and natural selection to take place. But does any of this even matter? Well, consider this. Many people will only consider the Bible's message if they believe the Bible to be credible, both historically and scientifically.
This is an argument from consequences. If people believe the Earth is old, then they won't believe the Bible. So let's believe the Earth is old, whether or not it is. Not a valid argument. That is an actual fallacy. Argument from consequences. No matter what the bad consequences are, that doesn't change the truth of the matter. It's like saying you shouldn't go to the doctor because then you might be diagnosed with cancer. Like, well, you're going to have cancer or not either way. But going to the doctor is the only way where you're going to get that treated. So even if the consequences being diagnosed with cancer are bad, you should still go.
It's also like a tacit admission that, like, the fact of the matter is irrelevant. We should just believe that that's the goal. Ultimately, is just to believe. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Millions of years can't be jammed into this timeline for the very important reason that Adam and Eve were responsible for bringing the curse of sin, death, disease, suffering, thorns, and thistles into the world.
I don't think there weren't thorns or thistles before that. It's like, did they just get a new creation event? But regardless of that, here's the thing. Most Christians do manage to accept the age of the earth and evolution and then not have a problem with their general theology. So,
right.
Also,
it's an issue.
This cross here is X mirrored, and I don't understand why. Like it's mirrored, like reversed, and I don't get why.
Oh, huh.
Because you can tell, because there's a Cairo on it, except the row is pointed backwards. The loop at the top of a row goes to the right because it looks like a P. And sorry, that's completely irrelevant. It's just a weird choice, and I don't get it.
No, it's okay. I got distracted because I was thinking about, so specifically Adam and Eve brought sin, death, disease, thorns and thistles.
Yes, very specifically.
And nothing else, very specifically, those things.
Does that include cactus
my head
needles?
Right. So did they bring in, so why did that make lions a carnivore? Right? Right, because they would say that, like, all animals already existed, but before the fall, they were all vegetarians.
Yeah.
So, but
lions had a long teeth to pick out the needles of the cacti before they could eat it.
Oh, but there weren't needles. Well, then again, are needles thorns?
Maybe I don't know.
Structurally, they're not, because structurally speaking, thorns are projections from the stem, but needles are actually the leaves of cacti. They actually photosynthesize on their stem, and the needles are actually leaves. So that's one of the reasons why, if you look at cacti, their flowers come out of the same structures and in the same patterns as the needles. It's because flowers are modified leaves, and so are needles.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now you
I
learn.
love that this is the conversation we're having.
Botany. Hey, botany is cool.
No, but it is a thorn.
It's a thorn.
Right, what is it? It's a needle of thorn. And therefore, if there was a cactus in the Garden of Eden, would it have had?
Well, hey, that's the kind of discussion that the creationists will have among themselves. They're like, okay, well, did cacti have needles in the Garden of Eden? I don't know, because they're not technically thorns. Would the biblical writers have differentiated? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get some more.
When you're a mythic literalist.
Here we go.
And the evolutionary timescale has these things existing supposedly millions of years.
They did it again. They reversed this cross. The numbers are. Wait, are they backwards? Or am I just imagining things now? We'll have to watch.
Does this even matter? Well, consider
I'm bad
this.
at pausing exactly
Many
when I want
people
to.
will only consider the Bible's message if they believe the Bible to be credible, both historically and scientifically. Millions of years can't be jammed into this timeline for the very important reason that Adam and Eve were responsible for bringing the curse of sin, death, disease, suffering, thorns, and thistles into the world. In the evolutionary time...
Yeah, why are the numbers backwards? Why do you guys do this? It's the same picture. They have it X-mirrored. I don't get it. I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with anything, but it's sort of like, there's this thing, if you notice it, and you know how to recognize it, you'll see it all the time. AIG, which is not the same as this group here, but AIG, they like to show Torah scrolls upside down. Because when you flip Hebrew upside down, I don't know if this is why, but if you flip Hebrew upside down, it kind of looks like text like you're used to, where it goes left to right, and the right margin is the one that's uneven.
Oh my god.
So AIG likes to show Hebrew upside down. And it's like, it doesn't actually matter to any of their points, but it's just weird, and it was pointed out to me once, and I started looking for it, and it was like every time. I was like, it's always upside down. And this is similar. It's like, why did you mirror this? I don't understand. Anyway,
I think I can understand why it's the Torah is upside down, because they think that it's supposed to be like that, because they are used to like.
You think they're dumb enough to not know how Hebrew works?
I don't know. I would not be surprised.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised either.
Scale has these things existing supposedly millions of years before humans were even around. And if these things existed before the consequences of our sin brought them, this makes them God's ideas, rather than the results of our falling away from God. This doesn't fit the Bible because God said his creation was very good, and all life started out vegetarian before the fall.
Actually, that phrase, very good, only comes up in when God's talking about after he makes people. So it changes, because when God it separates the waters above from the waters below, and saw that it was good the first, it was evening, then it was morning the first day, right? So it goes through, and he saw that it was good, he saw that it was good, he saw that it was good, but when he makes people, he saw that it was very good. So that specific phrase is supposed to represent like God's relationship to people, to humans. In that ancient Near Eastern Israelite tradition, is setting up the special relationship between God and the nation of Israel. If you were wondering, I went to a Christian high school and had 4 years of Bible, but and actually, this is pretty well known about me on the internet. I am actually a Christian. I'm Episcopalian. It just doesn't come up when I talk about science.
Which it really shouldn't, because there's no reason for it to. It shouldn't matter.
Exactly. So so I'm gonna throw out random theological facts, because they're not when they say stuff like this, it's not even like theologically either robust or mainstream, right? Like, not only are they fringe in their scientific beliefs, they're fringe in their religious beliefs as well. They're just real loud about it.
I like that they point out a largely vegetarian animal that's only recently, in terms of evolutionary history, started to go with a vegetarian diet, which is one of the reasons it still has like a ridiculously short gut, and why it has to eat absurd amounts of its favorite food, which is a grass, by the way. And it's just like,
what's cherry picking?
Yeah, it's like, gee, what if you go with one of the typically considered to be more historically and like evolutionarily speaking, vegetarian lines? Like, do you have a whole lot of, say, ruminants with carnassials? No, you don't? Oh, that's weird. Huh. Funny. So, and also, even bears actually don't have hugely carnivorous dentition, right? Like,
except for the polar bear.
Well, yes.
But the polar bear has really sharp,
Yeah, but like most bear species, while they do have carnassials, actually have fairly flat molars, specifically because they they eat a lot of plant matter. Weird.
Yep.
And then we have Jens van Broekhoven, who sent a thumbs up bird for €3. Thank you very much for the super sticker, Jens. I really appreciate it. And because really, guys, every little bit I really appreciate, because you guys don't have to send anything. And the fact that you do always makes me very grateful. But here we go. We're going to hit play.
Problem? Death, suffering, and carnivorism are the result of the fall of Adam and Eve, and were not part of God's original creation.
Yes, before the fall, crocodiles hid under fruit trees in the water, just waiting to ambush any fruit that fell into the water. That was the whole point. That makes sense.
Crocodiles freak me out. The pictures
Do
of
they?
is it no, it might be gators that like will put their snout out and let the lake like freeze around
That's
them.
gators. Yeah.
That's gators.
Mhm.
I'm clearly not a biologist at all.
Well, most people have trouble telling the difference. It's really hard if you know what you're looking for, which I mean, I'm not trying to brag, but I do because I make it my business to know. They're not that hard to distinguish, but until I made it my business to know, I also had trouble figuring out which one was which. So.
Yeah, but it still freaks me out. Like I have to say, like, I don't feel bad about not knowing things about biology, right? It's not my field.
Yeah.
I can tell the difference between, derecho and other mesoscale convective systems, right?
I don't even know what those words mean.
Crocodilians don't get much justice. Like people think they are just like living fossils and unchanged and a bit overshadowed by the dinosaurs. Like no, they have a very interesting history too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I think the fact that they're still around makes them incredibly terrifying because they survived, and that's way scarier.
Well, hey, on the bright side, we no longer have crocodiles that ran around on hooves on land chasing down horses. Because that was a thing.
Sorry, what?
Yeah. Planocranidae was a group of terrestrial crocodilians that ran around on land chasing down early ungulates on land on their own little hooves.
Oh no!
Yeah, that was a thing.
Not
that long ago. We're talking like 40 million years ago.
Oh no!
Maddie's just now completely horrified.
They didn't have like horse hooves. They had just like very thick.
Yeah, they weren't exactly like actual ungulate hooves, but like they were running around on land on these thickened claws that they were helping to grip the surface of the ground with, so they could run after ungulates.
Yeah, but there were many other pseudosuchians who were like running on like upright walking.
Yeah, actually, pseudoseuchia, they primarily marine or aquatic adaptations of modern pseudoseuchia is a fairly recent thing. For most of the Mesozoic, most pseudoseuchians were terrestrial. But we're gonna hit play. Because you got to get through this again.
Now let's take a quick look back through history to see how certain we can be regarding the claim that the Earth is billions of years old and life on Earth is millions of years old. Let's start out with today. We can be 100...
Tesla Ranger says 40 million years ago equals not that long ago. It's true on the scale of 5 or 4.5 billion years. Yeah, 40 million years ago isn't that long.
Wait, but why did he specify that? Like he first says that the Earth is like billions of years old, but then he says life is millions of years old. Like why?
I think
why
so.
does he have to specify?
Until you get animals, creationists just ignore everything else.
Right.
Didn't life first emerge like 3 billion years ago?
Possibly longer, like maybe 3.2 or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love talking about like the idea of what a long period of time is completely depends on like whether or not you're talking to a geologist or a paleontologist.
Right.
Versus like I'm talking about weather stuff. I'm like, yeah, we forecasted that so far out, 4 whole days.
Yeah, you talk to a geologist, like, what is 4 days? What is this time period of which you speak? Yeah. It is meaningless.
Yeah. Who cares about stromatolites? Who cares about them?
Yeah, it can be hard to switch like time scale thinking.
Yeah, but so the reason that I think they're talking about life millions of years ago is because until you get to like animals that can scurry around, creationists don't care. Yeah, they don't care about stromatolites. They barely care about like the Ediacaran, like rangeomorphs and stuff.
Oh yeah.
They'll every once in a while you get one who will mention rangeomorphs, but like they really don't care until it's crawling around, until it has a face. Creationists could not possibly care less about that life.
100% certain about the events that are occurring today. We have video and audio transcripts and tons of records. What about going back 100 years to World War I? Well, we know with reasonable certainty that this war started on July 28, 1914, and we know about many of the events that led to the war, but we've lost some of the details with the passing of time. What about 1,000 years ago? We can be fairly sure about many of the events that happened in some regions of the world at this time. For example, we know from historical records and evidence that the Vikings existed and plundered much of Europe.
Yeah.
We have records of this from many cultures, but again, we've lost a lot of the details. What happens if we go back another 1,000 years? Now we're at the time of Christ. We know from even secular historians that Christ lived and was crucified during this time.
Josephus was a secular historian.
Yeah, he totally wasn't a polemical Jewish historian.
No, definitely not that.
Well, the thing is, at the time, the idea of a secular historian wasn't a thing. There was no such thing as a secular historian who was trying to tell an unbiased, non-politically or religiously motivated history of the world. Why would you bother? That was the attitude.
I think when they say secular, they just mean not Christian.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Who cares if Josephus was actually trying to make the Jewish people seem as awesome and reasonable to his Roman bosses as possible? Doesn't matter. He's secular. Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Notice that we're still able to rely upon written accounts and historical evidence to go back 2,000 years. We haven't yet relied upon carbon-14 dating. Now let's go...
no, that's wrong. We absolutely do carbon dating at that point.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we carbonated like the Dead Sea Scrolls and other things from that time period. Also, I mentioned this before, they're weirdly obsessed with human records, with written language records. It's odd.
Well, they're getting all their ideas from a book, so that's what they have to focus on.
Yeah, it's like we of course can also like find artifacts and burials to see like confirm historical events. Like we have discovered the city of Troy, for example. Like first it was written in text, but it was thought to be a myth. But then they found actually the city, so not just text. Of course.
Yeah.
Yep. So here we go.
Well, we not even want to mention why, a lot of our knowledge about, say, Incan and pre-Incan civilization is wiped out. Do we not want to touch on why we don't have their texts?
Well, the Incans didn't have text. The Mayans did.
Excuse me, the Mayans had text.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just going to throw some shade at Spanish conquest, I guess. That's
fair.
So clever with me.
You know what? A lot of Spaniards had shade to throw at Spanish conquest. If you actually dig back into some of the primary sources there's a whole lot of letters, especially from missionaries and monastics who were going to the New World, who were like, hey, the secular people here are really treating everyone poorly, and they're trying to say that it's in the name of the church. Could we not do that? Could like the Pope be like, hey, don't do that? And the Pope was like, I don't fucking care. Oh no, I only tell $10. Oh well. But yeah, so even a lot of the actual missionaries were like, this is not really the way we should be doing this. This is really bad. And the Spanish were like, yeah, but we're getting gold out of it and silver, so shut up. Let's send them back into the mines. I mean, yeah. The Spanish conquest of the New World was mostly like, hey, we're going to get a lot of silver and agricultural goods, and we're going to excuse it by saying we're turning them into Christians, which they really weren't. Right. So, yeah.
1,000 years back in time, to 1000 BC. This is the time of King David in the Bible. We still have surviving records from at least some civilizations back then. But something happens when we try to go back another 1,000 years to 2000 BC.
So Smee says, I heard Incanos may have recorded more than just numbers. They almost certainly recorded more than just numbers, but it was probably numbers basically and units. And so like you could probably say like, okay, this was 100 bushels of what grain. There is some weak evidence that there may have been the ability to record some aspects of a narrative, but it was probably more as a mnemonic device than as an actual text that could be completely reconstructed from just the kipu, which is the knots that we're talking about.
So it's fair to say that the first written text is more about numeric instead of like semantic messaging?
Well, that's actually a common thing in a lot of places where language has developed or written language has developed. It tends to start off for accounting purposes because you can remember a story, like you can remember a song whatever, it's not that important. But can you remember exactly how many bushels of rice this farmer paid in taxes last year? Probably not. So you write it down.
Yeah. And I know from like watching a bunch of digital Hammurabi videos that like most of the Sumerian tablets we have that are like cuneiform is like 1 sheep, 2 goats, paid my taxes.
Yep. And I mean,
they're accounting.
In a society where shorting your taxes could be a pretty lethal option for you, it's important to get your receipts, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also when you're trying to distribute all of this, because you're going to remember that the society was still small enough that central distribution of these resources to the population of the city was still a realistic option, which it's not in modern societies because just there's too many people. You couldn't efficiently administer that. But at the time, that was often happening. You had to know how much of what you got in the first place, or you couldn't divide it. Like if you're like, we had to divide all the sheep meat or whatever between this population of 3,000. Well, if you don't know how many sheep you have in the first place, how are you going to do it? Sorry, go ahead.
Also, there was also an interesting thing about the cuneiform, like, I don't know why they chose like a base 60 numeric system. Like it's such a peculiar thing to think about, like base 60. Like why not they choose that?
I actually know the answer to that because they counted knuckles instead of fingers.
Yeah.
Right. So you get 1, 2, 3. Right. 3 knuckles. So that was the basis of the Babylonian base 60. The other thing I want to just mention really quickly, but we don't know about things that were happening in the time of King David, right? Hey, dude, our record, like we can backtrack orbital mechanics and figure out eclipses, right? If you want to know when that happened, we can tell you. We can talk about how much, what the global temperature was. I can tell you that, you know, or I can find the graph that would tell me that. So there's a lot of things that wouldn't be recorded by humans that we can, in fact, figure out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm super sorry about this, but hamburgers from Five Guys.
Oh, hey, get out of here. Go enjoy.
So I'm going to go eat some food. You guys are very cool. Right. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you later.
I'll see ya.
All right, here we go.
Just how certain can we be about the events that occurred 4,000 years ago? Even 6th grade textbooks admit that human writing only goes back a maximum of 5,000 years. So this is the time zone.
Which is longer than the flood, but okay. Like, if it goes back 5,000 years, that invalidates your date of the flood at 4,400. Which, hey.
Yeah, for some reason, Noah's family just preserved every single type of text.
Yes, and then reburied them.
Text there were.
They preserved them, then reburied them in the locations that later people would go inhabit and adopt those languages after the fact. Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
They were very, very culturally conservative.
Yeah. When we start losing certainty about history, let us explain. Writings from the ancient Greek civilization will only take us back to about 800 BC. Ancient Hittite writings go back further to 1700 BC. Egyptian history is quite traceable until about 2000 BC. Then it becomes a strong topic of debate among historians.
It does, but none of them actually let the flood be a realistic option because all of them go back longer than you're getting as a reasonable time for people to get off of the ark and populate Egypt as well as the rest of the world. So no Egyptian chronology really fits well with the biblical flood account if you're going to take it literally the way young Earth creationists do.
Yeah. Oh, this is actually a question that I have, maybe a bit off topic, but like I am also always wonder like how does a royal bloodline start? Like who decides who gets to be the first pharaoh? Like.
Oh, I mean, the first pharaoh is the first warlord who punches enough faces.
Yeah,
that's probably what it is. No, we actually have a really good reason to think that because, like we saw with the Narmer tablet,
or maybe like one person starts farming and then controls all the food and says like I am the boss now. Pay me or else you will starve. Like
so, in a vacuum, that might seem plausible, but we actually know that some of the earliest farming communities were very, very sort of egalitarian. There really wasn't a strong sense of who's in charge. And even in Egypt, our earliest farming communities in Egypt that we know of, which are definitely pre-dynastic, which means that no matter how long the actual chronology is here, these were groups that were here long before the quote-unquote flood was supposed to be around. But anyway, we don't have any strong evidence of any kind of class system, and we do have strong evidence of communal grain stores. And even communal meat preservation, like they were doing things like drying and smoking fish and things. And so it seems like what they were probably doing is they were in a villages of a couple hundred or so, and they would go and farm and then collect all of the farm, and they'd go and fish and collect all the fish and put them in central storage areas, and then they would dole out whatever amount. And in a group of 100 or 200, that's actually a pretty reasonable way that you can do that. It actually works out reasonably
They were
well.
pretty much all farmers.
Yeah.
They were pretty much all farmers.
So it really does seem like the origin of things like pharaohs really does come down to when you start getting larger groups, and conflict becomes a much more likely way for you to get resources. Just in some cases because your group is so big that the local farm is no longer able to sufficiently support everyone from a communal granary. And then once you get past that, then you start seeing a reduction in the use of communal food sources, and the use of those only in times of things like famine and stuff. Because there were things like grain and beer doles in times of famine in Egypt in general. But in most cases, after your taxes were done, whatever other food you farmed was yours to either sell or eat or things. And that is how you sort of have to...
Yeah.
That's sort of how you have to arrange a society that's more than a few hundred people. Because at
that's
that
when
point...
you get hierarchies, basically.
Yeah. Hierarchies...
Europeans will be happy about that.
So to some extent, hierarchies are sort of like a requirement once you get out of groups that are like a couple hundred people or smaller. Because it becomes almost impossible to actually coordinate a completely non-hierarchical group of like 5,000 or 6,000. Like, how would you do that?
Yeah.
Like, direct democracy is not going to work for most things.
Yeah,
So-
you don't have like a fast communication system to do that.
Yeah.
So
anyway, we're going to play.
yeah.
However, we can probably trust that the Hittites and the Egyptians signed a peace treaty around 1269 BC, which is the oldest surviving treaty in existence. Egypt also provides us with the oldest medical documents still in existence, the Kahun Papyrus, dating to about 8...
What's a papyrus? Papyrus? Did you mean papyrus?
Oh,
My
right.
goodness, that Y isn't in there as a suggestion, guys. Ugh.
Well, that reminds me of something. I don't know. Like I remember somebody saying like omnipotence.
Yeah, instead of omnipotent. Yeah. Or just earlier in this video not this video that we're watching, but earlier in this stream when they said sauropods.
Oh yeah.
Whoever Sarah is.
1800 BC. Outside of the Bible, the oldest set of written laws that we have was recorded about 2050 BC.
Which are older than the Bible. I want to make this clear. The oldest set of laws that we have recorded are older than the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
These laws, supposedly created by a Sumerian king, covered a variety of crimes like perjury, courtroom procedures, taxes, and ceremonial laws. Some historians date Sumerian clay tablets as far back as 3000 BC. However, most of the...
Actually, some of them date them back significantly farther than that. Well, not that much farther, to be fair. A few hundred years.
Tablets that supposedly date around 2000...
Even that gives us back beyond when these guys think the flood is. So... You get back to 3,000 years, you're done. The flood didn't happen when you say it did. The chronology of the Bible conflicts with the actual historical record.
1000 BC or older depend on indirect dating methods, such as dating bones found near the tablets, or dating the tablets themselves using procedures that sometimes yield very wide age estimates, rather than precise ones.
Okay, so if you date a bone near a tablet, you can't tell how young that tablet is. You can't tell exactly how old it is, right? So if I have a tablet and I find it with a set of bones, and that bones is 5,000 years old, because 3000 BC is about 5,000 years ago, then we know the tablet has to be as old or older than the bones, right?
Right.
So saying that we're indirectly dating it with bones, okay, that's fine, but it doesn't mean you can assign a younger age.
Time traveling tablets.
Right. Well, we'll assume that doesn't happen.
Wow.
So the thing is, like, when you're saying that, they use indirect dating methods, like dating the bones nearby, it's like, okay, great, but that still gives you a youngest age. The tablet could be much, much older.
Also, they say that it gives a range of dates, but I wonder how big the range is. Like maybe it's just like a few decades or a few hundred. I don't know. They don't specify.
Yeah. Oh, and Smitty says Dapper Dino is not an anarcho-syndicalist. No. Anarcho-syndicalism is sort of like the flat earth of political systems. It once you get any sizable population, it's just not going to work. And that has been shown both in terms of theory as well as practice. It just doesn't work. In fact, it even can be problematic even at relatively low populations. So, yeah.
While the Bible describes God's creative works at the beginning of time, Moses likely recorded these events around 1500 BC. The earliest Chinese dynasty with...
So you just admitted that the Code of Hammurabi is in fact older than the Bible. Okay, fair enough. I'll credit where credit is due.
Written history is the Shang dynasty, which began about 1700 BC.
The Shang dynasty is almost certainly made up, but whatever.
Some Chinese historians speak of an earlier Qia dynasty.
Oh no,
they
that's
believe
the one.
started
Sorry, I got that one wrong.
As early as 2100 BC. But these ancient Chinese records can only take us back about 4,000 years with certainty. Do you notice a pattern with these ancient civilizations? They all seem to have written records that go back to a certain point, but then they all fade out around...
If he doesn't say around 5,000 years ago, because that's what he has on screen, I'm calling dishonesty.
On the same era. There is a strong level of certainty for the last 2,000 years, and
Also,
a reasonable certainty...
Were all these languages also like pre, quote unquote, Noachian flood? Like,
well, that's a good question, because according to the young Earth creationists, these languages don't come into existence until after the Tower of Babel, which raises all sorts of questions. Like, so okay, these people had time to get to all of these places and develop these languages to the point that they got to, because we also know that there are related languages, right? So like we have these Chinese records, but we know that by the time of ancient China, there wasn't a single Chinese language. There were several related Sino-Tibetan languages. And we find the same thing in the Middle East. Like Egyptian is an Afroasiatic language, but it wasn't the same Afroasiatic language as, say, Phoenician or Proto-Arabic, which we also know both existed. The same thing with Hebrew. We also know Hebrew existed. So we know Berber existed. And so we have all of these Afroasiatic languages that are related. Sorry, go ahead.
Also different writing systems were present at the time.
And we also know that, like, say, Akkadian was a language. We know that Hittite was a language. We know Luwian was a language. We know that, we had Proto-Greek. And all of these are languages in various groups that are related to each other, which means that after the Tower of Babel, you have to have not only ridiculously fast biological evolution, you also have to have extremely rapid linguistic evolution, because we know that there's a genetic relationship between Egyptian and Hebrew and Akkadian and Arabic and Phoenician and Aramaic and Berber. We know that all these languages actually share a common ancestor language. It's Afroasiatic. And some of them on one side are Semitic and some of them aren't, like Berber and Egyptian aren't Semitic languages, but they're still Afroasiatic. We get the same thing in parts of East Asia, where we have, the Han Chinese dialects that very quickly diverge into their own languages, but we also have other Sino-Tibetan languages like Tibetan and other languages in the area. So, yeah, it doesn't actually work, because not only do you need hyper-biological evolution, you also need hyper-linguistic evolution. And I've never heard that addressed.
For about 2,000 years before that, but going beyond 4,000 years, our certainty about historical events and human history seems to drop off a mysterious cliff, and the evidence we have of civilizations beyond that time turns very weak.
No, it doesn't drop off a mysterious cliff. It drops off the cliff of that was before writing was invented, but we have lots of evidence of pre-written, well, not necessarily pre-civilized, but still pre-written cultures in these areas, going back thousands of years before written languages.
Cave art.
Yeah, we have cave art. We have, like I said, pre-dynastic villages all throughout for thousands of years worth of archaeology that we can directly test, because we can actually carbon-14 date the actual organic material found in these sites. So it's not like we can't say anything about what was happening before that. True, the written history of humanity goes back about 5-ish thousand years. But the prehistory of archaeology and agriculture goes back itself thousands of more years. And then before we have agriculture, we have things like you said, like cave art, and we have things like, archaic Homo sapien finds and things like that push it back even farther. So
I they give so much credence to like written text, but I don't know why like things like cave art would not be held to the same like standard. Like it's not the same as, of course, with a text, but it's still like a record of human activity.
Right.
And yeah.
All right, here we go.
It's all like, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
This is even confirmed by Dr. John Taylor, curator of the cuneiform collections at the British Museum. When asked what is the oldest writing we can date without having to use carbon-14 dating, Dr. Taylor answered, "For cuneiform, we can securely date using a solar eclipse observed in 763 BC. Before that, we rely on less secure methods such as historical records of various sorts. That gets us back to about 1400 BC. Before that, we are less sure still. There are periods of time of known length that float in uncertain relationship to each other. Isn't it interesting?"
Okay, fair enough. Without carbon-14. But we have carbon-14. So it's sort of like saying, like, how much of your, of the history, like to use something they talk about, World War I, can you prove without using newspapers? It's like, well, I guess less than I could otherwise. Okay. And it's like, oh, what if you can't use photographs either? It's like, again, even less than. When you
Can you sit down without bending your legs? No? Checkmate, atheist.
Well, actually, I feel like I could. But actually, I know I can because I've injured my leg and had to do so.
Oh.
Yeah. Not recently. But yeah, it's just one of these things like, oh, without this major method for dating things, how do you date things? And it's like, yes, without a major method that we use to date things, dating becomes less certain. Oh my goodness. Surprise Pikachu face is really the only response I have for this. Like, what do you want from people?
Saying that the Bible places Noah's flood about the same time we happen to lose certainty about human history?
No, because the Noah's flood was a part of an origin myth of the actual world surrounding the ancient Hebrews. So they tended to put it around the earliest period that they knew about, which is about when writing starts. Like, that's not a coincidence. You just have the causality wrong.
Again, surprise Pikachu face.
Right.
Biblical chronologies place the worldwide flood about 4,400 years ago, and some scholars place it earlier.
Ooh, notice how they dishonestly put that to the right of the Sumerian line, even though their own numbers on screen actually will put the Sumerian line to the right of their flood line. Kind of being dishonest there, Genesis Apologetics. It's like you're lying to your audience because you know that you've already contradicted yourself. Weird.
Up to about 5,000 years ago.
Either way, the date bar doesn't make any sense. Like at what point is like 0 and what point is like 10,000? Like in the middle of 10,000 or yeah.
It's completely not to scale with any, like they didn't properly label their axes. Yeah, no.
We know what happened in this time frame. Then, about 100 years later, about 70 people groups were divinely given languages by God and told by him to scatter across the globe.
About 70? Where did you get that from? I don't remember that being in the Bible. But then again,
nice round number.
It's been a while since I read the Tower. Actually, it hasn't been that long since I read the Tower of Babel story because I don't know if you know this, but the Tower of Babel story is actually a standard text for translating into languages in a lot of areas in linguistics. That and the Declaration, or the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, are popular texts that you just translate into other languages, and then you have like a whole parse of that. So you get the original language translation, you get the parse, and then you usually get a translation back to whatever language you're writing in about this language. So actually hasn't been that long since I read the Tower of Babel story, probably a few months.
Also, I've heard, I maybe not be accurate, but I've heard from Aaron Ra, like saying the Tower of Babel story has some truth to it. Like at the time when the civilization collapsed, nobody knew anymore how to read and write cuneiform, and then like language was, so to speak, lost. Like in one sense.
I'm gonna have to go ahead and say nah. I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Ra on that one. Aaron Ra has a tendency to uncritically accept historical little anecdotes that aren't actually well accepted in historical circles. So,
I think I always take it with a grain of salt. Often,
yeah,
so.
Basically whenever Aaron Ra talks about history, I kind of tune it out because he has not shown himself to be a terribly reliable person on history, and when he's been corrected on history, he has a tendency to not then later correct himself. So I like Aaron Ra. I think he seems like a nice guy. Everyone I know who's talked to him seems great, and he's great on phylogeny. However, when it comes to history, I would basically ignore all of that, and at most take it as an area to research. If he says something that you find interesting, go then research it elsewhere. Yeah.
This sure seems to match what we see in history. Many different languages and alphabet systems springing onto the scene about the same time.
Yeah, but that's not the order in which they went. That isn't. We actually have good reason to think that the most writing systems actually have more derivation from Egyptian than they do from cuneiform. Cuneiform didn't leave any living descendants, which is the writing form that you see being developed at that center right there. Now, it's possible that the idea of writing originated with cuneiform, and then the Egyptians later had the idea, but we actually see most alphabets, modern alphabets, springing up from two places. One is in East Asia around the Han Chinese, and the other one is from the Egyptians, and then we get some of the Indian scripts coming directly from there. Now, the Indian scripts were likely actually influenced by earlier scripts, like the Indus Valley script that we still can't translate, as well as ideas from China, perhaps. But in terms of actual alphabets and other writing systems that are in use today, they descend from either Indian scripts, Chinese, or Egyptian through a heavily modified use by the Phoenicians, who basically took a lot of...
Our alphabet, like the one that we use.
That ultimately derives from Phoenician, which got a lot of its glyphs from either directly from hieroglyphics using the same sound assignments, or were very similar in form to early hieroglyphics in terms of their shape. Yep.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that like our alphabet has some relation to the Egyptian hieroglyphs.
It's weak. Let's be fair.
Maybe yeah.
It's weak, but it's there. There's
like an uncle of an uncle of an uncle.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do not radiate out of the Middle East. It's simply not true. They radiate out of a few locations, one of which is near where they're showing. Another one is not very near, and another one is pretty darn remote. And then the last one in China is about as far away as you can get without crossing an ocean. So yeah. Now we do also have the independent invention of writing in Mesoamerica with the Mayans. So that's another independent, but again, I was going with, extant writing systems because, generally speaking, no one is using that as a means for communication anymore. There are still some people who write, Nahuatl in, Mayan rune or glyphs. But, generally speaking, speakers of Mayan languages can't understand them, and they're usually more decorative or as a bit of trying to preserve cultural history than they are actual attempts to communicate. So
yeah,
that's why I don't really count them.
Of course, Noah's family was more apt at preserving the history of different writing systems during the flood. So
you're going to go with maybe they were pre-flood, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe.
We see virtually no writings with validatable dates before the time of Noah's worldwide flood.
Except that you yourself said that we do, but okay.
When we start trying to date the Earth and humanity beyond dates from written history, carbon-14 dating comes into play as a tool.
I'll go back a bit to when he shows the bar for the flood, on the scale.
I can try.
And then I see, where does it begin and where does it end? I don't understand how the axis is so arbitrary.
Yeah, no,
you cannot see.
They didn't. Here's the thing. They specifically didn't label the axis so that you cannot actually determine what they're actually really trying to tell you, except in the vaguest of ways. Because if they were to actually label it, you would be able to tell that it actually contradicts the numbers that they were using earlier, not as an axis, but as just talking about different kinds of things that we have in terms of how far back we can go. So yeah, you might think that big zero is supposed to be a zero axis, but it doesn't actually line up with what they have on screen. So yeah, I think it's intentionally vague. I think that they are trying to make it easier to fool people.
Flood. When we start trying to date the Earth and humanity beyond dates from written history, carbon-14 dating comes into play as a tool for dating human remains and the artifacts found with them. But can carbon-14...
Hey, that was actually true. So good job.
dating reliably show that certain fossils or artifacts date tens of thousands of years ago?
Yes, it can. Did you have something?
Oh, I said drink because they get something right.
Yeah.
For a very
What is with this weird skeletal horse with a gigantic head?
Yeah, I love to see that.
What is that? Like, I know it's not a point. Like, they're not. I don't think they're trying to make an argument about it, but it's just, it's utterly bizarre. What is that?
It's an Equus chibi.
Seriously, it is. All right. Well, let's see what they actually have.
New species of horse.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take what might be my last break of this stream, because I'm probably going to call it at about 5 hours, and then in a couple weeks, I'll try to finish up this whole thing. Maybe it'll take 2 weeks. Maybe it'll take another 3. I don't know. I'm going to go until the end of this video with these streams, because you know what? Or until I just stop being annoyed at Genesis Apologetics, but given how stupid they are, that's probably not going to happen. So let me take a quick break, grab myself a refreshed beverage, because now what has happened to my drink is that the ice has melted, and so I'm basically just drinking watered down ginger ale, which is not that great. So I will be back in a few. Nestle, you know about how long intermission videos are, right?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go, intermission video, and I will be back in just a bit.
I want to take a moment to talk about something serious. There is a problem facing late surviving non-avian dinosaurs in modern America. Hunting is very strictly regulated, and only allowed at certain times of the year. This means that for much of the year we have to rely on farm-raised food, which means money. If you want to help a starving dinosaur, please consider donating on Patreon, or buying from my merch store. Links are in the description. Please help. Dinosaurs all over YouTube are depending on you to help them through the hunting off-season.
Oh, Nani? Dare? Oh, Gojira desu ka? Hi, Gojira-san. All right, we are back. So we're gonna hit play and see what else Genesis Apologetics has for us. As I said off air, I'm probably gonna be done in about an hour, maybe a little bit more. Probably not less though. So here we go.
Far outside of biblical history that points to a miraculous creation just thousands of years ago. Well, let's start out by saying that the actual process of carbon-14 dating includes sound science and uses high-tech lab equipment that costs millions.
That's a pretty big admission, so hey, props guys.
So the method itself is not the issue. It's the assumptions that are made when the raw isotope ratio gets converted to calendar years that carbon dating becomes unreliable and inaccurate.
See, that's the thing. That's not what actually happens, though. We don't actually just take the raw ratio, fit it to just a little, decay curve, and then call it. There's actually this thing called a calibration curve. And we base this on a number of things, right? So we base it on things like we can check to see carbon-14 content and ratios in things like ice cores, tree rings, and things like that. And so we use multiple dating methods, including other weird things like electron spin resonance and things like that, right? And using multiple independent sources, we can actually trace back times in the Earth's history within the range of carbon-14 dating where the carbon-14 production was higher or lower. And it's mostly based on things like sun cycles and atmospheric composition and things like this, right? So it's not just a simple, we just assume that carbon-14 has always been produced at the same rate and always had the same decay rate, and then we just use this math. But let's see what they have to say about it.
Especially when dating really old items. Just what are the assumptions that are being made when interpreting carbon-14 test results? Actually, there's quite a few. Let's look quickly at just 8 of them. Forest fires, which pump a huge amount of carbon into the atmosphere. Atomic activity.
Okay, but forest fires actually don't pump that much carbon into the atmosphere overall.
No.
And volcanic activity kinda does, but again, if it's major enough to actually have an impact, then it will have enough to show up in the calibration curves, right? So it still doesn't matter. Now, it might throw off a local carbon date, right? So if you have a big carbon releasing volcano in, like, say, Hawaii, right? And you try to carbon date, a dead bird bone that you found, then not knowing the volcanic, like when certain volcanic eruptions happen, might be a problem there. It might throw off your date by a few hundred, maybe even a few thousand years. Okay.
But does it really have that much of an effect? Because I like the absorption of carbon from the environment doesn't take that long. Of course, I'm not understanding the subject very well, so I might be guessing here from my own intuition. So
well, the thing is, any volcanic eruptions or forest fires that were on a big enough scale to actually affect worldwide carbon-14 production would show up on our calibration curves. So it's already accounted for if it actually made a difference.
And releases, which even doubled the amount of carbon-14 in the atmosphere. Volcanic eruptions.
Great, again, already accounted for in the carbon-14 curves.
That blow carbon even hundreds of miles around the eruption. Industrialization, where factories produce carbon. Solar flares, carbon reservoirs, changes in atmosphere.
Carbon reservoirs are a well-known effect, and objects recovered from known carbon reservoir environments aren't used for carbon-14 dating. That's why you don't carbon-14 date seals like they showed, or sea snails and things like that.
Pressures and
yeah.
variances in the Earth's magnetic field. Just like other types of radiometric dating. Translating carbon-14 test results into calendar years requires assuming a uniform decay rate of the isotopes involved.
It does, and the minute that you show any physics that allow us to have any significantly variant decay rates, let us know. So far, no creationist has actually managed to do so.
Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
When scientists attempt to stretch the results of carbon dating back many thousands of years, are any of these assumptions being violated? Do we know about all the forest fires and volcanic eruptions that have occurred in the distant past?
Not necessarily. However, like I've said, since we use other independent dating methods to calibrate carbon-14, it doesn't matter. Because all of these things cross-confirm. And the other thing is, even if you were just to take the naive approach to carbon-14 dating, you actually would the margin of error that you would get would be bigger but it wouldn't be small enough to allow you to cram all the carbon-14 dates into 4,500 years or 6,000 years. Like, we're talking orders of magnitude out. So the carbon-14 date calibration curve, well, it takes all this stuff into account, even without it. Just the naive carbon-14 ratio, assume current carbon-14 ratio in the atmosphere is accurate. It still doesn't allow for any of this to be true. It's just, you cannot fit in enough carbon-14 creating events to allow for these kinds of ridiculously short timescales. It just doesn't work. And the other thing is, we don't have to rely on just carbon-14. We can toss carbon-14 out completely because, well, guess what? We have other radiometric dating methods that don't rely on atmospheric carbon-14 production or production of these radioisotopes at all. We can just, these isotopes are almost certainly primordial. And
there's also curious why. There's also curious why they think that carbon-14 is the only dating method. Like, it's almost like they, it's almost like they think it's the only dating method.
Right. Even if we throw out carbon-14, it doesn't help creationism a little bit.
Atomic activity, solar flares, and cycles. The Earth's magnetic...
I like the atomic bomb, as if atomic bombs have been going off all throughout history.
Atomic activity.
Magnetic field. Certainly not. We run out of clearly documented historical events that validate these assumptions after just a couple thousand years, and scientists already try to account for the violations of these assumptions that we happen to know about. So, if we know that these assumptions have been violated...
But that's the thing, we have reliable ways using other methods to date other events that we know are a problem, and we can just directly calibrate the curve based on things like ice cores. So there really isn't a problem here.
In our known past of just a couple thousand years and have to account for them. How in the world can we say that there are no violations to these assumptions over the previous tens of thousands of years that are...
Oh, because we can check.
...aren't confirmed in written history?
Because written history isn't the only method. It's as simple as that. The knowledge about the past does not entirely depend on written history. It never has, and it never will.
There is a way to put carbon-14 dating to the validation test, where we can see how accurately it can date items of known ages. This is exactly what the British Science and Engineering Research Council did when they conducted an international blind study on carbon-14 dating, by sending out artifacts of known ages to 38 of the world's leading carbon-14 testing laboratories. The results? Only 7 of the 38 laboratories produced dates that were even close to the known dates of the artifacts. That's only 18% of the laboratories in this international study.
Could you cite it for us? Because I would like to read this study. I don't know how to find it. Did you see them cite it, Neslig?
I didn't.
Okay, because it would be an interesting study. And hey, you know what? If there's actually a really good reason to throw out carbon-14, okay, that's great. But I would really like to know what the name of the study was, who were the authors, where was it published? You know, kind of the basic minimum in order to go find a study.
Also, I like how they list the labs like C14 Lab 1, C14 Lab 10.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Tell us, thank you. Well, they didn't hear me sneeze. I muted myself for that. But you're not even going to tell us the names of these? Okay.
The rest, 82% of the laboratories produced dates that were across the board, being off by even thousands of years. This goes to show that accepting dates from human remains, artifacts, and writings requires having faith in assumptions that we can never prove or verify correct.
You know, interestingly, pottery isn't usually carbon-14 dated. It uses dates based on other methods that actually don't have those alleged problems of carbon-14 and that can't err old. So there's this, now I can't remember it. It's like luminescence. Anyway, what it has to do with is the fact that when pottery is fired, the high temperature excites many of the electrons in the pottery, right? And then as time goes on, they emit at certain characteristic wavelengths that are dependent on what the pottery is made of. And so if you take careful measurements of how bright this photon emission is, which is always extremely dim, you can actually get a really good idea of how old at maximum how old at minimum the thing is. Because future events can only give you later dates. So for instance, if it's exposed to significant amounts of light, that lowers Yeah. Basically, oh goodness, now I'm getting fuzzy brained. So basically, it gives you a youngest date for this thing, because any event is going to that would disrupt this dating would end up showing a younger date than is actually true. But we still get pottery that dates beyond the date of the flood, so that's a problem. So yeah, now if anyone can tell me that some luminescence, thermoluminescence, that's it. Thank you, Robert Asset. I could not think of that word to save my life. Thank you very much. I'm going to chalk that up to having gone for like 4 hours, because I'm getting a little little fatigued. I know of someone who just finished a few hours ago something like 14 hours of being live, and I don't know how she did it. But hey, I'm not going to do that. Sorry, guys. Yeah, thermoluminescence. Yeah, so the thing with thermoluminescence is if the pottery is exposed to light or it's reheated, it'll reset that clock. So if you get a date of 6,000 years on a pottery, that's the youngest it can be. It can't be any younger. It could be a whole lot older. So when you do like thermoluminescence dating on pottery, and you get, as we do, dates of tens of thousands of or 10,000 years, that's the absolute youngest it could possibly be. And in many cases, those correspond well to the carbon-14 dates we get on organic remains in the same area. So, weird.
When it comes to human history, to bridge the gap between 4,000 to 5,000 years ago and the distant past beyond this time, we each have two choices: rely on God who was there and told us what happened, or trust in carbon-14 dating and other types of radiometric dating beyond 100,000 years.
And tree ring dating and ice core dating and thermoluminescence. And yeah, we have a whole lot of options. We even have deposition rates, which, while they have trouble giving us really tight absolute dates, they give us minimum date ranges. So yeah, we have a whole lot of ways to know that the Earth absolutely 100, well, I can't say 100%, but 99 with a whole lot of nines afterwards % is not 6,000 years old, and it is way closer to 4.5 billion years old.
So you're telling me there is a chance that it's wrong?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, although it's
way
less.
You know the quote from
Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the chances? 1 in a million. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, but here's the thing. It's way less than 1 in a million. It's way less than 1 in a trillion. It's hard to express in numbers just how low it is without using scientific notation.
God's word tells us that a catastrophic worldwide flood wiped the slate of human history about the same time that written history has a clear beginning from several cultures. Is it just by chance that the oldest medical documents, written laws, and records of kings and dynasties all end between 4,000 and 5,000 years ago?
No, because that's around the time the first group discovered writing, and then the idea of that spread out. It's not a coincidence, and it's not a coincidence that someone wrote a mytho-history about how the civilizations came about that started at about the same time that the writing developed, which is the earliest that they thought that the civilizations were rising. No, it's not a coincidence. It's just not.
I think not.
Right, it's not a coincidence. It's just not a coincidence for a different reason than you think. You have the causality almost completely backwards.
Or quickly lose verifiability about that time?
Sorry, what's that?
I was trying to make another joke about like Pepe Silver. It's like the scene from like connecting the dots with different things that are totally unrelated, and
We've had the capability to write and keep records for long ages, but there is
it's upside down. But I don't think that's a trick. I think they're just trying to show us the whole text as it's being written. So okay.
Yeah.
Although I do notice that they're using like a modern rabbinical style of writing for this. This is not the way that the text would have been written originally, and you can tell because there are these weird little projections at the top of the letters or the bottom as you're looking now, because it's upside down.
Mm-hmm.
But those were like I believe like a early medieval innovation to Hebrew script, and they're to some extent they're kind of there to make it harder to make mistakes. So Jewish scribes are really, really, really particular about writing down things. So traditionally, they have these really complicated letter forms with these weird little sticky outy bits. And also, before they write a letter, they'll look at the letter, they'll say the name of the letter, then they'll write the name of the letter, then they'll say the name again and double check to see if it was the right letter, and only then will they go on. But what confuses me is that I don't think this is an actual... Oh, wait, no, never mind. That was just me misinterpreting some of the strokes here, because looking at Hebrew upside down is confusing. Never mind. I was about to say, I don't think this is actually the kind of writing that would end up in a Torah scroll. And I was going to say, because I can see what looks like some pointing, but that's not actually pointing. That's just...
Also props to this person who can like write like a printer, basically like a really nice.
Oh yeah, I mean
photos,
it takes a lot of practice, but you can do it. Actually, I did the calligraphy for my sister's wedding. That was my gift for her because she was going to pay someone like several $1,000s to just do like calligraphy for her wedding, and I was like, "Here's some samples of my calligraphy. I can just do it for free." And she was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "All right, well." There you go. I just saved you a few grand. So, like with enough practice, you can write like that. It's not easy, but yeah. In fact, I'm extremely out of practice with my calligraphy. I doubt I could do it anymore.
There's a reason why all records disappeared between 4,000 and 5,000 years ago, and we must all choose between God's record of the past, what he wrote down and told us to believe and trust, or man's ideas about history using methods that require assumptions and faith. Which are...
No, none of those are faith. None of them. And the assumptions are testable. And we can calibrate them. So, yeah.
You going to trust? No one was there to observe the past and see how things were made, or how long it took. So, we need to either rely upon assumptions about the past without being there, or rely on what an eternal God said happened in the past because he was there. God...
See, the problem here... Okay, so I'm just going to grant that you have an eternal God. I'm not going to get into the disagreement, but here's what I will point out. Not everyone's going to agree with you. So even if you're right, you cannot rely on the Bible as a text to demonstrate all of these things, because you won't be able to demonstrate them to anyone who doesn't actually accept them. If you want to actually say that this is where the science points, which is what they're trying to say, it's like Maddie was talking about earlier, you have to be able to actually point to real scientific data about this, and they can't. So I'm not going to argue with you if you just want to retreat into it's just miracles. Great, fine, have fun with that. But you have to realize you can't convince anyone else with this.
Yeah, like one side they will say like, oh, science supports creationism, but the also they will say like, who are you going to believe, the Bible or science? Like,
yeah,
it's yeah.
Oh, and Smitty says, when is spending thousands of dollars on weddings going to be commonly understood as foolish and pointless? I hope it. Well, so here's the thing, right? If you want to spend a ridiculous amount of money on your wedding, have at it. Have a great time. I think it's silly, but that's okay. If you want to do it, that's fine. Where I have problems is where people who would rather not do that feel like they have to. So my hope is that we stop doing things like feeling pressure from friends and families to have extravagant weddings.
Oh yeah, I hate that. Yeah.
But I will say this, if your reception doesn't have an open bar, why are you inviting me? That's where you should splurge. Splurge on the open bar. So, also, if you're Mormon, I'm probably not coming to your wedding because you probably won't even have a bar where I have to open up a tab. Because I'll be honest, weddings and wedding receptions are kind of boring. There's not going to be any booze. I don't have much of a point. Sorry. I know I'm insufficiently romantic. Please forgive me.
God wrote in the 10 Commandments that he created the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them in just 6 ordinary days. The genealogies in Genesis connect the lives of the early patriarchs straight back to Adam, just thousands of years ago. So, how can we see the light from distant stars when it supposedly took billions of years for their light to travel to Earth? Does this
That's a really good question. I wonder what they're going to say.
Prove the clear timeline in the Bible?
Oh, Smitty says the reception should be the entire budget, and the majority of that should be booze. Yes, I approve this type of wedding. I mean, I get like, yeah, you might want a special dress and a special tux, and you might want to have, like the you probably want to rent a venue for the ceremony. Fair enough, but yes, most of your budget should be spent on the reception.
Yeah.
Because
I'm also like when I die, and I don't want you to spend a lot of money like on like a chest,
Yeah.
or something like it. It's really like it's going into the ground anyway. So why bother?
Here's something a lot of morticians won't tell you. As far as I know, no place has a rule saying that you have to be embalmed, which is an expensive process. You don't have to do that. You also don't have to do things like pay to have the casket or coffin covered up in a cement box, which a lot of people, at least in North America, do. You don't have to do any of that. So feel free not to.
And show the rest of it as just myth? Actually, it doesn't. Stay with us to find out why.
So actually, I hate that. They said, oh, does this show that the rest of it is just myth? Just is not something you should apply to myths. Myths are important, but their importance is not reliant on their literal truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has myths. Nations have myths, religions have myths. The important thing isn't usually, at least, their literal truth. The importance is the philosophical and moral points that you can draw from these stories. And their truth is completely irrelevant to that. Because in many cases, they weren't even composed as to be taken as literal history. Myths are important because of what they teach you, not because of whether or not they're literal accounts of history. Now, some myths can be historically true, but that's still not the important part about them. And we'll continue on. I just hate the way many people, not just young Earth creationists, but I also see a lot of people who are like atheists or agnostics doing this with myth. We're just like, that's just a myth. Stop it. If you say just a myth, you have already misunderstood the point of myths.
Right. It's
sorry.
Yeah. I'll go ahead.
Okay.
To measure the speed of light at any time in history, you need 6 things: light, space, distance, matter, time, and gravity.
Do you need gravity to measure the speed of light? What? Why?
I'm referring to like gravitational waves travel at the speed of light, but perhaps I don't know how apt they are to like connection between the two. I don't know.
Yeah, well, let's see what else they got for us.
Biblical perspective, God, who is outside of time and space, created all of these things during Creation Week. None of them even existed before that. Think about it. They all had to come into existence together at the same time. Without space, how can you have distance? Without distance, how can you measure speed or motion? What would matter be like without gravitational forces?
So what would matter be like without gravitational forces assumes a sort of natural and not literal Genesis creation idea. Because the thing is, if we're just going to assume that God can just create whatever he wants, not all matter is gravitationally bound. So, for instance, if I sent my cell phone up into space, right, it's not going to fly apart because of low gravity, because it's not gravitationally bound. It's mechanically and chemically bound. So God could create chemically and mechanically bound objects that don't require any kind of gravity. The fact that gravity seems to be a requirement for things that we normally think of, like as planets and machines and whatnot to exist, is entirely a product of the fact that the origin and history of the universe is primarily naturalistic. If it weren't, if everything could just be created magically, there would be no reason for gravity to be the dominant force determining the structure of the universe.
Yeah. This is also one problem I have with the fine-tuning argument, like, the universe had to be fine-tuned, but if God can do anything, then it doesn't have to be fine-tuned, like he can do anything.
Yeah, well,
to make
so
it work.
The fine-tuning argument actually relies on an old Earth/old universe idea about the history of the world or the universe. Like it relies on that being the case. It relies on God creating maybe the Big Bang and the physical constants of the universe, and then the universe developing more or less naturally. Which is why whenever young Earth creationists use the fine-tuning argument, it just shows that they haven't actually bothered to look into the fine-tuning argument. Now, I'm not here boosting the fine-tuning argument. I don't care. I don't know whether or not these physical constants could have varied, how much they could have varied. I don't know if there's a multiverse. I don't know any of the things that would inform me about that, and I don't particularly care about a lot of them. But if you're going to use the fine-tuning argument, you have to assume at least an ancient universe, and most likely you probably are going to end up accepting evolution anyway. So any young earther using the fine-tuning argument, just kick them right out. There's no point in them using that argument because in order for it to be persuasive at all, it has to assume things they think are wrong. Here we go.
And gravity even affects time. Light travels through this space-time fabric, and all of these things were spoken into existence by God during the first few days of creation. These are all pieces of a puzzle that came together at the beginning. Light is visible electromagnetic radiation that travels 186,000 miles per second when it's in a complete vacuum.
Older, younger, whatever it might. Tried to hit pause and it went all the way back to whatever crap that was. Okay, give me a second.
Are you going too far? I think you're going too far.
Yeah, I am.
And then here, I think it's also about there.
Yeah, I think it's a little earlier than that.
Alright.
Go to here. I know this is earlier, but
It came together at the beginning.
Sorry.
Light is visible electromagnetic radiation that travels 186,000 miles per second when it's in a complete vacuum.
So, this isn't a major thing, but it gets to the ambiguity of the terms in English, light and electromagnetic radiation. Because, like, is UV light light? Well, we call it UV light, but it's not visible. What about infrared light? And it's one of those things, like, I get that it's not a huge deal. I just don't like saying that light is the visible part of the spectrum because that's not normally how the word is used. Yeah. And it's a minor thing. And I'm not really saying it's a nitpick at Genesis Apologetics in particular because lots of other people do it. It's just I wish people in general would be more careful with their terms because we tend not to use light just to mean the visible part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Right.
Hold on a second. Whatever. There was something in the chat I was going to address, but then I would have to read way too much of the chat that I missed, so not even
The speed of light when traveling through space is impacted by gravity, and time and gravity are inseparably related. Gravity impacts the speed of light because it affects the energy of the fabric of space, which in turn affects the speed of light and time.
Kind of. So it can affect the observed travel time of light on a global scale, but it won't affect the local speed of light as measured by anyone who's trying to measure it from point to point within the gravity well. So it's a little bit more complicated than that. Gravity doesn't slow down light in the way that you might think. Like it's not like it's hitting molasses or something and it's now I can't go so fast.
Also, if you slow down light, then it just means that the light has to take a longer time to reach us. Like it doesn't really help you.
Yeah.
Atomic clocks at different altitudes track time at different rates due to gravity.
Yep, that's true.
Even our GPS systems need to be calibrated for the effects that gravity has on time.
Hey, they have a reason why the Earth isn't flat, and also Klingon birds of prey for some reason. You know what? I don't mind. Go for it. Show me as many Klingon ships as you want, guys. I like it. I am all about having the Klingon ships on screen. Let's do it.
Even motion itself affects time. When accelerating close to the speed of light, the weird distortions of Einstein's relativity kicks in. Time slows down, lengths go up, masses balloon, and everything we thought was fixed changes. So
no, not everything. The space-time interval remains fixed because the whole time goes in one direction and space shrinks in a particular direction. All of that actually ends up resulting in the same space-time interval. Now, I don't want to get into all the math, right? But it includes combining the change in time of an event A and the change in distance. The change in time of both space and time for event A and event B. And if you combine both the time and the distance, then for all observers, that combined space-time interval will be the same. It's what keeps causality intact in general relativity, despite all these crazy various frames of reference in both inertial and non-inertial. And so it's not that everything that we thought was fixed becomes unfixed. It's that they are fixed under different transformations than is intuitive to the human mind.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to propose the white hole theory. I don't know who was the person again who proposed that the Earth was inside a black hole and time dilation was the Earth is
I actually think that
very young and
So knowing Genesis Apologetics, I think that might actually come up in this video.
Yeah.
So I want to hold off on that until either we get there or like next week or something. But then Smitty says, were Klingons named after dingleberries? Which I do think was a joke. They were actually named for a person who was on the staff of the original series who had a similar name. I think his name was like Klingon or something. And they changed the spelling a little bit, and they named an antagonistic alien species after him as a bit of a joke. So that is the actual history of the name of the Klingons. And then the Romulans were named because they were supposed to be sort of Roman, and so they're named after Romulus, which is also why their home planet is Romulus. Which then raises the question, would they call themselves Romulans? And now in more modern Trek, we know the answer is no. They do not call themselves Romulans. That's apparently something that someone else made up. Why they were called Romulans then in Enterprise, where they were first encountered by humans, I don't know. Why do the Vulcans call them Romulans? Because apparently, according to Enterprise, that's who came up with the name. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But hey, I'm never going to tell you that Star Trek canon always makes sense. I just wish it were more consistent in terms of more recent Star Trek.
There we have it. Light, space, distance, matter, time, gravity, and motion.
You know, you really didn't give a great reason for gravity as a requirement, other than that an old Earth idea about the universe would require gravity for things to exist in ways that are useful for humans. So I still don't think they did a good job justifying that one.
Just put them all together at a given time in history, put them into a formula, and presto. We think we can measure just how and when it all got started. Apparently looking back through millions of unseen years when the entire universe unfolded with this perfectly timed, perfectly bounded Earth.
Okay, I hate whenever anyone uses this animation. That is not an accurate representation of how the solar system is moving through the galaxy. The actual proper motion of the solar system through the galaxy is not 90 degrees to the plane of the ecliptic, which is what this is showing. It's actually pretty close to the orbital plane of. I don't even think it's full 20 degrees off from the orbital plane.
That was also actually one of the least problematic aspects of this, in my opinion. Like also, of course, the scale. And
the scale is way off.
Yeah, and the speed, like it's almost like we're just whizzing around. Like no, it's very slowly,
Although
this scale.
To be fair for the scale, have you ever seen if the moon were 1 pixel?
Yeah.
So everyone who hasn't, Google the Earth is if the moon were 1 pixel, because it's a to scale drawing of the solar system using average distances between objects, and you'll see why no one draws the solar system to scale.
Right.
So I can't fault them too much for saying the planets and the sun are not to scale, because everything but the sun would be invisible. So I mean, I kind of get it.
Spinning on its axis 1,000 miles per hour while orbiting the sun at 67,000.
Also, I happen to note that this is not Genesis Apologetics' own work, so they're trying to use it under fair use. Weird how Genesis Apologetics keeps using fair use as their excuse for grabbing content from other people. Huh. It's almost like they shouldn't go around copyright claiming everyone else's videos, isn't it?
Miles per hour? Do any of us really know the complexities of light, space, distance, matter, time, gravity, and motion? Can we change the relationships between these on a grand scale in our universe today? Do we know for certain that their relationships today are the same as they were thousands of years ago? 5,000 years ago? What about when they were created? God is not bound by the laws of nature as we are. This is important to realize when it comes to the creation week, when God, who is outside of space and time, created the stars, light, space, distance, matter, time, and gravity.
Okay, even if I grant all of that, which, I mean, not, at least for the purposes of today, caring whether or not there's a God or whether or not he created the universe, let's just grant it, it still doesn't explain why it is that you can see things farther away than the age of the universe in light years.
Yeah, and light is also bound to the, of course, laws are not prescripted or descripted, but anyway, they are still quote unquote bound to the laws of nature, so it doesn't really solve anything by pointing out. Yeah.
All right, well, let's see where else we get.
Even the evolutionary model, the Big Bang, has a light time travel challenge called the Horizon Problem, as explained by astrophysicist Dr. Jason Lisle.
The Big Bang, the alternative to biblical creation, also has a similar...
The alternative, no. There are essentially an indefinite number of potential alternatives to biblical creation, Jason Lyle. It's just that only one of them actually has any significant amount of evidentiary backing, and it's the Big Bang. And your idea has no evidentiary backing. But let's continue after I point out that ridiculous false dichotomy.
Type of problem, a light travel time problem of its own. It's called the horizon problem. And basically it has to do with the cosmic microwave background that we see streaming from the distant regions of the universe. We find that it's very uniform. And that shouldn't be, because in the Big Bang model, it should have different temperatures at different places. Why is it so uniform?
A cosmic inflation. Now, yeah. I'll grant you that it's not clear why cosmic inflation happened, and so, sure. Is that... As a result, I do think that actually does cause a certain amount of uncertainty and questions in terms of the current lambda CDM model of cosmology. But we also know for other reasons that modern lambda CDM model is not the whole picture. We know that it's wrong in at least some ways. And we know it not only from the fact that it needs a few post hoc rationalizations, which to be fair, it kind of is. We also know that from things like mismatches in calculations of the Hubble constant from different observational methods. But the thing is that we still know, even despite all of these things, that lambda CDM, which is the modern cosmology model, is way closer to being right than anything that Jason Lyle is proposing in Near Earth Creationism. And that's because the lambda CDM maximum discrepancy between measurements is about an order of magnitude off, right? That's about how bad things are, which is really bad, don't get me wrong. That's not great. However, Jason Lyle is at a minimum about 12 orders of magnitude off. So it's sort of like, you can say, okay, hey, you're wrong. It's like, yeah, okay, fair, but it was sort of like, okay, let's say that I said, hey, this man here is 600 years old. It's like, no, he's actually 60 years old. It's like, okay, yeah, I got it pretty wrong. But you're going to go around and say that he's actually 14 milliseconds old. I might have been wrong, but you're way more wrong than I am.
Yeah, it's I also like to use the analogy of the Earth, the round, the flat Earth. If you calculate different heights of mountains using the assumption that the Earth is perfectly spherical, then you might get some discrepancies because the Earth is not perfectly spherical. There's a few miles of how do you call it, an oblate spheroid, right? So, and of course, if you say therefore flat Earth has some credence, and no, it doesn't.
Also, I just got breaking news. This just in. Apparently, the Conservative Party in Canada voted that climate change isn't real. So, problem solved, everybody.
Really?
Problem solved. I actually don't know how accurate that is. That's just being reported by a Canadian friend of mine. So, I just want to say that crisis averted. We're good, everybody. Continue to
climate change. Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
I mean, to be fair to Canada, they're pretty carbon negative overall, because most of that country is just wilderness full of plants and trees and ice and whatnot. So Canada is not the big cause of climate change. In fact, actually, right now one of the biggest culprits is China, one of the countries that's doing the least to combat climate change. So thanks, China.
But to be fair, they are now industrializing, and the Western nations have had the head start, basically. So
they could still be using a lot more stuff like nuclear power and things like that, but they're not.
Right.
They are by far the #1 coal user in the world. They don't need to be.
Light energy had to travel from the hotter regions to the cooler regions to equilibrate those temperatures, but there hasn't been enough time. Even in 13.7 billion years, there's not enough time for light to travel from one side of the visible universe to the other. And so that's a light travel time problem for the Big Bang. It seems to me that if the alternative to biblical creation has the same type of problem as biblical creation, then you can't argue that distant starlight somehow disproves biblical creation.
So it's a similar kind of problem, but again, like I said, it's a problem that's smaller by many orders of magnitude.
Yeah, what?
So it's Sure, there's a problem there,
Also,
and people are working on it.
Also,
but
we have a potential solution to that problem, but what is your solution to your problem?
I would like to hear that, because at least cosmic inflation doesn't actually violate any known laws of physics. So we don't have a great causal mechanism for it, but it also isn't physically impossible as far as we can tell. So that's another reason why. While sure, I don't actually like that solution because it does seem post hoc.
Yeah, it also makes testable predictions. Like I think they're like looking for like gravitational waves, like from the inflation event, if I'm not mistaken, to test it.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, so apparently we're getting more clarity on the vote of the Conservative Party, which is that they think climate change exists. They just refuse to accept any responsibility to act. And I will say, I don't know how much Canada could possibly do to affect it, honestly. It's not a big enough country in terms of actual carbon output that it would do much, even if it reduced carbon emissions to zero. So I do think it's stupid that they're not going to bother to do anything. But on the other hand, the world isn't depending on Canada. I mean, let's be honest. It's depending on places like India, China, and the United States. I mean, that's some big places where it's depending.
Of the Big Bang. And after all, God is omniscient. He could have used a mechanism that we do know about, or he could have used a mechanism that we don't know about. But
well, until you propose a plausible mechanism, Jason, there's no point in you pointing out that, some mysterious thing that we have no idea about might have happened. Like, okay, great. I'm just going to say, okay, but what if it didn't? Because you didn't provide any reason for me to think that that's a thing that happened.
It's not a problem for an infinite God to get light from distant galaxies to Earth in thousands of years.
It is if you want to say it's scientific, though. Because if you want to say it's a miracle, okay, but now you've left the realm of science. If you want it to be an actual mystical thing, great, I'm not going to argue with you, but then you have to realize that you're no longer in the realm of science, and people have to accept your God for other reasons before they're bothered to accept this idea that you have about the universe. Which, if you want to go that route, like if you want to say, look, I'm not going to appeal to science to try to convince you to be a Christian, okay. If you think you have other strategies, I mean, if you think you have other strategies to convince people to be Christians other than appealing to science, that's great. Go for it. But what you're doing here is you're trying to use science to get people to believe in Christianity. But you're doing it wrong because you're doing the science wrong.
Seems like God was anticipating the light time travel question when he asked Job to gird up his loins like a man.
Hey, this is that same footage we saw.
Where is the way to the dwelling of light? And darkness, where is its place, that you may take it to its territory, that you may know the path to its home? Do you know it because you were born then, or because the number of your days is great? He even asked Job, do you know the ordinances of the heavens? Can you set their dominion over the earth? I think this applies today. You see, we haven't always been here, and humans were certainly not here when these forces and laws had a beginning. We can measure how they interact in today's world, but don't you think they operated much, much differently when God put them here and shaped them during Creation Week?
No. And here's the
basically the answer to the problem is like, you just don't understand God.
That's it. Well, and here's the thing. There's actually reasons to think that the laws of physics didn't vary significantly over time. One of the reasons is, even if the speed of light were much faster in the past, say, which would allow light to reach us from more distant locations than 6,000 light years away, the thing is that the speed of light doesn't just occur in calculations about how long it would take for light to reach us. It's also fundamental to many aspects of physics, especially the electromagnetic force. So you get Maxwell's equations, right? And they don't really use the speed of light. Right. But if you actually look deeper into that, into the physics underlying Maxwell's equations in terms of things like quantum dynamics, that is actually an important factor in these equations. You need the speed of light to be a certain value. And if the speed of light is going to change, it's going to change the behavior of the electromagnetic force, which means it's going to change the behavior of matter at large scales. Because at the scale of chemistry, the electromagnetic force is the dominant force. And so you could tell if the electromagnetic force had significantly different properties by looking at distant objects and looking at their chemistry. But the fact is that no matter how far out we look into the universe, chemistry remains stubbornly, boringly the same. Emission spectral lines, absorption spectral lines all remain the same. The composition of galaxies and stars are exactly what we predict if they're the age that we think they are based on how far away they are. All of this looks exactly like we would expect it to if the speed of light were invariant. And we also have no measurements that can reliably show us that the speed of light is currently decaying. So we have no reason to think that it stopped decaying back in the past because we have no measurements of the speed of light actually changing. We just have different measurements that are within the margin of errors or that were not very reliable for various reasons like the setup of the experiment. So yeah, no, we don't have any reason to think that the laws of physics changed significantly over the history of the universe. And we actually have good reason to think it didn't. So I'll keep going.
Can we really be certain that they operate the same way today as they did in the distant past? The first verse of the Bible reflects time in the beginning. Energy God created.
Oh, and so Jens van Broekhoven says, I get the sentiment, but green energy slows down industrialization. It doesn't have to. So here's the thing. Using green technology from like solar or wind, that will slow down industrialization. Nuclear power doesn't have to. Nuclear power is as reliable as fossil fuel, and it has essentially zero impact on climate. The only real impact it has is the carbon emission used to mine the raw materials. After that, it has no obligatory cost for carbon emissions.
Yeah, and even the mining is like really small because you have like a higher energy density, so you don't need to mine as much as coal.
Yeah.
Right.
So basically, the only option for climate change is to switch to nuclear power. Everything else is just a band-aid on a compound fracture. I'm not saying don't do the other things. Sure. I mean, I live in a place where solar energy is great. So people around here should do as much solar energy as they reasonably can. But for most of the world, nuclear is the only realistic option for their power needs. And it is what everyone should go to. Unfortunately, it's not popular. And as a result, until it becomes popular, climate change isn't going to be reversed. It's not even going to be significantly slowed. It's just...
I also have the opinion like if we went nuclear like in the 70s, like all positive, like we wouldn't have this problem now.
So Bill Tavis says nuclear power creates thermal pollution because it boils water. So nuclear power does create heat, but it doesn't create more heat than other forms of power do. And the other thing is that the heat isn't a problem unless there's an excess of greenhouse gases keeping it trapped on Earth rather than allowing it to escape into space.
Right.
So it still comes down to you need to lower your carbon emissions, and the only solution that is going to significantly lower carbon emissions in a way that matters that we have available to us right now is switching almost entirely to nuclear, except in places where solar or wind or geothermal or hydroelectric work, which is not everywhere. It's not even most places. In most places, your only realistic options are fossil fuels or nuclear. And I can tell you,
I wouldn't advocate for Iceland to have nuclear power because they can pretty much handle it on the geothermal. Like they have a really good location.
Exactly, the geothermal works great for Greenland.
Right.
It doesn't.
Iceland.
I think it works both. It works both. It actually works well for both because they're both on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge.
Oh. All right.
So, but anyway, yeah. So that works great for those people. However, almost everyone else isn't in a place where geothermal is going to work, or in a place where hydroelectric is going to work, or in a place where solar is going to work, or in a place where wind is going to work. Nuclear is the only green option.
Yeah, I've actually like I don't do much channel, but I have actually one video on my opinion of nuclear power.
Oh, good.
On my channel. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna hit play.
Space, the heavens, and matter, the Earth, all coming together for the very first time. Physicist Dr. Russell Humphreys has developed a very practical and grounded theory that explains the light travel phenomena. First, a short background about Dr. Humphreys. In 1984, Dr. Humphreys developed a theory based on the biblical account, which says that God created the planets out of water just thousands, not millions of years ago.
First, citation needed for the Bible saying that God created the planets out of water. Because I don't remember that verse anywhere in Genesis 1. or anywhere else in the Bible for that matter. In fact, I don't remember the Bible really talking about planets at all.
Yeah, I think it maybe refers to like a thirsty water, like the earth was like one big ocean, like void of any form of something, like just water. Like I don't know.
Well, it's one of those things where, like, you know, the Bible talks about the waters above the heavens, but the thing is that above the heavens would be above where the planets move, because even in the ancient Near East cosmology, the planets were going around either essentially against the dome of the heavens, right? So they're still not being formed out of the water. They're part of the heavens that are below the waters above the earth. So I guess, but ultimately here's the thing. Here's what Humphrey's calculations come down to. He basically said that these magnetic fields should be at certain values based on the mass of the planets compared to the mass of Earth. And he was within an order of magnitude accurate for those predictions. But the thing is, they're going to later say that, oh, that was way more accurate than the actual predictions that were given, but it wasn't. It was more accurate than some predictions. But other predictions based on things like maybe these planets have dynamos and whatnot were actually more accurate than Humphrey's.
Yeah.
Humphrey's basically said...
I think you may have started...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is Humphreys basically just did a basic back-of-the-envelope math calculation, and he was within an order of magnitude. Which, I mean...
I was going to say...
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that we may have started like a nuclear debate in the live chat. Like people are
hey, that's fine by me. Also, I noticed King Wilson here says lower energy needs. So here's the thing. I'm okay with, saying, oh, hey, try not to use excessive amounts of energy. But this is not the sort of thing where you're likely to get individuals acting to reduce their energy use significantly enough to matter. Because essentially you're in a prisoner's dilemma situation. So a prisoner's dilemma is like, they say the cops take two prisoners, right? So they're two suspects or whatever. And they tell both of them, hey, look, if you rat on the other person, we'll let you go. And they don't let the two prisoners talk to each other. So neither one knows whether or not the other is going to tell on them. So for each of them, but let's say that the cops can't actually convict. They can't get a conviction if no one squeals, basically. So the optimal solution is for neither one to squeal. However, if either prisoner doesn't tell, they have no way of knowing whether or not that will result in them going to prison or going free. But if they do tell, then they have good reason to think that will result in them going free. And the more likely, the earlier they tell on the other person, the more likely it is for them to go free. So basically what this comes down to, this is generalizable to when you don't actually know what's going to happen or what other people are going to do, you tend to default to what is going to do the best for you with the most likely outcome. And for most people, that is not reducing their energy to the minimum. So while some people might reduce their energy use out of some sense of, generosity to the world, you can't rely on that because most people tend to be at least a bit selfish. And so while they might use a bit less energy than they could, they're unlikely to actually reduce their energy to the maximum extent that they possibly could. It's sort of like people who live in apartments where the landlord pays the electricity bill tend to be less careful about how much electricity they use because they get to foist that cost off onto everyone else. So there you go. So because
I was
going to say, so because climate change is such a diffused cost, very little of what you do can dramatically affect how it's going to affect you. There's a very weak incentive for individual people to do a whole lot in their individual lives to reduce the effects of climate change or reduce their carbon footprints. So you cannot rely on individual humans doing that. You have to have a larger scale solution. And that's just, that's just sort of like basic human, like game theory, psychology, and economics. Individual humans are not going to do what it takes.
There was also somebody else who said that the big problem with nuclear is the level of competency that must be maintained. On one hand, of course, there is some level of competency required, but I think the one major accident like Chernobyl, where competency played a big role into the accident. Even that is there's nothing compared to like coal power going like perfectly right. Like if you do the calculation, like you would need to have a Chernobyl event every few weeks or months to be on the same park as the damage that coal power does.
Well, and here's another thing. I'm going to go out and say, look, I've been personally responsible for keeping a reactor not doing bad things before.
Mm-hmm.
Not me alone, but like I know the competence level of the people I was working with. And while it was reasonably high, it was not like crazy high levels. It really wasn't. Like, the only reason that it's so hard to get through the nuclear pipeline for the Navy, which is where I was doing my keeping a reactor safe, is because they need the schooling to not be forever, right? They can't afford to have like a 4-year training program. So instead, they have like a 1.5-year training program, which is still really long. It's one of the longest training programs in the military. But even so, it's way shorter than most people who actually end up in the nuclear field from a civilian standpoint spend doing their training. And so, it's really not that hard to get people who can safely operate a nuclear reactor, especially with modern designs, which are inherently stable. So modern nuclear reactors, essentially, unless you try, you basically can't get modern reactors to melt down.
And this is also one of the things that I looked up for my video on nuclear power. Like I found out that the RBMK reactor was like a positive void coefficient, which makes it very unstable and thus more trickier to control. But the modern ones are more stable, and they also have like more sophisticated like backup systems and also passive safety measurements that makes it more easier to avoid any accidents. Like, so it's a very complicated issue. Yeah.
So Jens van Broekhoven brings up an interesting point. What about the poor developed countries that can't afford green energy to catch up? So that's actually a really good point. But what I will say is that even with them not using green energy, if the developed countries of the world and the countries that could afford to switched to nuclear, it would still have a much bigger impact than what's going on now. So I agree, like some third world country, like in sub-Saharan Africa, is probably not going to be able to switch to nuclear power because they probably just don't have the technology, and they probably don't have anything that anyone's going to want to sell that technology to them. Yeah, that's a problem. But it will be less of a problem if the countries that could switch to nuclear would switch to nuclear.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that having the US and China and Canada and all of Europe immediately switch to all nuclear is going to completely stop climate change. It won't. But it's the only thing that will put a noticeable dent in it. No matter what the third world countries do.
Some countries are doing the exact opposite. I'm looking at you, Germany, my neighbor.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is nuclear power is currently on the decline in most first world countries.
Yeah.
So we're doing the exact opposite of what would be helpful. Would going full nuclear for all the countries that could reasonably actually do it fix climate change? Probably not. But it would certainly delay that problem and mitigate it significantly. So yeah, is there an actual solution that results in no climate change? I don't see one. But the only thing that could mitigate it is the one thing that people are doing the opposite of. So yeah, it's basically, if you're not pro-nuclear power, you're not anti-climate change, is what it comes down to. Is it the one thing that will solve the whole problem? No, it won't solve the problem. But it's the only option we have that is currently available that would even make a dent.
It must be part of our portfolio to actually have any feasible chance to work.
Yeah. And then, people are like, oh, what about nuclear weapons? Well, first of all, nuclear weapons and nuclear power are very different technologies. But also, China and India already have nuclear weapons, as does all of Europe. So who cares?
I also pointed out in my video. I also pointed out South Korea. They agreed to not have nuclear weapons in order to be allowed to have nuclear energy. And North Korea was denied nuclear energy, and they just made a bomb.
Yeah. So it's
stopping nuclear energy does not make people forget how to make nuclear weapons.
No,
simply not.
Well, we're going to get at least one more session in, and then I'm probably going to call it. Or one more section of this thing in.
Dr. Humphrey's theory was able to make several testable predictions about the magnetic fields of Mercury, Mars, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Then, years after Dr. Humphreys made his predictions, NASA space probes reached these planets and took measurements of their magnetic fields. The result? It turns out that Dr. Humphrey's predictions were right on, and the expectations of NASA, based on the evolutionary dynamo theory, were drastically off.
No, they weren't, though. Some of them were. But those were actually mostly based on the idea that these planets probably might not have much of a magnetic field. And yeah, no, Dr. Humphreys, the success of Dr. Humphreys is much exaggerated. Let's just put it that way.
Even with a magnetic field being 100,000 times smaller than expected, Dr. Russell Humphreys explains the light travel phenomena.
So this is what we're going to call it, but I'm just going to point out that even if it were accurate that Humphreys had made this amazing prediction about the strength of these magnetic fields, it has nothing to do with the light travel time problem. It's sort of like, look, Dapper Dino just made the most amazing cake in the world. Now let's hear him talk about how to manage floodwaters in arid environments. No relation. There's no reason to think that these two things, that doing one of these makes me better at the other. So, but that's what we're going to call it. It's been about 5 hours, a little bit more. So I want to say thank you very much to everyone who has watched. You guys, I mean, look, if no one was watching, I wouldn't be doing this, quite frankly. And I also want to say a special thank you to everyone who super chatted, which includes Vandali1998, Carrie Bronson, Ian Chen, and Jens van Broekhoven. So thank you very much, guys. And also, Nestle, what do you have to say to people?
Well, I'm happy to have joined this session, and I also like to point out that more like people in the live are talking more about the nuclear power stuff instead of the actual video that we are reviewing.
That's okay.
Maybe you should do like a live stream on nuclear power just for the fun of it.
I'd be down on that. I actually have a few people I could pull in for that, including Science Side Up, because Science Side Up Maddie was an instructor at the nuclear power school that the Navy uses to train their nuclear technicians. Cool. So I'd be up for that. It probably wouldn't be this week or next week.
Right.
Well, so I guess it probably wouldn't be. Like, it would be in a few weeks is basically what I'm saying there. But that could be fun. I'm going to give a little quick channel update, and then we're going to do the end video. So let's see. Tuesday is going to be a Kent with Bent, and Bent is going to be wearing his tutu. So, because on the previous week before this, we got to the $200 in super chats, which is the Beethoven wears a tutu. So, let's see, what else do we have? Thursday, one of a few videos is going up. I'm not sure which one. Right now, my patrons and channel members have access to a slightly edited version of the collaboration that I did with Jackson Wheat. I'm going to be hopefully in the next couple of days finishing up the next video for the Speculative Evolution Project. And there are also there is a debate that I did that I will be uploading to my channel on a Thursday. So I'm not sure which of those three things is happening this Thursday. Stay tuned. I don't know. This Saturday, I'm doing a Leaving Earth Creationism. Then the next Tuesday after that will be the next Kent with Bent. And then the Thursday after that will be one of the other videos that I didn't do this Thursday. And then Saturday after that will be another one of these Genesis Apologetics marathons because, yeah, there's still plenty to go. We're only, what is this, an hour and 47 seconds in to this whole thing, which is, 2 hours, 13 and some change long. There you go. I hope everyone has a wonderful night, a wonderful morning, whatever time it is, a wonderful weekend. And that's like, any last words?
I was like the well just signifies this video. Like it's just a well of a video to go through hours upon hours.
Well, I mean, I cut it together to be very long. So
yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll talk to all of you later. Just take a moment to thank my channel members and patrons, especially those pledging $20 or above: Beethoven, Ian Chen, Chris Love, Sphincter of Doom, and the Venerable Bede. My channel members and patrons help make this a much more stable income because, as you might know, ad income varies wildly from month to month, even with the same number of views. And it really helps this channel stay on the air. But if a monthly pledge or a yearly pledge, which I have now activated, isn't right for you, there's a merch store linked in the description, and every like, share, and subscription really helps the channel grow. Also, those pledging $10 or above will have access to free 3D art assets, including materials and models, which will be made for Blender by me and can be used in any project without crediting me